Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 24, where we'll be revisiting the film Spectre. Now, Joe, there's not many films that I've seen twice in the cinema. It's a very short list, but I can say that Spectre is one of those films.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's, because last week, Skyfall, I saw twice, and that was very strange. But I had the same thing with Spectre, where I think me and you had a similar experience, even though we didn't see it at the same time, where it was like, you got all the hype, so it was like, right, I gotta get down to London, I gotta see a big old IMAX screen, I gotta do it proper, I gotta go all in, I gotta book in advance to get some good seats.
Yep.
And I did all of that, and then I went and watched it. They were selling some like Bond-themed drinks for fun. That was all fun. Had some of those, and then came out and was like, oh, yeah, yikes.
Oh, I have vivid memories of walking out of the Waterloo IMAX in London. And same thing, I went in there, I was so excited. As you say, they have all these like Bond merchandise and Bond drinks, and there's people in tuxes, obviously, and they were really getting into it. And I sat down, I'd never been in there before. Obviously, huge screen, big kind of curved, wide screen.
Oh, it's insane. It's so big, that screen.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I was just like, right, this is it. It's all, I'm ready. I'm ready for a great cinematic experience. It'd been not that long since the last Bond film, to be fair, but still, I was ready. And yeah, that feeling walking out afterwards where I was sort of just on my own, for starters.
Oh, no.
On my own. I went on my own. So I had no one to, vent to. And I just had to sit on the train on my own, just thinking about what I just watched. And it's so sad.
Yeah, I didn't know that part of the story. That makes a dark twist on all of this.
Yep.
Well, see, I did go with someone, which kind of helped. But I was also very impressed by just the screen, because it was the first time going there. But it's quite funny because the guy, you probably had this as well, where they introduce the film. They just have one of the employees just have a chat at the start.
Yeah.
And then there was welcome to the screening of Die Another Day. And it's like, haha, JK guys, not really. And then Spectre played. It was like, put Die Another Day on. But no, I had that same experience, but it kind of led me to I almost needed to see it again to kind of understand what I watched. So I basically, after a day of work, I think I had a half day of work, something like that, around the same time. And I was just like, I'm just going to pop to the cinema again just to watch it, just my small local one, just so I can process it and kind of get my thoughts together. Because there was a lot of stuff to kind of think about in this film.
Yeah, you see, I can't remember if I did that. I have a feeling I didn't. I think I was just one and done with it. Which is probably a mistake looking back, because actually rewatching it now for this podcast, there are things I like about it, and it's not as bad as I've been moaning about this whole podcast, all these episodes up to now. So yeah, maybe all it just took was a bit of time, and as you say, just allowing it to digest a bit and settle, because I'm not gonna go out and just say, oh, this is just as bad as I remember it being all those years back. It's terrible. It's awful. I hate the whole thing with Blofeld. Blah 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 blah. There's actually bits that I quite liked. So we'll get into them. But that was nice. That was a nice surprise.
I'm glad that that's what happened with you.
Yeah.
I mean, my least favourite film, Diamonds Are Forever, didn't quite go that way. Although there was actually a few scenes I did like in that film. So maybe I still ranked it last though, but yeah, it's my opinion of this film, it was very bad because, let's take a look at what we were getting on paper. Skyfall came out, biggest success. We loved it. We went crazy for the Skyfall. And then they were like, we're bringing back Sam Mendes as a director and it's all the same kind of crew and we're going to go all in on this. It's like, great. They're getting a really talented director to do another Bond film. And then they're like, we got Spectre. The Spectre name is back after years of legal battles. They finally have the rights to Spectre. So now we're going to do that. And then you see all the posters of Bond in classic suits and some very interesting stuff. Is like, always Blofeld in this one? Is he not in this one? And it was like, I'm sure there were other films that were more hyped up, but obviously we weren't there for that. But the hype for this one was just insane and through the roof because of all those things. Like, on paper, this was going to be amazing.
Yeah, I remember one of the posters. It was usually Bond posters. It's Bond looking very suave or what have you. And then one for Spectre was just that bullet, the bullet hole in the glass. And to everyone, they'd be like, that's just a bullet hole. Like, what's the big deal with that? But to Bond fans, and you kind of make the link between that and Spectre and what we've seen in the previous films, you think, oh, where are they going to go with this then? Like, that's like a deep cut for references there. So, yeah, as you say, it was all lined up. And it just kind of played out a little bit differently to how I think a lot of people were hoping.
Yes, it was like almost too perfectly lined up. The stars aligned so perfectly that they all just like exploded or something. Like something when it was almost like a prophecy was fulfilled. So everything just volcanoes or something. Like it was too perfect. And it's not even like, oh, actually this film's pretty good. It just doesn't hit those expectations. There was just a lot of stuff that you came out of it. Like, it's quite funny though, because like with this film, I had a very similar experience. Like, I don't go to the BFI IMAX that often because it's expensive and I don't live in London. But the other film I saw in that was Star Wars The Last Jedi.
Oh no,
So
cursed.
Like, I like The Force Awakens. That was pretty good. Let's see what this sequel's all about then. And let's do that properly. Let's go down, make the trip. I had the same experience. I was like, you've done it again?
Don't ever go back there. It's not worth it.
I know. I did see No Time to Die there, though, which wasn't quite as... it wasn't quite the punch to the gut that Spectre and The Last Jedi was. But I was like, what are the chances of this? I get excited for something. This is why I don't like stuff anymore, Joe. This is where it comes from.
Oh, here we go.
I've been hurt too many times. I get built back up just to get knocked back down.
Right, I'm on the clock now. You've got an hour. I'm going to start charging.
No, you should.
Okay.
That's fair. But no, like over the years, I have softened to this film. But it's quite interesting because this is the first one that me and you got to know each other between Skyfall and Spectre. So we actually talked quite a lot about this film. So we kind of got to enjoy that moment of, what was that about? Not great.
Did you go back and listen to what we thought then and what we said? Because I haven't done that, and I'm kind of thinking maybe I should have. But maybe it'll be more interesting now, having done this, to then go back and listen.
Yes, that's what I want to do. So people don't know, we used to do a podcast back in the day, which was like a gaming thing, but then the new Bond was coming out, so then it became a Bond thing, basically. Yeah. So there's like recordings of us talking about all the hype to Spectre and what we thought of it, and then there's like an hour-long chat of us saying our initial thoughts and impressions. And my general thoughts, we kind of were aligned on that. But I think over the years, I got a bit more positive and soft to this, where you doubled down in the hatred and you're like, what the hell was that?
That's exactly it.
So, what is all the fuss about then? I guess we should take a look.
Okay, then.
So, we start with like the MGM logos and the Columbia, like all the different production companies logos. The only reason I mention it is because it's like desaturated. Like not massively changed in terms of colors, but there's something like, and it's not like black and white like we had at Casino Royale, but there was like a little bit of color change, like a filter was put on it. And while we're seeing those logos, we're hearing some of those Bond notes, some of the strings, and we get a little bit of the Bond theme. The Sting kicks in, the dun and circles. They're back.
They're back where they belong.
Did someone order circles? I know I did. I mean, they just had to, didn't they? Like, it was time last film, so we actually get the proper circle thing.
Far too much time now. They've as we said last time, like they did it, they tried it, they were a bit different, but it was enough. So I'm glad that they actually just went back to basics.
Yes. So the circles come across, and then they come across again with Daniel Craig walking. He does the turn and shoot. Now, I gotta say, I think it was a good spin, and it was a strong pose when he fired. The walk felt a little bit off to me.
Oh, okay. In what way? Too fast, or
maybe it wasn't quite as like tall and confident as some of the other ones have been. It was almost like he was at an angle or something, that there was something not quite... I know Daniel Craig can do a confident Bond walk, but there was something about this that felt a little bit... I don't know if it's just because he's short or something, but it didn't quite land it with the walk.
Okay, I didn't mind the walk and the turn. The thing that, honestly, such a tiny thing, but when the actual gun barrel is like a very...
Oh, your gun barrel. And your gun barrel. Okay.
I love the gun barrel stuff. So that's what I focused on straight away, was the gun barrel is completely flat. It's very like... They nailed this in the 90s, but having that old style gun barrel, but with just a little bit of computer stuff to it, or just lighting. I don't know how they did it, but, just to make it... bring it to life a bit, and then they just kind of went back to how it was and just completely flat. So it lost a little bit there in terms of, what it could have been. But overall, I'm glad it was at the front. I think it's okay. I can't complain too much.
Yeah. I mean, it's much better than the Quantum of Solace gun barrel. That was so ugly.
Yes. Yeah.
So I talk about the circles coming back and going back to tradition, but we then straight away go from the circles to just a black screen. Normally the circles would come out onto a scene itself and it would be an area and we would get the words of the area, but instead I'm not even sure if they do come out, but the circles go away and it's just black. And then in the middle of the screen it says the dead. And then I think afterwards it says are alive. I actually didn't write that down. But, the dead are alive come on screen. And we're kind of hearing some quite intense kind of bass as like the dead comes up, it's like boom. Then our alive is like boom. And then we cut to a giant skeleton float, like this kind of big puppet thing, because this is a big parade, like a massive street parade, and it's Mexico City. And text comes on screen saying it's the Day of the Dead. So this is a big Day of the Dead celebration. And we get this slow pan over the crowd. So we're looking at this like skeleton float, and then it kind of comes out and starts looking at the crowd. And there's someone who looks a little bit suspicious. I don't know if it's because I've seen this film before, but Bond in his disguise looks so obvious now.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, he's there. Like he's kind of meant to be hidden, but also meant to be there. So you kind of see the camera go over the top of the crowd, and we see someone kind of dressed in a top hat, wearing a skull mask, and they're wearing like a black suit that has like a white skull over the top. So the camera kind of goes down, goes past him, and it meets up with somebody who's in a white suit instead. Kind of like a little bit of a dirty white suit though, and like a red thing around his neck. And he's also got like a skull mask on as well, or a different sort of mask, because everyone in this crowd has some sort of mask on them. So the camera follows him, and then he walks past, and then he walks past the other guy, the guy in the top hat with the skull mask. So the man is also with a woman who has a mask, someone in a purple dress. So they kind of hold hands and go through the crowd. And we kind of got this like low key sort of music going on, but it's this quite consistent, almost energetic drum beat. It's not quite like full on parade music, but you've got this like constant beat going on in the background. So the man in the top hat and the skull mask enters a building, goes up these stairs. There's lots of people they look very rich, very fancy, but they're also still very like themed with the skeleton and the skulls, with the Day and the Dead. So this man and woman go into a lift, and they go up, and the woman whispers something in his ear and kind of pulls out a key from her dress and holds it, and they then leave the lift, and she unlocks a room, because this is a hotel, it turns out, and they enter the hotel room. I don't think she says anything just yet, but the camera kind of looks at the man, and he removes his mask, and it's Bond. And you get a little like Bond horn here, just in case you're like, oh, right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course. So they kiss, the woman then gets on the bed, and the camera kind of like pans to only show the woman, and then she asks, where are you going? And the camera then pans back to show Bond, and he's in like a classic suit, like he's completely lost his costume, and he just says, I won't be long. And he steps out of the hotel room, walks kind of along the edge of the balcony. This is like quite an old building. I couldn't really say what year because I don't know enough about Mexico, but very old. Looks a bit dusty. It's that sort of building. So he kind of calmly walks along the edge of the balcony. He kind of puts an earpiece in his ear, and he kind of pulls out a gun, or he's like holding a gun. So he kind of walks from the balcony and the edge of this building into the roof of the next buildings, and there's kind of a shot of him walking along with the parade going on below. This beat that we've had the whole time, that's still kind of going. It's been very continuous throughout this scene, and Bond hides behind a wall and aims his gun at the window opposite. And I'm going to stop here because the twist is that was all one shot.
But was it?
Well,
yeah,
it looked like it was. What do you want?
Yeah. What do I want? I want authentic one shot. No, it's fine. I'm joking. There are some bits where you can tell that that's where they stitched them together, but it is a one shot take. And at first I was sort of like, why are they doing this? What's the point of this? Is this
Why?
Why? Is this just to be artsy, or am I actually getting something from this? And I think I am. And I think it's kind of, as you were saying, about just the scale of this opening and the amount of people that's on show and all the costumes that are going on and that constant drum beat, and it's just sort of keeping it moving literally and audio as well. So I think it's good. I really like that they went with this Day of the Dead theme and they just went all in with it. I mean, you can see some of the behind the scenes stuff and vlogs of the production where they kind of go through the mammoth production line of getting all these extras and all these costumes and stuff like that. So yeah, I can definitely appreciate that they thought, okay, Day of the Dead, Mexico, this can be the opening pre-title sequence, and they were like, yep, right, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it 100%. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, it's impressive for sure. I kind of wasn't looking forward to this shot because I kind of alluded this in the last episode with Skyfall, where it's like, I'm just kind of sick of these shots. They just go in waves, and sometimes like people go all in, and it's like, just because it's technically impressive doesn't mean it really adds all that much. But watching it again, yeah, I quite like it. It kind of helps it a bit more distinct, and there is this kind of, it does create this very different sensation to what you're seeing. And it is very Sam Mendes from a standpoint of, well, it's pretty classic Bond, but he's going to add his own stylish way of doing it. Like when you break it down, it's just Bond in disguise following someone, hooks up with a woman, but it's just using her and just uses that to go and set up to do an assassination. Like that's all very standard Bond on paper, but with Sam Mendes, he comes along and makes his own stylish take on it. And, it's not the most impressive shot, but yeah, it does create this very unique feeling. And it's not one of my favorite kind of shots or anything, but I actually liked it more than I thought. I don't think it's super purposeful. I do agree with you that it does quite highlight the scale of everything that's going on with the parade, and it does create this really unique feel in terms of how you're experiencing the parade and experiencing what's going on. So that's really cool. So I guess I was pleasantly surprised because I was expecting to groan, but I didn't groan. I was like, So
that's good. I did groan at something though. I'm going to mention it now, even though it goes on for the rest of the scene as well. Is I really dislike the color. It's Mexico, so they need to have the Cinema Mexico color grading where everything is yellow. And this didn't really bother me the first time I watched it because I think I was just like, maybe it's because I'd watched Breaking Bad around that time.
Yeah,
and like everything's yellow in Mexico. That's how they look on film. And so yeah, I gave it a pass back then. This time around, I watched it and I just thought, why does it all look just so... No, I tell you what it really was. It was watching that behind-the-scenes stuff and seeing how colourful it actually was in real life. Like all these costumes, all of the sets, it was like bursting with colour and like beautiful blue sunny sky. And I thought, how much nicer would it be if it actually looked like that? And then instead we get this sort of like urine-soaked lens of everything, and I was just I get why they do it. Like it's just how they do Mexico in films for some reason, but I think they might have just went a little bit, I don't know. I wish they hadn't have done it at all and just done it normally.
No, I don't blame you. I mean, it is consistent with like the colors of the rest of the film.
Yes,
but we did get a different cinematographer for this film. The guy that's won Oscars is gone, and we have somebody else in his place, which means there is a little bit of a sense of trying to like replicate Skyfall's style and just kind of not hitting that note, but it still doesn't look bad. But I do know what you mean. It's very like pale, like they really want this to feel a bit drab, and I kind of like it because it's a bit unique. But I probably would have preferred what you're describing. Give us a bit more color to make this feel a little bit more alive.
Yeah,
which is ironic because it's the Day of the Dead.
Hey.
Hey, we got jokes. So now it's all set up. Bond is on top of this roof overlooking a building next door, which isn't that far away. It's quite close. It's a very small alley. So he takes a look and is aiming his gun. So he sees like a man, that man in the white suit that we saw before, he enters the room. So there's a few people in there, but this man kind of enters the room and he looks at something on the table and they're having a conversation in Spanish, and he says all about blowing up a stadium at 6. So there's like some sort of briefcase and he said, oh, we're going to blow up the stadium at 6. And he talks about visiting the Pale King. And then they go and have a drink. So there's like a few of them and they're about to have one and they say, to death, as Bond is aiming his gun. So Bond says bottoms up. But just before he can fire, somebody sees Bond. So he like reacts to him, but Bond starts shooting. So he starts shooting and killing all the people inside. And that briefcase they were looking up, he just shoots it and it blows up the room. And because that was a bomb. So the building kind of starts crumbling and starts collapsing. It's kind of slow to do so. Initially, it's just like a few blocks that fall down. And then Bond kind of looks up and just sees the whole building just fall forward. So Bond starts running to get away. It hits the roof of his building, which causes the roof of the building that Bond was on to collapse. So initially he kind of hangs on to the top because it kind of created this slide, but he just lets go, like allows himself to slide down. And then he kind of like starts working his way downwards, but like jumping from the side. But he's like on a small ledge and that collapses. And he just like perfectly lands on a sofa that looks like brand new for some reason. A little bit of a comedy bit there, I guess.
Just a little one.
Yeah, that didn't really land for me. I won't lie. But
Land.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
All right, sorry. We got jokes, people.
We got jokes. It's the joke episode.
Hey,
Finally.
finally.
So Bond walks onto the street and everyone has kind of ran away because they have noticed the building collapsing. So the street that was full of people, they've all kind of started running off and lots of smoke and rubble, and the man in the white suit, he shows up and Bond kind of stares him down from a distance, and as soon as he starts running, Bond starts chasing. So they kind of run off down the street. They end up like meeting up with a crowd and going into a crowd, and they're like both running through the crowd. The man in the white suit, he gets his phone out and says, meet me in the square. So they still running and they kind of go around a corner and Bond loses him. But now they're kind of like entering a different part of the parade that has not been affected by the building collapse at all. So it's still kind of acting like everything's normal and fine. And it's a lot of like women in like, I don't know, triangle dresses. It kind of looks like they're floating, really. And they're doing some slow dancing. It's all very nice. So Bond is on one side of this like performance that's going through the streets, and he's on the other side. And once again, the man in the suit stops and Bond stops. There's a bit more of a stare and he starts running again. So at this point, we see the helicopter shows up and starts flying above, and we get some camera shots showing that there is this massive square in the middle of this city with a huge crowd. Like it is massive. So the helicopter kind of starts coming down slowly, and the man in the suit is pushing through the crowd, and we see the helicopter starts landing, and it does land. Like the people clear this big circle for it, and it comes down. The man in the suit quickly jumps on the helicopter. Somebody has come to like help him get on the helicopter, of which Bond uses like this fake scepter or something to like knock him out. And then Bond jumps on the helicopter as it goes up. So we got Bond and this man fighting, and Bond's also like fighting the pilot as well. So the helicopter kind of goes up, but it doesn't really go all that far up. So it's still quite low down. So we kind of get shots of the helicopter like spinning a little bit because Bond is fighting inside there, including the pilot. So they're out of control a little bit. And we get like the helicopter and some screaming from the crowd. So Bond is like hangs out the helicopter for a little bit. This man kind of puts Bond in a headlock, and they fight a little bit more, start punching each other. They end up like both hanging out the helicopter for a bit. They're like on the side of it while punching each other. So they then go back in, and Bond sees a ring on the man's finger. So he just thinks, that's mine, I guess.
Yoink.
He just steals jewelry now, I suppose. So he steals it. The pilot tries to like knock Bond out, but is very unsuccessful. So Yeah, so they both kind of get pushed out to the opposite doors, but they're like hanging onto some straps to kind of lock themselves in. So they're almost like acting like the doors on either side, but they're like spinning in the air. So they're kind of being stayed put, but Bond uses this as an opportunity to just go and kick the man in the suit out of the helicopter. So he launches forward, kicks him, he goes flying out. So the helicopter is still spinning in the air, so Bond just grabs the pilot and they start pulling all the way up. You got lots of beeping and sirens going off and an alarm, and the helicopter's pulling upwards, but it's now like pointing directly upwards, and it starts falling and like flipping in the air. So the Bond keeps attacking the poor pilot and is able to like kick him out the helicopter as it's falling down. So Bond jumps in the seat, starts pulling up. He manages to put up at just the last second to go over the crowd, and we get some like Bond horns kicking, and Bond kind of quite calmly then flies over the city and takes a little moment to enjoy it. A little smile from Bond. And at this point, we then start hearing the main notes of the theme song. And Bond looks at the ring, sees an octopus in the ring, and then there's a zoom in which takes us into the credit sequence. So I think this was always the part of the opening sequence that felt that was off. Because there's just something not quite right about this helicopter scene. That means it ultimately just falls a little bit flat.
Yes. Yeah, nothing really happens in it, which I think is the issue. Well, nothing really happens in the sense of like there's no big like da moment of it, apart from I guess Bond pulling up at the last second and not chopping those people up, which is always nice that he didn't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for me it's that it didn't have a sort of nice end moment to it, but also I just felt like the way that it was edited together was I know it's meant to be a very tense and crazy action scene, but I think it was just a few too many cuts for me to like really get invested in anything. It just felt like it was constantly going on an outside shot and then back to like the green screen shot and then this and that, and I didn't really get a sense of like where the helicopter was and any sort of, especially being over that gigantic square, which as you say is like completely full to the brim with people. I didn't get any sort of danger from that or any grounding of it. So yeah, I think it all just felt a little bit floaty in the air. I suppose that's what a helicopter does. But
Joe's got jokes. So.
I've got jokes all day.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. I think really strong start for this pre-title sequence, but I don't know, the end stunt, if you can call it that, sort of lets it down for me.
My current theory with this, or what I thought watching this again, because it's always been one of those where it's like on paper it's like it's not bad, and even with the editing I do know what you mean, but I don't quite get that sensation with this. I think it is meant to be a bit chaotic and it's fine. I think where it falls down is the music. Now I don't want to have a big old rant about the music already. So I will focus on this scene, but about half of this scene has no music, and it's almost like the sound design isn't strong enough to elevate the scene, and it just makes it feel a little bit weak. So you do have some like the sound of the helicopter, and you've got some like punching, like ooh, that sort of thing, and some screaming with the sound, but it's not like, I don't know, it's almost like not mixed in a way that's very exciting. And there's just no music for a good half of it. So by the time it kind of kicks in, it's kind of too late. And then the music itself is kind of fine. But it's funny that you mentioned about there's no like big moment where it's like da 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 da, because it's like, well, if they put that music in there, maybe this would have felt like one of those moments.
Yeah.
But instead we just don't get any. We get a little bit of a sting towards the end, but again, it's too late. Like the Bond theme shouldn't play when he gets away and is just hanging out, having a nice city break, like helicopter ride. It should play when he's like doing a fight, doing some cool stuff. But yeah, I feel like better music in here, or better like sound direction and music direction could have elevated this. But for some reason, and it's a common theme throughout this film, they're very hesitant to use the Bond theme. And I feel like the music they instead play doesn't really enhance the scene. And I get this right off the bat. Like no music, and then music that just doesn't do enough. Like I think it needed more to kind of elevate this.
No music or music reused from Skyfall as well.
Well, there's that as well, sure.
which doesn't.
But I don't think this scene
help.
does that. Again, I do want to rant about the music, but I'm trying to save it till later because we're only like 5 minutes in. Well, actually, we're 13 minutes in. It's quite a long one. Me and you found out just before this.
Doesn't feel that long.
No.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. I guess it's good.
But, better than the alternative. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I do think it's the music, and I think this could have been brought to life a little bit more if that was done better. But it's not what we got, and we'll revisit that topic later for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so as Tom said, Bond is holding up the ring, which has the octopus on it, and it zooms in through it. And then we're into the title sequence of the film. And it reminded me a lot of Skyfall. We're getting lots of imagery related to the film. Obviously, that's what the title sequence is there for. But we're seeing stuff like, lots of flames and burning as we see people falling through it all. And the main one that we're going to see in all of this is octopi, tentacles, ink, anything related to squids and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, like they really go all in with that sort of stuff based on having just seen the ring and the logo on it. It's not quite done in the same way as like what we saw in Skyfall, where it's almost moving through Bond's mind. This is just a bit more higgledy-piggledy of stuff on screen, kind of cool-looking visuals or Bond tropes. You know, you have women and naked women and tentacles like winding around their body, which is questionable. I think, some people would be very into that. You have, but then you do have some different things as well. Like you have at one point in sort of a ghostly sort of smoky section of it, you see some past characters from Craig's films. So you see, is it Le Chiffre you see? I'm trying to think of the villain it is. I think it might be Le Chiffre.
I think Silver's the main one, but I think it goes Silver then Le Chiffre.
Yeah. You see Vesper, obviously. You see M. They all come up and kind of apparate up and then
you see away. Green? Yeah.
Do you see Green there?
No.
No. I was going to say, please don't put him in the title sequence.
It almost made me laugh that when I first watched the film. It was just like, because when I watched this, it was like, Quantum Solace was bad. And it just always made me laugh that you've got like Silver and then Vesper and then Le Chiffre and then M and then it cuts. And it's just like, Green's like, what? But my art teacher, hello? Hello?
I like to think the actor was there like, any second now.
Here I come.
Oh, but yeah, so you have some of that. You have like a short bit with a funeral looking scene and very creepy man with a skull for a face. Lots of stuff going on, stuff that makes more sense, obviously, when you see the film. There's one very creepy shot of, creepy in a different way, but like there's an eye and the pupil is made of, you guessed it, more tentacles, which was just a sort of, I don't know, it made me feel a bit weird, that scene. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of all over the place in some ways. I don't hate it. It sort of has very similar visuals to Skyfall. It's all very rich and very vibrant and very CG, but that's just the way it is. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think I liked it as much as the Skyfall one because I think that had more of like that story element to it. But I don't know. I can't complain. It's fine. It has some interesting visuals, which I suppose is enough.
Well, it's definitely less busy than the Skyfall one. Like this picks like 3 things and just does that. So like you say, it's fire, skulls, and the octopus. And yeah, as you say, like a lot of this ties into the film. So I can't really remember what I thought when I first saw this, but seeing it after the fact, a lot of it does connect, which I really like. And to be honest, a film called Spectre having this really creepy CGI octopus covering stuff, like as you say, it's a bit unsettling, and you'll be like, oh, I don't know, but I feel like that's the point, and I kind of love it.
Yeah. And
even that shot where it's like the octopus. And then it looks up and it's, the villain of the film, but it's a skull. It's like, on paper, if you describe that to me, I'll be like, that's dumb. But it kind of works in a weird way. Like, I can't quite describe why, but I don't know, this octopus was really doing it for me, I suppose.
What about the bit where the guy is like a silhouetted figure at the end of a desk and then it zooms in and then you see loads of tentacles come out from behind him?
All right, I'm not so sure about that one. You've got me there. That one's a bit off.
I just thought of bloody Little Mermaid when I saw.
It was she called? Oh,
Oh, Ursula, maybe.
Ursula, yeah, something like that. Yeah, I know. Okay, that one's a little bit off, but I like the concept of
Yeah.
it all going there, and also like the imagery is quite cool. Of again seeing the past people, this is what this film is all about. It's gonna try and tie this all together. So I kind of like, let's just see it up front. Maybe they do that a little bit too much, but if you're supposed to be like building the history of this, it's like Skyfall was trying to establish history that you hadn't seen to build into the character. And now Spectre is like, well, we're going to build the character with stuff you have seen. So to me, it's maybe a little on the nose, some of this stuff, but it makes sense. And it's going to be a bit odd me saying this because I can't fully explain it, but the shot of I love the shot where it's like M, and then she kind of turns into smoke, and then it cuts to the funeral scene, and the camera kind of like pans on the side, and it's everyone kind of standing there, and then it cuts to Bond walking forward. That bit just like awoken something in me that I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Wow.
It gave me goosebumps, legit. There was something about it that just was like, that was so cool. Some of it is because of the music that plays at the, it swells up as that's happening. But there is something really about this imagery and the way it's kind of shot and put together that just really worked for me. Like, I wouldn't say this is one of my favorite. I think some of the imagery isn't quite that strong. The stuff with the fire, not really crazy about. But the stuff with the skull and the octopus and how black it is, and there's like a real heavy use of Bond. Like you see Bond a lot in this one and Craig a lot in this one. There's something about that and tying that all together. I don't know. It takes some sort of box in my head. I'm glad it wasn't the tentacle woman stuff, because that would be a different. That would be, yeah. Again, you'd be charging me by the hour for sure for that one. But I don't want to add to my fetish list like Die Another Day. Let's keep that to a minimum.
No, yeah. I've had too many of those already on this podcast. No comment from me.
No, yeah. don't put me in the press release. But no, there was like, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites, but there is something about this that really worked. And I don't think it's as strong conceptually as some of the other one, but I don't know. I guess I think skulls are cool, and I like the way this octopus is portrayed as this creepy, horrible thing that is just covering everything, and all the direct nods to the other films. Like, I don't know. I was like, it's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess the tentacles and the octopus being everywhere, it's very symbolic of the organization and all that sort of stuff. I wish I got goosebumps, though. I didn't get any goosebumps. Not even the tentacles. Perhaps the reason for that, I don't want to dwell on the music too much for me, because I don't want to moan. But the music is Sam Smith, The Writing's on the Wall soundtrack theme to this film, and I don't like it. I've never liked this song, to be honest with you. It's one of those ones that I was hoping would grow on me, like the tentacle.
Like an octopus, yeah.
It just hasn't. I think it's quite basic why I don't like it. I don't really like Sam Smith's voice, so that's kind of it, really. That's. I mean, it's such a. I was trying to think if that's come up before with a Bond theme, but I don't. I mean, maybe the closest is ironically Octopussy with Rita Coolidge. Like, I didn't really like that song, but maybe not. No, even that wasn't because of her voice. It was just a lame song. But no, I just don't like their voice, and I also feel like the theme overall kind of feels a bit restrained to me. It's like it wants to burst out a bit more, and it does swell, but I just, in my head, I'm always expecting it to kind of go a bit more, and it never does, which doesn't help. But yeah, that's just my opinion on Sam Smith, really. So obviously, if you like their music, you might really love this song.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you because of how subjective music is, but I will say I had a very similar reaction to this song. Because, again, like all the Bond themes, they release the song ahead of time. So you don't hear this for the first time in the cinema. You've already heard it probably a ton of times. Like, even on the radio, like, this was the first song to get #1 in the UK for a Bond theme. They didn't create the charts just for Sam Smith.
Wow.
This won the Academy Award that year for Best Original Song. And this was despite like how big Bond is, and despite all the songs that came before it, this got #1. Like, I think it was just one of those weird coincidences that whenever a successful Bond theme came out, just some mega hit was on the charts at the same time. So it would be at like number 2. I think that's what happened with like Skyfall and A View to a Kill. Like Michael Jackson or someone releases a song, so it blocks it. But this time there wasn't much competition. People were hyped for Spectre. Sam Smith was a pretty big name at the time. So yeah, everyone bought it and it got number 1. And at the time, yeah, I had the same thing. I was like, what is going on? Because it swells a lot and it sounds very classic. But then the chorus is him doing very high-pitched singing. And I was just very confused and it just didn't really make sense. But similar to this film, I have softened to it. And actually going into this, I was kind of like, well, I think that song's okay. Like my initial thought before revisiting the film was like, it's okay. It's got there's something to it. It's middle of the road. Like, it's a well-produced song. It's all right. But I actually ended up really liking it this time around. And I've been listening to that song, like, all day today. Like, it kind of clicked in a big way for me for some reason. And now it's like, I would say it's really good. I really like it. Okay. I really like the production on it. I kind of really like that high-pitched thing a lot. I think it helps that the last time he sings it is right at the end. And they add in this like extra piano and it kind of comes together a little bit more. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. It like swells and then very deliberately like cuts out almost.
Yeah.
But I kind of like that. I don't know. I think the main thing against this song is what I kind of said last week, where it's like Skyfall created the template of these next 3, or Skyfall, Writings on the Wall, and No Time to Die. And the Bond series does not benefit from having a type of song that they just do again and again. And this is the weakest version of this type of like piano ballad that we are going to have. Like No Time to Die is better and Skyfall is better. And this is kind of just that awkward one with the high-pitched singing in between. But the more I listen to it, the more I kind of like it. So I'm actually quite positive on this song. And yeah, again, I guess it's been however many years of it being out there, and now I actually quite like it. I think it's pretty good.
You know, I've just remembered, this is proof that it's actually, I don't hate the song, I just hate the singer. Also, I don't hate the singer. That's a bit strong.
Hate the singer.
Dislike. It's because I remember I went to go to a Bond kind of touring orchestra band called Cue the Music.
That's and why wasn't it called See the Music? What's going on?
I don't know, beats me.
Weird.
But and it was a lady doing the singing, and I really liked her cover of the song. I thought that's like the way I want to listen to it. So, and I think maybe because it was slightly different, where it had, you listen to it live and it has more instruments and all that sort of stuff, not just the piano. So yeah, I could like the song, just not the official one, I guess is my stance. There you go. And I bought the CD, so I can go listen to that one instead. I'm all good. In fact, I'll just edit the film, like I'll just dub over with that version of it.
Oh. So
I'll never even hear Sam Smith again.
Because you hate him.
Because I hate them, yeah.
I did want to just mention one last thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into it too much, but have you heard the Radiohead Spectre song?
Joe, what I have, and I've completely forgotten what it sounds like.
So so for people out there, basically, they always go through this process of talking to different bands and acts, and obviously they only pick one in the end, but it sometimes means that there's like these half songs. But with Radiohead, they asked Radiohead to write a song, they did. The team said no, so Radiohead just kind of like put it out there. I don't think they officially released it, they just uploaded it somewhere, so you can hear their song. And I was like, okay, that's quite cool. And I wanted to listen to it. I listened to a minute of it and I shut it off. I hated that song.
Oh, wow.
Awful. So I guess if you're a Radiohead fan and you're interested in that also exists. I think they 100% made the right choice. Even if you like that song, I don't think it matches Bond in the slightest. And I don't know how it would really work. There's no like class to it. There's no like bigness to it. It's just kind of this mopey. I really didn't like it, but I'm not a big fan of Radiohead, so I am biased, of course.
That does sound like Radiohead, yeah.
It's got like, again, it's that very like drawn out singing style where it is also quite high pitched, not quite as much as that, but it's just very drawn out notes and it gets very hard to listen to. So I thought it was terrible, but obviously if you're a fan of Radiohead, go and check it out. You might like it. It was just too interesting not to bring up.
Yeah, and while you're there, like the whole world of Bond themes that didn't make the cut is really interesting. Like you could have a whole thing just talking about that because there are some really good ones and some really awful ones as well. But
Yeah.
it's just kind of interesting what goes on behind the scenes. But yeah, anyway, so after that, we were into the film, and it starts straight away with some newspapers being slammed down on a desk with some headlines on them about what happened in Mexico that we just saw in Mexico. And we see we're in M's office. We're in London. We're with M and Bond in the office, and
Judy's back.
Judy's back.
I thought you were dead. I
She's just
was.
a ghost. She's just, yeah, ghost M. No, it's Ralph Fiennes. He's now M, obviously. Mallory into M now. So back in the very traditional looking office as well, as we saw at the end of Skyfall. And he's very angry. Very angry at Bond about what happened there. Basically because he was unauthorized and he had no authority to go and do this on his own. And particularly because there's a head of the Joint Security Service is about to come and visit, he says to Bond. And Bond is sitting there, sort of just taking it all in, not really reacting very much, and argues that a block of people being affected is better than a whole stadium, because that's what he heard through the white-suited man, was about the arena, the stadium being blown up. But yeah, Bond had no authority. And
None.
None. None. He says it was such... You could like see it come out of his mouth, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised he opened his mouth. It's all teeth when he says none.
I do look at Ralph Fiennes' teeth a lot. I don't know if it's just you, but I always, when he's on screen, I always look at his teeth. It's very strange.
Yeah, he was the skull in the opening sequence.
He's going to come and Avada Kedavra you now. You know, you said that.
What does that mean?
He's Voldemort.
Oh. I've seen those films. Yeah.
But yeah, M starts to talk about the reason why he's so angry is and then how Bond was jeopardizing this is because there's apparently a merging coming up on the table with MI5 and kind of whiffs of them wanting to scrap the 00 program overall. So it doesn't look good on them having one of their agents out causing all this havoc. But Bond is, as I say, Bond is having none of it. M asks why he was there, what was he doing, and Bond says it was just a coincidence. He was just taking a well-earned break. To which M then just grounds him. You're grounded. Go sit on the stairs. No, he takes them off of all the duties, active duties, and Bond just says, "Very good, sir," and stands up and just kind of gets himself ready to leave. And as he's about to, M says that whatever Bond is up to, he doesn't know, obviously, just stop. And as he does that, a man walks in, and it is the joint head of joint security, as he just mentioned, a guy named Max Denby, who comes in, and M introduces them, and Bond shakes his hand, and he says his name is Max, but Bond says, I'll call you C. I guess C being, where does C come from?
I don't know. I feel like he says something like that makes you see.
Chief, I guess.
Chief,
is he a chief? I don't know.
Maybe not. But I feel like he does. There is some tie, but they don't really make it obvious.
Yeah, it's kind of just a setup for a few jokes later on. But yeah, I think I'll call you C, he says. And the C character starts to talk about, this merging is a new chapter. It's going to bring British intelligence out of the dark ages and into the light. And this guy's played by, I know him only from Sherlock Holmes, to be honest. It's Moriarty, isn't he? Andrew Scott, I think his name is.
Yeah, Andrew Scott.
Who I think is well known for playing bad guys. And it's like, I mean, I know you're not supposed to know at this point much about his character, but he just comes in immediately looking evil. Like, there's no preface. Maybe not evil is the right word, but just kind of smarmy and unlikable. It's just like setting straight off the bat. You're not meant to like this character, so here he is straight away, kind of being a bit annoying.
Well, they cast the guy who played Moriarty, one of the most famous British villains of all time.
Yeah,
and this was very much in the big hype, or the peak of Sherlock, which was a huge TV show at the time. So it felt like a very deliberate move Whereas like, we'll just get that creepy guy in who's doing all right. So when he comes in, he's like, hello. You're just like, oh no, here's a problem.
It's Hunchback as well for some reason. Very strange. Anyway,
so I do want to talk about this scene quite briefly because we're getting the classic Bond scene, right? The briefing scene. We find that we had 3 films and we're here, everybody. M's reading The Guardian. It's great. We're here. But there's like they took that format, and on paper a lot of it is the same. M is like dressing down Bond. Bond's being a bit cheeky and a bit full of himself. Some stranger comes in and there's a few jokes, but it's just off. It just doesn't quite work as that scene. And I was thinking about this, and I think the reason is because of the perspective that the person watching has relative to Bond is different to what we would normally get. Normally, you see this all from Bond's perspective. Like, you're going into the room with Bond, so you're almost experiencing the briefing at the same time as him. But instead, we just cut into the room. M's like, what's going on? And Bond's being like, I'll never tell, tee-hee. And you're just like, well, I don't know what's going on either. And I feel like this big change in perspective kind of disconnects you from this scene, and it just makes it like not play out in a satisfying way that we would normally get with the Bond briefing scenes. And it also means that a lot of these jokes just fall a little bit flat when Bond is being cheeky. I don't think it's ever been Craig's strength, cheeky Bond, doing these lines, because again, a lot of it is just a little bit more sarcastic and he just doesn't pull it off as well as the other ones. But the fact that we don't know what's going on with Bond in a classic scene, and then we get these like sarky lines, it's like, it just feels off. I just wish they just kept it more traditional. I wish we were seeing it from Bond's perspective. I wish we could enjoy these beats and stuff, but no, they just messed with it enough that I feel like it just is. For the first briefing scene we get with the 4th film, I just thought it was a bit of a letdown.
You just want to have the scene where he's in Moneypenny's office and he throws the hat.
Well, the hat would have been nice. Would have been a nice gesture.
Great. Would have been great. No, yeah, you're totally right. Like, if they do this sort of thing where they sort of have the audience behind, one step behind, it's usually with a scene somewhere else. It's usually somewhere in the world, some tropical looking place or whatever. Usually with the M briefing scene, it's very much everyone's getting caught up, so you should all be on the same level. He gets the dossier, there's your mission, off you go. But no, yeah, you're all right. It's sort of just, you're kind of left thinking, all right then, Bond's done something he shouldn't have, but I don't know. Which is fine, but I think in that setting, it does feel off. You're right.
Yeah, they shouldn't have used this setting for this, but I would also kind of argue, like, it's a Bond film. We shouldn't get disconnected from Bond from a story perspective. That's just not how this works. And once we get over this storyline, what he was really doing in there, which is very quick, then we are just straight back knowing what Bond knows. So it's like, makes it all feel a little bit pointless. But I wish it was a little bit more traditional, and I wish they didn't do that perspective shift. And the reason they're doing it is because of, what is revealed to why, but it just takes so much of the sheen and the charm off this scene. And it's like, I just wanted to enjoy it. And I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it at all. But it's like, it didn't feel right. I remember watching this scene in the cinema and being like, that doesn't feel right. Sipping my Bloody Mary or whatever, Bloody Mary Goodnight, whatever it was.
Oh no! No, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's just it's not quite there. And also, Andrew Scott's not great, but we'll save that for later.
Yeah, especially the way they ended Skyfall, where he's there and he's like, "With pleasure, sir, with pleasure." It's all back there, and then that's how they introduced the first briefing scene.
Yeah, like that relationship just isn't there. The point in Bond, and I don't want to go into this too much, I already talked about it a lot, but the point in M and Bond's relationship is that they do trust each other and respect each other. They just like, Bond's a bit more out there and aggressive and stuff, and M's a little bit more straight, but they do have this middle ground. You don't get that from this scene. It's just Bond being like, he, I was on holiday. Oh, but it's like Bond does trust M in the other films, but in this one, it feels like, why is the first scene a disconnect between the two in this way? Like, why is that it? Like, that's not the relationship. Even with the reboot of the relationship we got in Skyfall, that wasn't the relationship. So why are we doing it straight away? I'll leave it there. But again,
Okay.
a lot of this stuff just feels off, and it feels like they shouldn't have approached it this way for this first scene. And I think the Bond and M relationship isn't there. But again, it's not bad. It's just like, it's not right.
Yeah, it's not right. That scene ends with M telling Bond he needs to go report into see Quartermaster, but actually doesn't do that straight away. We see Bond walking across a building in London, kind of a open square, and as he's walking across, Moneypenny comes up, walks up alongside him, and she's got a box of things, and she tells him it's a forensic have come back and released a box of personal effects that they've recovered from Skyfall, from the mess that happened there in the last film. So she goes to give Bond this box of stuff, but he says no, do it later, come back to my place at 9 p.m. And yeah, almost kind of invites her for a nice little date in a way. She just kind of stands there being like, oh, okay, fine. And we jump straight to it, actually. We see Bond from outside. It's nighttime, and Bond is watching outside his window. He's got a nice house in London, as you would assume. And the door goes, and there's Moneypenny. She comes in, got the box, and she looks around. We finally see sort of what Bond's house looks like, or where he would live. And not much is in there. She looks around and asks him, have you just moved in? And kind of almost offended, no. And yeah, there's like barely any furniture in there. Things still look like they're being unpacked, sort of thing. He's a very minimal man, and he offers her a drink. She says no, she's not staying. And she gives him the box. She asks what's going on, what's all the stuff that happened in Mexico. Everyone's talking about Bond at MI6 and how he's gone one step too far this time. He's finished. As if you haven't heard that before with Craig's Bond. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Is he really finished?
This is the one that did it, folks. He stopped a bomb in Mexico, and everyone's like, oh, that 007, no.
I can't believe it.
Not James.
Yeah, I did sort of roll my eyes when she said that. And anyway, then she says, I think you're just getting started. But yeah, she sort of starts to prod about what happened, and oh, you must have a secret. I think you've got a secret, but you don't trust anyone. And as she's saying this to him, Bond is sat down on one of his chairs, and as she says that, he grabs a remote and just turns on the TV next to him. And on the TV pops up a video of M, but not that M, the old M, Judy M.
Bernard, no. Oh.
Yeah. No, it's Judi Dench M. She made this little recording.
It's Judi Dench M.
Judi Dench M. And it's a message from her that she was given to Bond. And she says, basically, to find a man called Marco Sciarra and kill him. And not to miss the funeral as well. So, yeah. She, as they say, she didn't even let death stop her doing her job, because she got that not long after her funeral. Sorry, Bond got that from her not long after her funeral, and says that the funeral for Sciarra, the man that we just saw pushed out the helicopter, is in 3 days' time in Rome. And so with that, Bond goes up and asks Moneypenny for help, asks her to look up information about the Pale King, to be his mole in MI6, because obviously he's now out of action in that regard. She asks why does he trust her, and he says instinct, which, don't know, yeah, kind of just didn't really mean much, but yeah. That's that. Off she goes, and this little scene in Bond's flat ends with him looking through the box of stuff that Moneypenny delivered, lots of paperwork and things like that, and at one point he is sitting on the sofa and he opens this kind of paper wallet, and inside is a letter, and it's a letter of his guardianship, which I'm sure if you paused it would have quite a lot of interesting information, but it's just basically about what happened when his parents died and yeah, who became his guardian. And he looks at that, and it's all kind of charred around the edges and everything from the explosion at Skyfall. And he also looks at a photo next to it as well, which is a photo of him as a child, standing next to a man. And there's also a third person there, but they're all burned away. You can't see who it is. And
I assumed that was his mum watching it this time. I forgot who was in the picture. So that's weird that Bond's mum got burnt out. Was there a twist coming? But no, it's not quite
No. But he does look at the photo sort of takes in something from that. Clearly means something to him, and he just sort of sits back, and that's where the scene finishes.
So
I don't really have
what
much
do you
to
think
say.
about what do you think about the Judi Dench message? I suppose.
I'm in two minds about this because I kind of like that they have this element of like, oh, she was so prepared, and even though she died, she had all these things ready to go. But then also, I'm kind of like, I kind of wish that they had just left her alone now. Like she had a good send off in the previous film. I don't know. Like I guess it's kind of showing that she had this connection to Bond. She was willing to tell him things outside of the official remit, and has faith in Bond to do these things. But then it also just makes me think, well, why did this never come up before? But I don't know. I'm overthinking that element of it. I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine that they needed to have this plot start from somewhere. But would I have wished it was someone else? Maybe. I don't know. I just think leave Judy alone now.
I don't know. I liked it. I think I liked it because it's this and only this. Like it's one scene where they look at a message, and it's just her saying like 2 lines, and that's it.
Yeah.
I think if it was any more, like she left clues. She left clues all around the earth. I have to
turn into the national treasure or something.
He goes on a hunt in the pyramids. There's another message from M. You've done well, 007.
Oh no, that I would love to watch actually as a spin-off.
Around the world in 80, I don't know, M's or something. I don't know.
M's, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
That'll work.
Yeah, we can make that fit. But no, I like it because it's that brief. The thing is, like, a lot of this scene was used for the trailers a ton. So, like, the Moneypenny line about not trusting anyone, huge trailer line there. And
Yeah.
she's like, you've got a secret that you won't tell anyone because you don't trust anyone. But the secret is then just, oh, M told me to go and look up this Marco guy. So it's not, that's kind of it. I guess you could construe that the secret is something else, but it's just it's a very trailer line. And even the M stuff, I think they showed in all the trailers as well. Like the message, I don't think they hit that at all.
Oh, really?
I
can't
don't
remember
think
the
so.
trailers.
I'm sure that was
That's
in the trailer.
interesting.
I need to go back and watch it, but no, I think it's decent. Again, I don't really like this idea of Bond hiding this stuff, and we having to get this like reveal of he's on a secret mission that Judi Dench M gave him. But yeah, I guess I don't like how that plays out, but I like the idea of this message kind of being led. And again, if we're going to talk about trust, of course, Bond would trust Judi Dench's M. Like, of course he would, and that she would have this info. But the question it raises for me is like, so what's the time frame between Spectre and Skyfall? Because it feels like it's like a month, maybe 2.
Oh. Something tells me that there's something in the film that you could help gauge this, but I've now completely forgot what it was.
Bond in this scene mentions about I've been tracking this guy ever since, so it's not like a week. But I get the impression that, if he's been focused solely on this, I don't know. I get the impression it's maybe like 2 months, something like that. Like, it doesn't feel like it's been a long time, especially if Moneypenny's only just giving him items from Skyfall. That makes it feel a little bit closer. And I doubt that would be gone for like a year. And also what's going on with the MI6 building.
Yeah, that's
like
it.
that wouldn't take a year or more to do what they're doing. So I'm assuming it's about 2 months, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so yeah, I still think it's pretty good. I just wish that the story elements maybe aren't as strong. But I still like the idea.
I don't know how I feel about another situation where Bond is outside of MI6. But then I guess the argument is that MI6 is also in jeopardy as well, so they're kind of all eventually put in the same situation. I think it's that idea. It's the aftermath of the Skyfall ending where, as we just said with the briefing scene, I was expecting it to be a little bit more back to normal, but we're already going again with the whole, you're on your own, Bond, or not, maybe not you're on your own, but this isn't just a regular type of film now where you go out, save the day, come back sort of thing. I think it would have been nice to have that, and it's also, we don't really get that in the next one either. So it's like Craig never really had that in a way, which is a bit sad. But it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah, like it's just how they decided to play out the Craig era, where there's not a lot of classic Bond. Instead, it's kind of like reinventions that kind of are like tied together of these like core moments. And it does kind of mean, Skyfall had those potential eyebrow raising stuff about the age stuff, which again I think is fine in the end. But this one also has that saying like they're trying to shut down the Double O program. We got that instantly in the first scene of them talking about that. And it's kind of like, well, isn't that what happened last time? Wasn't there a shootout in a court that kind of proved that maybe they're kind of worthwhile? Why are we? So yeah, it's unfortunate. But like you say, like, if this really would have worked a lot better if there was a film between Quantum of Solace and Skyfall, which was a more classic Bond adventure, and if there was a more classic Bond adventure between Skyfall and Spectre, and then these films maybe would have that weight behind them and it would kind of make sense. But it's just not how they did Craig's era. They focused on the big stuff. It was probably smart considering like they got 5 films and there was no way they were going to get to like 6 or 7. But it's just how it played out.
Yeah.
So after that, we cut to a shot on the Thames looking up at the partially destroyed MI6 building from the last film. I remember when I first watched this film, the stuff with that building never really clicked with me fully. It was only later where I kind of put it all together how important that building is. And I don't know, for some reason it never clicked. But yeah, that's the building from the last film with a big old hole in it. Tanner and Bond are on like a speedboat going along the Thames. And they're looking up at the boat. And Tanner says, it's going to be destroyed in a week. It's cheaper to knock it down than it is to simply rebuild it and repair it. And Tanner says they're spending all the money they're saving by knocking it down on the big old new building. It sees new digs, which I'm like, yay, new digs.
How do they have that phrase in both films?
Yeah, but Bond says it, unfortunately, not Tanner.
Yeah.
But somebody likes the phrase new digs.
Really, yeah.
I've never heard that outside of Bond, I don't think. Like, hey, man, I just moved into my new digs. Do you want to come hang out? Have some pizza? Like,
nice new digs, man. Yeah.
I guess it does. I think it's real, but like,
yeah,
if it's real, it's from like Beavis and Butthead or something. Like it's from the 90s, not like
I think it's the
10s.
It's the writers maybe showing their age there. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah. So I can't remember. There's like a whole name for this thing, which I never wrote down because it was super complicated. But it's some sort of like intelligence agency, blah blah blah. So this is like a giant building for that. It's like not quite a skyscraper, but it's like a very modern looking, all made of glass. A lot of the stuff we saw in Shanghai last time is one of those, which I'm assuming they just CGI'd this building on. I'm fairly certain that building isn't real.
Yeah.
That Bond asked Tanner, like, what do you know about C? And Tanner says C wrote a paper on how drones could do all the work of 00 agents, so they're not needed anymore. And he also says that C went to school with the Home Secretary. And then Tanner kind of explains that in 3 days there's going to be a conference in Tokyo to kind of vote on like this security bill. Again, they throw a lot of words out here and you don't really need to pay attention to them. But like the words like intelligence and security and data and stuff get very lost in all this like gobbledygook, like mumbo jumbo, like explanation stuff. So it's like cyber stuff. It's all that sort of thing. But there's some sort of vote. I don't know if they say the 9... or what's it called? The 9 something.
Oh, what? 9 Eyes.
9 Eyes. I don't know if they say 9 Eyes here, but it's like these countries as part of the 9 Eyes are having a conference in 3 days in Tokyo to vote whether they like combine their security forces and share data across these countries. So they then kind of like go underground a little bit. So they're still on the river, but there's like this kind of concrete bit on the side that allows them to go underneath. And they get off the boat, or they're about to get off the boat, and Tanner talks about how there was a train bombing in Hamburg, and there was some sort of industrial explosion in Tunisia, and all these events are playing into C's hands, and it's helping C get what he wants, and M is feeling the pressure of all this. So they get off the boat, and they start going through like some underground tunnels. Tanner explains to Bond that Q didn't feel at home at Whitehall, in the new place that MI6 is set up. So instead he set up shop here, away from prying eyes. And he says, Q has something special planned for you. So Bond and Tanner enter, and it's like a Q branch area, really. It's like a big concrete place, and there's stuff on the table. There's a lot of gizmos and gadgets, I suppose. You don't really go into details with those, but there's like stuff being worked on. So Bond sees a gun and just goes up to the gun and starts picking it up and playing with it. And Q says, 007, please excuse the mess. And he just takes the gun off Bond, puts it down. Is like, shall we get started? So we cut to Bond being strapped down to a chair. And like Q is like strapping something over one of his arms. And it like scans his arm and we see an X-ray appear on the screen. And Q then says, you may feel a small prick. And then he gets kind of injected with something and Bond kind of screams and he's like, and Q says, we've put smart blood made out of nanomachines into your system so we can track your location wherever you are. And he also says that we can monitor your vitals as well, anywhere you are as well. And these are orders from M to do that. So then Bond just smiles and is like, I completely understand. Of which Q looks a bit taken back. He was expecting a fight, but that doesn't happen, which, again, don't like that. But we cut to Bond and Q like standing in front of these big, large doors inside the facility, and they open up and they look at a car, and it's like I don't know if you see it properly. I think you do, but it's like quite a very fancy Aston Martin. It's a brand new Aston Martin. And Q starts giving all the usual stats about it, saying all the, how fast it is and all these gadgets. And Q says, we were going to give the car to you, but you've been grounded, so it's been reassigned to 009. And Bond looks a bit sad or a bit taken aback by it. And he's like, well, what do you have for me? And Q says, here's a watch. And Bond says, does it do anything? So Q says, it tells the time to help with your punctual issues. So Bond puts it on, but then Q also does drop the hint saying, the alarm is rather loud, if you know what I mean. So they then walk off and they walk past the sash, like the frame of the DB5. And the one that was destroyed at Skyfall. So Q says, I believe I said to bring it back in one piece, not just one piece. And he laughs to himself, but no one else does.
I laughed.
I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was all right. Compared to some of Bond's lines, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So Bond then goes up to Q and says, can you do me a favor? I need you to make me disappear. And Q says, well, I answer to M, and I have a mortgage and 2 cats to look after. So Bond says, well, if you want to take care of your 2 cats, you better trust me. So Q then kind of steps back and says a bit louder, saying, now, the smart blood is in the developmental stage, so there may be a drop in coverage in the first 24 hours. Bond gives him a little bit of a stare. So Q's like, 48 hours, I mean. So Bond says, I'll send you a postcard, of which Q says, please don't. And that's your Q scene. So, again, a lot more, I guess, traditional. Like, it's not that crazy compared to the other ones. It is just Q taking Bond through this. He gets his gadgets. We see some gadgets in the background. It's got that concrete feel of the original kind of Q branch that we had, which is quite nice. We don't have a load of people in the background doing random stuff, which is probably for the best.
No weird explosions or inflatable things going on. But
no.
I guess that would look a bit strange.
Yeah. But I still thought it was decent. It was interesting that, again, Q in this film doesn't just try and do what Desmond did. He doesn't do a ton of the lines, although I'm sure there's some you could equate to it. And he doesn't treat Bond in the same way, and you get some few twists on there. Again, I do think some of these lines don't really work quite so well in terms of like the humor, but I think that's like a common problem throughout this film, where there's quite a lot of humor in it, but to me, I thought a lot of it kind of fell quite flat, and it's no different for this scene. But still, I think it's for them trying to do the Q scene again and do it quite classic. I think it works well enough.
Yeah, I really like this kind of interpretation of the Q bunker. I know we had a bit of this in the previous film, but it was kind of like that temporary thing, whereas, I don't know, this one felt a lot more as if this would be actually where he would be. And I think with this one, I'm trying to remember what my thoughts were on Q in Skyfall. They weren't necessarily bad. I think just that introduction to him, and we didn't really get too much from him. I think this time I really warmed to Q in this scene. Partly because of the little laughing at his own joke stuff. I think that is setting him up as this sort of nerdy little character, but quite lovable in a way. And I even didn't mind the whole like smart blood stuff, even though it sounds really film mumbo jumbo stuff. It's like, oh, that's no different than what they did in like, Casino Royale. It's just a different way that they're doing it. And believe me, when it comes to nanotechnology, we're going to go a lot worse soon. So it's fine. I'll happily take this being where they draw the line. The thing that I thought was quite interesting though is like they completely did a 180 on that whole exploding pens. We don't really go in for that anymore. So actually, nah, we do.
Not pens. I got this watch.
I didn't say watches, did I?
You got us there.
So yeah, we are still getting those slight retro gadgets where something would explode. Not the craziest thing by any means, but yeah, I just thought it was funny that they made a point of that in the previous film, and then immediately like, oh, actually, it'd be cool if Bond did have a gadget. So Q can just give him a watch. It's fine. No one will care, but I care. I remember the line, Sam Mendes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a bad line in Skyfall, so I'm glad they said, we'll just push that aside, and here we go, here's a watch.
That's what you get for having a stupid line in Skyfall.
Yes. But again, the smart blood stuff, I think, is like, this film in particular, arguably this started maybe in Skyfall, is where like Bond is showing it, like the Bond franchise feels quite out of touch in terms of tech, as a whole. I mostly feel that in this film with the sea stuff and how that stuff plays out, but I feel that a little bit here with the nano blood. It feels like it's, yes, obviously Bond has new gadgets and stuff and they're meant to be a little bit silly, but again, I feel like they're almost trying to have a proper point to all of this stuff and supposed to be mimicking tech in the real world but going a little bit beyond. But I don't know, it feels out of touch. Like, it feels like it doesn't quite, like they need somebody on staff who's like a big old tech nerd who can come up with these really fun, cool ideas. But it's almost like they don't have that, so they're just like, nano machines, smart blood, whatever, inject him. I don't know. But like, it's fine, and I think it works as quite a nice evolution of, as you say, the Casino Royale stuff, where it was like, well, that was a terrible idea, so just give him the old smart blood. that'll work instead. But yeah, again, some of this stuff with the gadgets, it feels like in the Craig era is where they just kind of fell out of touch and they were no longer kind of cool anymore. It was almost like they were lagging behind. But most of that is with the sea stuff, to be fair, not so much this gadget stuff.
They should have called it iBlood.
iBlood.
Get a new sponsor in.
That could have worked.
That could have worked. Do they still have Sony? Is Sony still in this?
Oh, definitely.
I didn't even look at the laptops, to be honest. I'm sure they were all still Vios, right?
Oh, that's a good point, actually. I wasn't thinking of the laptops, but I know Sony was still very heavily involved with this film because of, all the email leaks regarding it.
Oh, right, of course.
That was this film.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Very expensive, so it was.
But no, yeah, I guess my kind of overall opinion is I like that scene and I liked Q. I like the whole two cats and the mortgage stuff. It is a very different path they're going down with this Q, and they're just sort of continuing that by making him just like a normal guy to an extent. He just wants to get on with his job and feed his cats. So fair play to him.
Yeah. So this follows with some aerial shots of London, and we see Moneypenny enter her office, and she sees like a lily is on her desk. I think it's a lily. I'm not a flower person, but it looks like a lily. And a box, and it's like a small gift box, and she opens it up and it says, "Thank you, Jay," on it. And there's like an old phone in there. Not like super old, but like an old mobile phone. I think it's still got a colour screen, so it's not too old, but clearly some sort of older phone. So Em then enters and walks through the office, and there's some sort of joke here where it's like, oh, who's that from? And I think Moneypenny says like, oh, some old admirer or something like that, some admirer. And Em's like, oh, it's not your birthday, is it? And she's like, no, sir. And then he walks out and Moneypenny says, that was last week.
Oh.
And everyone claps and laughs and bow, 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 bow.
I that was the one that did land for me. I guess it's just because it's, I don't know, you get this idea of MI6 being, oh, it's spies and everything. And then it's like, oh crap, it's someone's birthday. Where's the card? Have we got the collection? Like, I don't know. And then M forgetting, I could see that.
What sort of cake? Birthday. I don't know. I never know what to get for the cake.
Right, the cake's been in the kitchen now for 3 days. No one's cleaned it up and it's starting to go bad. Can someone please take ownership of the cake? That's
P.S.
what will
I'm
happen.
not doing it.
A really passive-aggressive email will go around.
Yes, as it should. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny. I think it felt a little bit off for me because it's like we don't have a good sense of Moneypenny and Q's, or not Q, Moneypenny and M's relationship yet, which I guess you don't see a massive amount of that in the original film. So I guess it's fine. But it's almost like they're kind of playing off this relationship, this implied relationship about like boss and employee. But it's like, well, we've never seen that. So it felt a little bit off. But as you say, the line's fine. It was just like, oh, I guess M doesn't get presents for Moneypenny for her birthday. That's rude. Like,
Yeah.
I guess that's a thing. Is that Tanner's job? Did Tanner chip in? I don't know. He is chief of staff, so.
Yeah, that's definitely Tanner's job.
Oh yeah, Tanner dropped the ball on that one. So we cut back to Q, and he's still downstairs, but somebody else is there with him, and he's saying, "Oh, 009 is here to pick up the car." So Q opens up the big doors to reveal the car, but the car is gone, and there's a bucket with some champagne in it. I'm not sure what type. It could be anything. I'm not too sure. And Q just has a little swear to himself.
Now, my question is, I was trying to think of this as I was watching the film because I got slightly distracted in the previous scene back with Q when you mentioned about 009. 009 the clown?
Yes.
Is that 009?
Yep.
Every time? Because that's all I can think about now. Is it just he comes in as this giant clown outfit still on. It's like, oh, 009, we got you a new car. And it's a clown car.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say he gets in the Aston and like 20 other clowns get in the back. Like they all just cram in.
It's like a squeegee horn sound effect.
Yeah. Well, that sort of stuff. But no, I think 009 is probably the most referenced other 00 agent. Whenever they need to reference one, they usually go 009.
Because was Alec 009?
No, he was 6.
He was 6. Oh, okay. Right.
So obviously he's the most iconic one because he was the villain of that film. But I feel like, yeah, we had 009 as the clown, but I'm sure he gets referenced elsewhere as well. So it kind of made me laugh when they say 009. That almost feels deliberate to pick that number because he is usually the one also kind of doing stuff. Mm-hmm. And also it gave me like, just referring to 00 agents, it made me think of Thunderball, which is like one of the kind of key iconic Spectre films. So I thought that was kind of nice. Whether it was deliberate or not, the idea of bringing back the idea of referencing other agents, it made me, at least maybe not specifically Thunderball, but, you know, this is about Spectre, and referencing other agents I feel like was very a key part of that era. So I'm glad they did it. It was nice.
You know, I completely forgot to mention this at the beginning. I'm going to very quickly go back. The Day of the Dead stuff, the parade, yeah, I forgot to say, like, that was big Thunderball vibes there with the creepy... Yeah. Well, no, that one wasn't creepy. I'm thinking of Moonraker. But there's a whole scene where they're chasing through a parade just like that. So, yeah, I think you're right there. There's definitely some similarities to be made. But yeah, so after we know that Bond's nabbed the car, we see him in the car. We're in Rome. He's heading to the funeral that we just heard about through Judi Dench. And it's the Aston Martin DB10, so it's twice as good as the DB5.
Oh, yeah. Twice as fast.
Twice as fast. And you get a quick look at Bond looking at some of the gadgets that are on offer. And it's quite, it's not very flashy. I think you learn later on that this is a prototype. So it's not like there's all these screens and stuff. It's literally just these flick switches and, some say air and exhaust and stuff like that. But, there's just a little tease of them. We don't actually see what they do quite yet. Because Bond heads to the funeral. And, at first he is kind of looking from afar at all these people coming out of a church, I guess, and particularly focusing on a woman who's walking behind the coffin, dressed in black, so it's going to be the widow.
I feel like you did that on purpose. It's hard, like, sorry to interrupt, but you cursed me with this "a woman" thing. Like, you did this. And I feel don't tell me you weren't thinking that when you said that.
No, not at all.
I bet you were.
I was.
Such a liar.
Maybe a part of my brain which we'll get drilled into later, that's where it is stored.
Yes, he doesn't recognise it anymore. That felt like it, though. I don't know, we'll clip that. We'll play that back.
Slow motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just kind of watching it all unfold. He's looking very dapper, by the way. Like I did put like it's like very stylish looking Bond in Rome. He looks got this big coat on. He's got the sunglasses on. Definitely looking the part. And yeah, the scene moves on to another part of the funeral where they're outside now and they're kind of in the section with all these columns, and I guess there's some sort of rite going on because there's a priest over there and the woman's still there and there's a big crowd of people. Bond's at the back kind of watching all this, and there's a man. It sort of kind of focuses a little bit on this man that's obviously got his back to Bond. He's facing what's going on. But he kind of, like the camera focuses on him and stays on him a bit. And at one point, he sort of slowly turns his head slightly. And it's almost as if he knows that he's being watched. And yeah, it's all very mysterious what's going on here.
I found that so cool rewatching it because I completely forgot that happened. And I'm just like, oh, he's right there. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It was a really nice little small moment.
Yeah, exactly. I really liked it too because it's just very understated. It's all you need to show, just a little tweak of it. But yeah, eventually the funeral ends and everyone starts to leave, apart from the widow. Kind of got a black veil over her head, over her face, and so Bond walks up to her and starts to say, sorry for your loss, and she asks him, did you know my husband? And he says yes, briefly or something like that, and she asks him what he does, to which he replies that he works in life insurance. Then I can't remember how this all plays out. It kind of makes a point about too late for your husband. Sort of. Is that what he says?
Yeah, I think she kind of says that. It was like, oh, I work in life insurance, and she says like, oh, it's too late for my husband.
Oh, that's
Bond
right.
says it's not too late for you. I hear widows have a very short life expectancy.
Yes, that's it. And hearing that, she obviously gets a little bit taken aback by that. Can't you see I'm grieving? She asks. And I really like the way that Craig delivers. He just kind of looks at her and just goes, no. Kind of very just like point blank, just no, can't see you're grieving. And as he says that, some men kind of appear behind the both of them in the distance, dressed in black. Obviously not very good men, and she takes that as her cue to leave, and so she walks off, and so does one of them, I think, or Bond just turns around, gives a little wave to one of the men that's standing there watching him. So yeah, this by the way, I forgot to mention this woman is played by Monica Bellucci, and I remember that one of the things before this film came out is how like, oh my goodness, Monica Bellucci is going to be one of the oldest Bond girls ever, and that's just there was a lot of focus put on her being in this film because obviously, as it tends to be, the Bond girls are usually quite young, and I mean she's not old by any means. I think she was probably coming up to 50 when this was filmed.
Because I think she is officially the oldest, and I think it was 50. Bang on.
Yeah, which is kind of saying something, but there you go. That's just women in Hollywood, I think, which is unfortunate. But yeah, there was definitely a point of like, oh my goodness, that's Monica Bellucci, which I didn't really know much about her. And she's apparently a big famous actress, but I didn't actually know much, to be honest with you.
No, I didn't recognize her at all. But it's nice that they're doing that. That makes sense. This scene is, I didn't think a massive amount of it watching it, but now talking about it and thinking about it again, this was just cool. Like just how quiet this all is, and the fact that they're kind of doing this service, and you mentioned about the pillars, but the bloody pillars, people, like this is all about the pillars. It's all grey stone with these massive pillars, and this service is taking kind of place between them with Bond just watching from the side. But did you take it that because obviously there's this mysterious person and there's like we find out there's kind of this plan playing out, when I was thinking about afterwards, or when I was watching it because I know how it goes, that the guy almost like commanded everyone to leave the widow alone.
Oh.
Like intentionally, so Bond could go and talk to her. Because it happens in this perfect synchronized way, and we know where this leads. So I feel like that's almost... And we see a lot of other things of like people doing things in sync. So I feel like this is kind of setting that up.
I didn't put those two and two together, but I like that interpretation. The power, yeah.
That's what I got from it. Like, obviously, this person is powerful, as we find out, so he can do that. But I like the idea. It's like almost too perfect the way they all just kind of leave. But I'm just like, well, no, that's cool. That ties into what happens in the rest of the film, where like there's almost this synchronization of people doing these actions, and it's like that's cool. I love that stuff. So especially with this setting, just it's such a small scene at the end of the day, but I think this stuff is really cool.
Yeah, yeah. The standout bit for me, I said it, but I was just gonna say it again because it really does play to. We were just saying about Craig can't really do the quips as well. That's not his forte as Bond, but he can when he wants to. There's just really great deliveries he can do. When he does say that no about grieving, it was like, oh, like that. I don't know. That really felt so Bond to me, and just kind of analyzing her and just like saying it out like that. I really love that moment, and I think this whole little funeral scene is really well put together for what it actually is. It's a lot more memorable than it has any right to be. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. The no is surprising because you don't expect it. But once he says it, it starts then clicking into place. Like, oh, okay. But as
Yeah.
we know from Casino Royale, because Pond says, I'm very good at reading people, that this is just something he can do. And the
Yeah.
fact that he is just like, no, and doesn't, and just kind of points that out quite bluntly that, yeah, you're right. Very cool. Very suave. Very suave.
For sure. So we then see it's later on at night, and a car is pulling up to this big, beautiful villa, big, beautiful house, and it's the lady. I can't remember if she's ever named.
Oh, she must be.
I kept on just calling her. Actually, I put Window in my notes. Meant to be Widow, but I don't know what her name is.
I went with Widow as well. Yeah.
Widow. Okay, I'll stick to Widow. But yeah, it's the widow getting out and entering the house, and we see her enter the house and turn the lights on. She's still got her kind of funeral outfit on and in her high heels, and it's all very, very moody. It's all kind of like the lights are on, but it's still very dark, and it's very grand looking interiors, very fancy or very ornate as she's walking through. But yeah, she turns on the lights, pours herself a drink. There's a little bar nearby, and yeah, grabs a drink and starts to walk kind of towards the camera down through the house. And as she does that, she lets her hair down and has a few sips of the drink. And as this is all happening, music wise, you get this classical music start to play. I looked it up because I wasn't even sure. I don't know if it was like some famous track or something. All I gleaned from it is it by Vivaldi, but that kind of gives you an impression of the sort of music that's playing. It's
like
all
opera, right? It's opera vocals. It's classical
like
music, but it's very
aria.
vocal, like it's that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but it's kind of brooding. It's quite dark to it. There's a definite tension as this music is playing, and she's walking through the house. And as I say, that there is some lights, but it's still very, very dark. And as she's walking through, you see some figures kind of standing by the doorways in the shadows behind, and as she walks in front of them, they start walking up behind her, and it's all kind of creepy, and you kind of get the idea, you know what's going to happen, and she knows what's going to happen with all of this. She's just walking with her drink, walking out into the garden eventually, and there she is on the grass, and she's got a drink, and then we see kind of camera like facing her, the men in the background with the guns, pulling up their guns as if they're about to aim and shoot, and she's closing her eyes, waiting for getting killed. And just as it's about to happen, there is a silenced gun that takes out both of these men behind her, and they fall to the ground, and she's still there waiting. And it's Bond, of course. He comes up and walks up beside her, and she kind of finally looks around and realizes that he's there, and says that there's no use. There'll be more coming for her. All you've bought me is 5 minutes more. And to that, Bond says, time for a drink. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I joke, but like that is, I really liked this scene. I just think kind of the composition of it, and I really do think it is the music just really pulls it together. Really has that growing sense of tension to it, and I just think the way it was shot was quite clever, where it has that movement to it and these figures appearing behind. For for what is ultimately like it's a very, very sad thing that is obviously happening, but shot very tastefully and very, very artfully done. Yeah, I was quite impressed by this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Sam Mendes special, as I already mentioned with this
Sam
film,
Mendes special.
where it's like, it's a very basic scene, and it is, again, stuff that we've seen similar versions before. Men are trying to kill somebody, Bond intervenes and kills them first to get information. Very to the point Bond. Nothing really interesting about that. So instead, they just kind of shoot it in this very stylized way, have these kind of, very big but brooding, like classical opera music playing. And just, the as you say, the way it's shot, the fact that, you kind of get this sense, we already got the sense that something is wrong in the tension from the last scene, that carries over to this one. And what would normally be a widow coming home to grieve at our house, instead you kind of put it together that she knows she's about to be killed. So all she does is put on some music she likes and just gets a drink and just kind of marches through the house. But the kind of power that exerts from these people, where they're just very calm and collected, she's very calm as well. It's just like, it just kind of sells it all so well. So it just kind of injects so much into this scene, which is quite basic, by just having this, just the way the camera follows her. She never turns around. She always goes straight and then just stops at the pool, kind of enjoys her last drink, and then just waits to be killed. And they do a really great job making you kind of feel that presence, or the presence of the people behind her, and understanding what's going on. It's like, again, face of it, very basic, but Sam Mendes he doesn't get everything right in this film, definitely not, but he can still kind of put together a really great, interesting scene for, once again, like the funeral scene, doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's probably not what you're going to be thinking about after watching the film, but some of this stuff works really well. Really, really enjoyed it as well.
Yeah. That's kind of a shame then we have to go on, because then after that, they're inside. They go back inside, and as Bond says, it's time for a drink. So he's pouring some champagne in a couple of glasses for the both of them, and she asks about her husband and Bond's relationship with him, and kind of reveals that Bond killed her husband. To which she slaps him because Bond, by doing that, has signed her death warrant. She was safe in the knowledge that she wouldn't reveal anything being with her husband, and now she can't trust anyone, and they'll eventually end up dying together because of the situation they're now in, people coming after them. And as this is happening, Bond is kind of walking towards her. She's walking backwards, eventually up to a mirror that's on the wall, a big mirror, and at some point she asks who he is, and you get the line about Bond, James Bond, and it's like growing sexual tension there, and he's holding her and starts to kiss her, and starts to ask about the Pale King, and if she knows anything about that, to which she says no, and is sort of, falling for him as he's kissing her neck and everything, and starts to talk about the power these people have. And actually that there is a meeting being held. They hardly ever meet, this organisation that her husband was part of, but there is going to be one tonight to choose his replacement at midnight, she says. And with that, by this point, Bond has pretty much undressed her, and that they get on with it.
They get on with it.
They get on with it, yeah. And afterwards, you see she's in bed, and Bond is scribbling a note on a bit of paper on the bedside table, and he's just explaining that he has contacted Felix, a friend from the CIA, to come and take her to the embassy. So he's not just leaving her high and dry, because he's going to go off to that meeting that she mentioned about, and he's just about to leave, and she says, "Don't go, James. Where you're going, they have no mercy." And he says something in Italian as he leaves, but obviously, I don't know what that is, and that's that. And I mentioned about, unfortunate that we have to move on, because I think it's such a strong start to the scene, and I don't know, just all kind of left, all sort of gone with this next bit. I just didn't, I don't know. They always have to have these things, I suppose. Bond seducing someone and trying to get information, and it's stuff that we've seen before, but it all just felt a little bit, Yeah, I don't know. And I think this is the end of that character. So that's why
Yeah.
I thought it was quite interesting that it was like, this is going to be the oldest Bond girl in any Bond film. And she's in 3 scenes. And that's it. It's like, we want to have older women, but not for too long. Get Leia Sadu on. Come on, we need someone younger. So like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Just seemed a little bit half-assed in terms of if they were going to do this, and a bit of a waste.
Well, that's the problem. Like, they shouldn't have hyped it up at all, because I feel like in the context of the film, it's totally fine. And I think she does a pretty good job, and I think for the story and stuff, it all works pretty well. Like, it's all pretty good. But yeah, like, this scene, it does feel very different, though, to me, because you're talking about them kissing, but they actually don't kiss for ages. Like, they're kind of just, like, breathing on each other and, like, kind of, like, moving their lips around each other a little bit. And as they talk, they're just kind of, like, breathing and stuff. And then they start kissing, and that's what then fades into them getting on with it, as you would say. So it does have a very different feel from that perspective. And yeah, it's interesting because I don't, as you say, this is it for this character. But I have a feeling you never find out what happens to her. Or if you do, I can't think of when it was mentioned.
In my head, well, before rewatching this, I thought you somehow found out that she was still killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know where I got that from, but it makes sense. Like the whole idea of every woman that Bond touches dies, as we, that comes out later on.
She dies of old age. That's what happens. She falls and breaks a hip. We got jokes.
We got jokes. Yeah, whether you like them or not.
Yeah, whether they're okay and funny or not.
But yeah, I can't remember actually hearing anything that does confirm that.
But no, I thought it would be like very soon after you hear like, oh yeah, she didn't make it, or you lost another one, James. Yeah. Maybe Green just pops up and says that line again. Haha, like, ugh, terrible. But yeah, I also kind of wonder because I want to say this is the first time you kind of hear about the organization. And as us as Bond fans, watching a film called Spectre, you're like, oh, well, it's going to be about Spectre, that secret organization. So kind of straight away in our heads, I feel like we know that there is this organization going on and that we're going to be exploring that. But I do wonder if anyone else kind of how this beginning stuff plays out without knowing that. Because really, he's just trying to find out who the Pale King is. And this is the first time we've heard about the organization. But when I watch the film, you see the ring, you see the octopus, and you know the Pale King's tied to that. So you're like, oh, Spectre. It's Spectre. But yeah, I do wonder how this comes across for someone who doesn't have that knowledge.
Yeah, or at the very least, someone who has maybe just watched the Craig films and then would think, oh, it's Quantum.
Quantum's back.
Well, yeah, like what happened with Quantum? It must be that. That's the only organization that we've seen and heard of. So, yeah, I guess it could mean different things to different people. But us Bond fans, we knew what was coming.
That's right.
Don't question me.
And we weren't happy about it.
No. Well, at the moment, I was okay. Then I get not happy about it.
So, now that the Widow has given Bond the location of the meeting, I think they do specify like a famous location in Rome, but I have no idea what that is.
That's interesting you say that, actually, because I heard it and I wrote it down. And she says the Palazzo Cardenza.
Are you doing the hand while you say that?
Maybe. And I thought, well, that sounds like a very interesting place. I'm going to Google it. Completely fake. Completely fake place. Doesn't exist. Just for the film.
Well, they shot it somewhere. That looks nice.
They shot it in England. It's fun. Yeah, it's funny that you bring that up because that was the exact stuff I was Googling before recording. Yeah. That because where they filmed it, it's some palace in England.
Oh, wow. Do you know what city? Is that like a Bath situation?
Blenheim or something like that it's called? Blenheim? Blenheim.
Blenheim, I think it might be pronounced. Yeah, that's in Oxfordshire.
Yeah, so there you go.
Wow, I might go there.
Go there.
It looks nice. But I won't be driving there in these very fancy, expensive cars. So Bond drives up to this place in Rome, supposedly, and he's in his Aston Martin, the DB10. And there's also tons of very fancy, expensive cars there. So Bond parks up. He kind of goes in between the pillars to enter the building. And there's a man who just looks like a club bouncer. And he's like, hey, identify yourself, asshole, in Italian. So Bond responds, in Italian, I'm Mickey Mouse, who the hell are you? And Bond shows him the ring. So the octopus ring that Bond stole before, I don't think he's been wearing it the whole time, but he has put it on for this. So the man sees the ring and says, like, nods and lets him in. But after doing so, he points at someone or nods at someone and they make a phone call. But we don't know what is said. So we cut to Bond going inside the building and he enters this massive hall. And it's like over 2 floors. And he's kind of like on the top floor where there's like these balconies all around the building or all around the hall. So I guess just to describe the setup, you've got this huge table in the middle on the ground floor and you've got people sitting around that table, and then you've got 1 floor up, there's balconies overlooking the table, and there's lots of people in suits around there. So we overhear some people talking about, well, evil schemes, pretty much. Just like, we're doing some evil stuff and it's going very well. Go us. And they say about, yeah, that's about it. One of them says about the completion of the Global Surveillance Initiative is coming soon, which, if you were somehow paying attention to the stuff C was saying, I think is the same thing that they were talking about there. So Bond is kind of moving around on the top floor with the balcony, kind of looking down, and suddenly, as everyone or somebody is talking, these giant large doors at one side of the room start opening. And as that happens, everyone stops talking and stands up and looks at the doors, and somebody walks in and sits at the head of the table. But this person, whoever it is all in shadow. You can't really see what they look like. But they have like 2 people behind them, and they kind of motion one over, whisper something in the ear, and all that person then does is just move a mic slightly towards him. And the man just quite quietly and calmly says, "Don't let me interrupt you." And everyone sits down. So yeah, so the person who was speaking before, she's all like, "There, the news is good. We are winning." So when I said go us, it's not actually that far away from what they're saying.
True.
So Bond is kind of staring at the man who is sitting down in the shadows and at the head of the table, just kind of trying to get a sense of who that was. So the person who's running this meeting then talks about, oh, we've got to replace Marco, I think he was called. The man in the white suit that Bond killed at the start of the film. He must be replaced. It's why they called the meeting. And as part of that, they also said that the Pale King must be terminated. So they're like, who will go to make the journey? Which was like almost a very like Lord of the Rings way of phrasing that. I don't... But yeah, they asked somebody else who looks a bit like... what's that actor called? The one who played Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight.
Oh...
It's got a jaw.
He's just disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. I know who you're talking about, though.
Yeah, he's got quite a distinct jawline. The one who played like Two-Face. But yeah, you got someone who looks like that, and he was like, I will go and make the journey. And the head of the table, the man at the head of the table in the shadows, then whispers to the man again who's near him. And then also the person who's like chairing the meeting, who just said that, then goes over to him and gets whispered to. And then he turns around and says, does anyone challenge this person for the position? So everyone kind of looks around and it's all quite quiet. And then quite a big fellow enters the room. An actor, well, Dave Bautista? Yeah, Dave Bautista? Batiste?
Yeah, him from Guardians of the Galaxy.
We're killing it today. Big man, yeah. I think he used to be a wrestler, I want to say, but now he's quite a like well-known and respected actor at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite a big fella. He was also in Gears of War. They patched him in.
Respected, but we still don't know his name properly.
Batista. I do.
I think it is Dave, but I think it is Batista. I think you're right, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he kind of walks in, and he stands next to the Harvey Dent style character. He stands next to him at the table, and they say, "Okay, please state your credentials." And he just slowly turns and he grabs the guy and smashes his head into the table. He then pulls him up by his head and uses his thumbs to pierce into his eyes. Although it looks like he's got some sort of shiny things on his thumb, like shiny thumbnails, metallic. So he like pushes them in. We start on a shot with the thumbs going into the head, but then we quite quickly cut to behind, and the guy screaming, and then he just snaps the man's neck and throws him to the floor. And he has some blood on his thumb, so he just quite calmly gets a handkerchief and wipes those off and sits down. So it's quite interesting about that scene. I don't know if you looked this up, but that was actually kind of censored just before release.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there was two things that were censored in this film, and I don't think ever became uncensored. And the first one was this, where apparently the first version of this was the camera stayed on front and you saw it all. Like you saw it stayed on the thumbs going into the eyes, and it never cut to the other shot.
Right, okay.
So I can kind of see, to be honest, I kind of probably like that change because it is a Bond film. It doesn't need to be gruesome. You get it. You see the thumbs go in, you get it. That's his thing. That's his gimmick. That's probably enough anyway.
Yeah. What was the other bit?
It was, well, I'll say when we get there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was to do with that eye gouging bit. Because I wouldn't be surprised if something that they would have censored, because to me, it's a very, I don't know exactly how an eye gouge would play out, but I'd have to imagine the person would make a bit more noise. To me, he was very quiet. Didn't really scream that much for having his eyes gouged out, and I thought maybe I don't know, if they were going to censor, they would make it a little bit less gruesome in terms of screaming or blood-curdling scream maybe. But no, okay, if that wasn't it, then that's fine.
Yeah, I can't remember the screaming all that much, but this whole scene is very quiet.
Yeah.
So maybe you could have done the screaming as a counter to that. I don't know, but they decided to keep it a bit quiet and I won't say sophisticated, but it's not quite that.
Yeah.
So he has the job. Great job for him. So the man at the head of the table, he then starts talking, and he says, "Welcome, James. It's been a long time." And we see shots of Bonds on the balcony standing nearby looking down, but the man at the head of the table isn't looking that way. He's still in the shadows, and he says, we're finally here. And what took you so long? And at that point, he then turns to Bond, and he now kind of, by turning, his face kind of comes out of the shadows, and you can now see his face, and he says, "Cuckoo."
That he does.
That he does. And we can see that this is, that we don't find out the name, but this is a very famous actor of Christoph Waltz, known for being a bit nasty.
Yeah, plays a lot of bad guys, as far as I know, although I've never actually seen him in anything else apart from this film.
Oh, have you not seen Inglourious Bastards?
I have not. No.
That's probably his most famous bad guy role, and he does a very good job in it.
Yeah.
So he says cuckoo at Bond, and the guard from before, the one who was bald, who looked like a bouncer, then is like, "Ciao, Mickey Mouse." So Bond just throws him onto the table. And then he smashes out the window and starts running away. So we then go into like a big chase scene. So this is the big, I'll just say it, like Spectre organization table scene. Sorry to spoil that if anyone couldn't figure that out. I think it's kind of obvious. But of course, this is another classic element brought back into the Craig era where we had those iconic scenes. Really not that many. I think it was just the one in, was it Thunderball? Yes, it was. Was that in Paris, I want to say?
Yeah.
And obviously over the years with like Austin Powers and things like that parodying that, it was always going to be interesting to see like if they were going to do it again, which they did here, how were they going to handle that? And I'm going to say right off the bat, when I first saw this film, this was my favorite scene in the whole film.
Oh, really?
I really love the atmosphere here. Yeah, like they treat it quite seriously. There's the lighting as well and the cinematography. It's like mood lighting, but it's like heavy mood lighting. And the way this the way this room looks and everyone's standing and talking, I kind of just love it. I think they kind of nailed it. It's very Sam Mendes, of course, but it's kind of, I guess it's still a little bit silly, but I just think it oozes atmosphere. And whenever I watch this scene, I get very much sucked into that atmosphere.
It's incredibly stylized. So it's almost kind of cartoonish in the way that it's like the figure at the end is just completely in black and the men standing next to him. And then you just have this gigantic room and it's so kind of yeah, as you say, it's just exuding atmosphere with it. Um, and I think, like, in terms of them bringing back that cliche, although as you say, it was only in a few films. I think, yeah, other films made it more of a cliche than Bond maybe did to begin with. But in terms of bringing it back, I think it was a good way of doing it. And for example, not having an electric chair or a chair that tips back to get rid of someone. Like they just had big guy come in and eye gouge. That's fair enough. The only thing that, because I remember in a previous podcast, I think it was the Quantum of Solace one, and we were talking about the opera scene there. I vaguely remember saying something about why I didn't like this one in Spectre. And when I was rewatching it, I was trying to work out what I didn't like. And I think the thing for me is it's almost, there's just too many people, I think, in this setting. Like Spectre is meant to be this, I know it's meant to be this huge organization that's everywhere and you can't avoid it and sort of thing. They're incredibly powerful. But also I feel like they are still meant to be a secret organization, and there's just an incredibly huge number of people in this room on the table and then up on the balcony and everywhere. I just feel like I would have liked it if it was a little bit smaller scale to keep that kind of mystery to it, along with the actual kind of mystery visually on screen. I don't know. That's it. That's probably what I was thinking when I was saying before how I didn't like it, and I still do maintain that position. But otherwise, I think it is a very cool introduction to the main villain and the Spectre organization.
Yeah, I can see that. I kind of like the almost the hierarchy that it establishes within this room. That they are this big, powerful organization, but there's almost like a hierarchy built into this. There's the guy at the head of the table, the one in shadow, obviously the big cheese, if you will, and then the people around the table. But there's like these very important people, but they're almost like secondary to this because they're up on the balcony. There's the ones that are super important down below, and then the ones that are separated. And I like that idea of that. I think the real reason they probably did this is so Bond could just walk around the edge and observe. Like it would be ridiculous if it was just one room and Bond just walked in and just saying, "Oh, I'm just doing just doing snacks, water. Anyone need anything? Like,
anything from the trolley?"
Yeah, I've got a few things. I don't have any Diet Cokes though. Sorry, that's my bad. I know you like them, but sorry. But so they probably did it just because of that. But I don't know. I think it kind of, I like the idea of this hierarchy within this. Like you don't get told it, but it's implied by having it separated. But having people who are still very important be up high and kind of looking down on this, I think that in itself just kind of adds a little bit of something, a more subtle detail to what this organization is about.
Yeah, that I can understand. The whole ranks of it, and also I really liked. Well, we get onto where the character eventually goes, but the main one, the one in shadow all the time, I love the way that they kind of introduce themselves by having someone do something so menial as in just moving the microphone ever so slightly closer to them, and the way that Christoph Waltz says "Don't let me interrupt you," it sounds really creepy. Like this is before you kind of hear his voice normally later on, and he does a good job of it. It really does sound like the voice that character he had very early on in the films. Just a kind of just unnatural way of speaking, and it's a pity that it doesn't carry on. Although I think it might have been harder to work in the film for a longer period of time. But as far as introductions go, I think it was a very good one.
Yeah, because like they always had it in the originals with, I won't say who this is, but I guess I'll allude to it enough that if you've listened to all the episodes, you probably know what I'm talking about. But they always had this character kind of, be in the shadows like this. And it was kind of silly. It was kind of ridiculous. So I have to applaud them for bringing that element forward and modernizing it in a way that's still very effective. Like there's just so much weight behind when he talks, and you get that from the way this is shot, the way everyone kind of reacts to him. And this is one of those where like I was saying how like I didn't like the music in the helicopter scene. This is one of those scenes that kind of reinforces to me that the music in this film is not great, because this didn't need any music and it's a lot more effective because of it. And the music, like, because they don't need any music, there's no music to kind of get in the way of the atmosphere. But I'm going a bit of a tangent there. We'll definitely get to that. I keep teasing that we're going to talk about the music. I swear we will. But this one, like, because it's so quiet, it's so deliberate. It's just, I really like it. Now, about Davey, I think that stuff's okay. You can see he's clearly some sort of henchman, and having him have this gimmick, I think all that stuff's fine. I think it does tick that box of, even though they're all very sophisticated and classy people, they're still just pure chaos and death here, and everyone just kind of gets about their day. It works from that side, but yeah, again, just okay. Like, that's not the stuff I like. I like the atmosphere. I like the weight that the character has. I like him being in the shadow. I like all that stuff with whoever is the head of this organization. The other stuff with Dave is just okay.
I would agree. Yeah, I think what isn't the character's name? I think I was Hinks. I want to say is his name. It is almost like they just needed sort of like an odd job type henchman, like someone really big, intimidating, but then ultimately, we'll talk, but it doesn't really go very far beyond that. So I think I'm with you. This is definitely not the point to dwell on with the scene. It is all about that introduction and the kind of lighting and the mood it sets. And yeah, the eye gouging stuff. That's like, as the widow said, you're crossing into a land that shows no mercy. Well, there it is in action, I suppose. So she's not wrong.
God, after watching this film, I wish I had my eyes gouged. You know what I'm saying? Oh.
That's for the poster. That's one for the poster right there.
That's for my my newspaper review I did at the time. That's what I had.
Oh,
you'll
good.
envy him. But no, like, and also just to kind of try and wrap this up, because we could be here for a while. But yeah, just that moment where Bond is standing on the balcony looking down, and he thinks he's kind of infiltrated it, but the man at the head, who's again exerting all this control without doing anything, just starts talking to James without looking at him, and you're just like, what? Like, you really feel that kind of like mystique that Bond is clearly feeling, and that's just so good. I love that moment. The cuckoo's a bit of a question mark.
Yes.
I kind of like it here. I just don't kind of like where it goes necessarily, but it's so odd. I'm just like, oh, cuckoo, all right, fine. But yeah, that moment when he turned, or where he's just talking to James while hidden, that's very cool.
Yeah, you need to stick with the cuckoo. Just let that go.
Yeah.
It'll come back.
Yeah, so I don't know if I would still say this is my favourite scene in the film. It's definitely up there. I guess I can't really think of anything that overtakes it, but yeah, this is like everything up to this point, I would say overall I've enjoyed. There's been some misfires with the plot and M and some of that sort of stuff, but everything so far I think has been pretty good.
I would agree. Yeah, thus far, there are quibbles, but nothing ruining the film. No, definitely not. Not yet.
No. So I guess I'm setting myself up to describe the next scene with that loaded statement.
Yes.
Because Bond, he throws the man on the table, everyone starts running away. He kind of gets out of the building. He very quickly just like smashes through the window, starts running on the roof. Some people are shooting at him, but he kind of just gets away very quickly. And he goes to the front of the building and he gets in his car and starts driving off. A few more people are driving at Bond because he like starts by driving backwards, and then he's being shot at, and then he spins around and he drives away. And we see another sports car follow him, and yeah, it's Mr. Hinks. Although in all my notes, I'm going to ask you this first actually. What did you call him in your notes?
Hinks.
Oh, you actually knew his name and wrote it down?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh, what a nerd.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I just called him Thumbs the whole time.
Thumbs. No.
It's like,
hey, it's all thumbs over here.
Hey, Thumbs. Well, we had Jaws, who bit people to death. Why not Thumbs?
That's true.
If this was a Roger Moore film, he would have been called Thumbs.
That's true. And then Roger Moore would have a great line about, like giving a thumbs up or something. Yeah. It would all be
like,
there.
there's got to be like hitchhiking, something there, or Thumbs. There's something there, but
there is.
But yeah, so Thumbs gets in the car and starts driving after Bond, and we go on to Bond. So we're still in Rome at night. So we see Bond getting onto one of the main streets with Hinks. I'm gonna have to call him Hinks properly, aren't I? But that's gonna be tricky because all my notes says Thumbs.
We'll forgive you if you let a few flums. I can't speak.
A few flums.
Thumbs slip. It's fine.
My notes say Bond gets onto a more modern road, thumbs right behind him. That's that's what I'm reading.
Right. Okay. There could be some problems here.
Could be. So Bond is driving through Rome. Again, he is on a more modern road at this point, and Hinks is right behind him. So Bond starts looking at the switches, the ones that we saw before in the car, like exhaust and air, and he then flips one of them, and two turrets come out of the front, but then it says the ammunition isn't loaded. And Bond's like, so he can't fire his guns because there's no ammunition. I think he might say something is a prototype, maybe, something like that. So Bond then turns off into a smaller street, and he accidentally turns the music on, and it says playing music for 009. And I can't remember what music plays, but he's all like, this is bad. It might be just some classical or something.
I think it's Sinatra.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So it should have been clown music. We all know. We all know what it should have been. Yeah. 009. Every time. Everybody loves a clown. That's a song, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Turn that
Send
off.
in the clowns.
There it is. Isn't that Frank Sinatra? Isn't that actually him?
I don't know where that's from. Although Judi Dench did sing that in a video I remember seeing. It could be that version. There we are. It's all wrapping up.
Judi Dench singing "Send in the Clowns." That's what 009 likes to listen to.
It was a Christmas present from M to 009.
Well, she got the Christmas sorted out for Mitchell first and foremost, and then 009.
Yeah, he's a clown. He'll love this. And then
That
was it. Nice MP3 for him.
Yes. So Bond drives down like a small alleyway. And he manages to turn down another street, and it looks like he's lost him. He's checking in his mirror, and the car's not there anymore. But Bond gets stuck behind quite a small and slow car. Oh no, it might be like a Micra or something. It's like a very small car. And we see in that car there's like a old Italian stereotype man singing to his Italian music. And Bond starts just getting impatient, swerving behind him, trying to get past, but can't. So he just starts ramming him. And he starts going faster and faster. So his car's going faster. They're both going faster because of Bond pushing him. And the Italian man's like, oh, mamma mia, in the front. And they go very fast. And they get to the end of the alleyway. And Bond lets that car go forward while he drives off. And the car kind of parks in a almost perfectly in a space. But it slightly knocks into a pole. So the Italian man, he initially looks relieved. But then the airbag goes off.
Oh, silly man.
Oh, goodness me. So there's quite a bit of comedy in this. Did you laugh once during this scene? Can I just ask you?
No.
Oh, mamma mia. Oh.
Mamma mia. I didn't. I try and think maybe later on in the chase, but no, nothing there either.
So we then cut to Moneypenny. So Bond calls Moneypenny, and we see she's in bed. She's on her laptop, writing something. Seems to still be working, even though it's late. And Bond kind of talks to Moneypenny, says, all the attacks are linked. The attacks in Hamburg and Tunisia, I believe, they're all linked. It was all the same organization. So Moneypenny then starts saying, I did the check of the Pale King. And I think we then hear, she walks away, but we hear somebody in bed being like, where are you going? And Moneypenny just responds it's just my boss that needs something. And Bond's like, who's that? And she's like, it's no one, just a friend. And Bond's like, at this time of night? And she's like, it's called a life. You should try it sometime.
She's not wrong.
It's not a bad point. Get some furniture first and then go from there.
Yeah.
So Bond is still kind of driving around in the car, and she then says the Pale King is Mr. White from Quantum.
Oh.
And Bond's like, of course, Mr. White.
Did you think the way he said that line was really weird?
It was very over the top for some reason. He's like, duh.
Good, because I felt that too when he said that. I was like, there's something off about his delivery there.
Yeah, we do hear this audio played later, so that might be the reason.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, they play it back. I think C plays it to him.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So that might be why, but even then, it's a very odd delivery. So she then explains that Mr. White was last seen in Austria. and gives him a location. So at this point, Mr. Hicks in the car catches up to Bond, and we see Moneypenny is just kind of like still on the phone, kind of looking in the fridge, I guess midnight snack. So Bond's still on the phone and it's just like, can you check another name? Franz Oberhauser. And check for files after his death. And she's all like, after his death? But doesn't really kind of get to go much further than that. So Bond and Hinks then reach a different road, like a bit more of an open road, and they're kind of like chasing each other, swerving side to side. They go around some corners. And I think, again, this is more like trying to show off Rome a little bit. I don't really know Rome all that well, but it does seem like some of these locations are probably quite famous. I'm trying to show that off a little bit. So they then kind of like go round and head towards the river. And they kind of go down a load of stairs and they end up driving along the river. Where I'm assuming people would normally be walking, but it's the dead of night, so nobody's there. So they're both driving along this river. But up ahead, the road is blocked by some rubble. So they kind of go up on the incline and they're both kind of at an angle driving along. And then they go back down. They only do that for a little bit. So Bond's like, well, let's try another switch. And he hits one of them and it spits a load of fire backwards at the other car. And it causes his car to catch on fire. So Bond then tries a different switch and it like straps him into the chair, like locks him all in. And it ejects him. It's basically an ejector seat. So he ejects at the last minute. The Aston Martin goes into the river, and we see Hinks park up, stop, and he just takes a look while the car is sinking into the river. And nearby, we see a load of people watching from afar, looking down. And as we're kind of behind them, we see Bond land in a parachute. And he kind of quite suavely walks forward, takes off the parachute, and there's a worker there. So he just says, good evening, and keeps on walking. So that was the Rome chase.
Yeah.
It's not very good, is it?
It's rubbish. it's really pants. I remember this being one of the things that got to me watching it the first time. And then I rewatched it and I was like, yeah, actually, that's still just as bad as I remember. And I think, well, the main reason why it's bad is that, I don't know, nothing really happens. I feel like there was something missing there, or they planned more and they just couldn't do it, or it just feels like there's a big gap somewhere for like some big stunt. And without it, it's just a couple cars driving around empty roads for a few minutes. And yeah, you get a couple of those gadget gags in there, and they're okay, I suppose, but it's really not much. And the thing I wrote down in my notes when watching this, and it's actually something I noticed for a few parts of the film, but here especially, don't get me wrong, I know it's meant to be midnight or whenever, or even later now that after the meeting, but it just feels like a movie set. It's so empty and so sort of just dead. There's a couple bits with like an oncoming truck and obviously the old Italian man, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel very grounded in anything. It just feels like, right, we've booked off these streets, let's shoot the cars driving around. And yeah, I think because of that, it just really falls flat for me, this whole bit. I did like the sort of choir element coming in and trying to add some drama, but it's like, it doesn't work when there's nothing to accompany that sort of kind of crescendo of music. Yeah, very, very strange decisions here. And I also kind of feel like they were trying to mix in a bit too much storytelling with the Moneypenny stuff, where then they just, I don't know, they don't mesh together. So kind of fails on all fronts for me.
That's, nice. Ticks all the wrong boxes.
Exactly. Yeah.
So my general theory on this, because I agree, this is when you're watching this film and you're just like, well, what was that? That was just kind of a pathetic chase. That was lame. So my general theory on this is that like they knew they wanted a chase in Rome. They kind of stuck to Rome, and they knew they wanted these sports cars driving around, and they got there and kind of like probably had all these like restrictions. Yeah. Like with Rome being such like a historic city, it was like, well, you can't have any explosions. It's like, okay, we can't crash anything. You can't have any crashes. Okay, well, you can't destroy anything. It's like, yeah, that feeling of the movie set is pretty apt, because it feels like they might have come here and just got hit by all these restrictions, which meant, well, I guess we'll just drive them around at night then, I suppose. And it just means there's kind of nothing to it. And it almost feels like they maybe had this to be a more intense scene, but after shooting it, they were like, well, that didn't go very well, or we couldn't do that. So instead, it almost feels like they tried to turn it into like a comedy scene. There is so much bloody comedy in this scene. There was a ton of jokes. The stuff with the gadget is all supposed to be a joke. The back and forth with Moneypenny is kind of supposed to be a joke. Bond at the end, when he lands with the parachute, is obviously meant to be humorous. And yeah, there's so many stuff here that's meant to be funny. And that's fine if you want to do like a comedy scene. But oh my God, none of this works. None of it's funny. So it's like, it's not an intense, exciting chase because that's clearly not what they shot. And it's also not funny, despite the fact that they have all these jokes in here. So you're just like, oh. Like, it looks decent enough with it being in Rome, but that's kind of like, that doesn't really count all that much. Like, when you're having a car chase, especially in a city, you don't really get bonus points for how it looks because you're not looking at that. Like, you get some shots of that, but you're looking at cars going fast. So you can't really inject that in there because it's too distracting. But that's my general theory on this and why it feels so flat. But they don't even have things like the cars ramming each other. I don't think they touch at any point. Like, there's no sense of Hinks actually trying to chase and stop Bond. It does legitimately feel like an episode of Top Gear where it's just following around some corners.
Yeah, it's really sad. And actually, there's a couple bits you're saying about the humour. There's a couple bits in this film where I feel like Daniel Craig is his most, or maybe not his most, but just really uncool and really not very Bondy. It's just such a nitpick. But one of the moments for me in this film is in this bit where it's that music that starts playing and it's for 009. It's just the way that Bond reacts, and just like, no! And it's just, it's like your dad or something reacting to it. I just like, oh, yeah, really didn't land for me, any of the jokes here.
Yeah, you almost expect to be like, oh, put some Led Zeppelin. That's some real music. I don't know what this is.
Yeah. Oh.
It's a massive shame because like the idea is probably all right when they're like, we'll do a big exciting car chase in Rome. And I'd be like, awesome. But that's just not what it is at all.
No, and but as I was watching, I was thinking, well, am I being unfair in trying to think back to previous car chases? And because I was like, well, why do they not use Rome more? They're in Rome, why can they not use it? And I'm sure it's why you said. But then I was thinking, well, they've been in other cities and have they used them there? So then I was thinking, like, in Paris, did they use it? In A View to a Kill, did they use Paris very well? And I'm like, well, not really. In GoldenEye, did they use St. Petersburg? More, definitely more. I suppose the thing with this is, I don't love that it's at night either. I think I get why, but I just think it makes it all very kind of, I feel like we've had all the dark, moody stuff with the scene before, and now we're seeing it even more with this chase where it's just so dark. You can't really see what's going on very much, or what there is to see isn't very interesting. And I don't know, when you're in a city, part of Bond is like showing off these locations, and I just feel like Rome didn't have any sort of justice done to it for showing it off in this film anyway.
Yeah, so like, as terrible as that chase is in A View to a Kill with the fire engine, it at least makes sense to have a chase in San Francisco.
Right.
And also in Diamonds Are Forever as well, right? Like, it makes sense in America where it's all very kind of glammy and lots of lights and stuff. It makes sense to have a chase there, like, because it's almost like it's not dark due to how insanely artificial that is, and that kind of adds something. But Rome's like this ancient city. It's like you kind of want to see it properly.
Yeah. Yeah,
like having it at night means you feel like you're kind of missing something. It's not like Shanghai in the last film where it's enhanced by the light. It's almost like brought down by that. Like, you're not seeing this stuff, and it kind of makes it feel a little bit more generic, even though they do try and like shove some Rome locations in there. But yeah, this could have been anywhere, and it probably wouldn't have changed that much in terms of like these sort of European cities.
Yeah. Yeah, so this was like the first kind of big ooh moment for me. Oh, starting to come back to me. So it begins. Anyway, let's get off that now. I think we've been moaning too long about that, Chase. So after that, we see, after Bond has landed, we see Moneypenny. Go back to Moneypenny briefly, just for a very, very quick shot of her doing what Bond asked, and she's looking up Franz Oberhauser, and you see on her laptop that she's found this news article and is having it translated. And you don't really see much because it's like obviously a lot of text on there, and it's only on screen for a very short amount of time. But the headline is just about how father and son are feared dead in an avalanche accident. And that's kind of all you really get from that at the moment. But you do see a photo of the father and son, and one of them does look a lot like a young version of the man we just saw at the big table. So Bond is clearly onto something there. But yeah, as I say, we move on quite quickly because then we're moving to Tokyo, and we're at probably some skyscraper it looks like, and this committee room where C is at the front giving an address to all of these representatives from different countries. And it's all about the passing of this security initiative, the Nine Eyes program that he's been waffling on about. And he's giving his little speech about how they should all be safer together, and this is
your language here, waffling about. He gives a little speech. I don't disagree with it, but you're so like,
I don't like C.
So revealing your hand. Oh, nice little speech that you're waffling on, C.
Yeah, and he gives a little speech and goes to sit down, and they're voting for whether this is going to pass or not, this initiative. And he goes to sit down next to M, because M's there as well, M and Tanner. And M is obviously, as he was giving the speech up, M was talking to Tanner and kind of moaning that this is all an unelected sort of power coming into play here. And as he's doing so, Tanner gets an email on his laptop, and it's an empty email which just has an attachment, and it has a BBC News article screenshot, and it says something about Rome. What would just happen in Rome? And a race ends with a splash, and it's a shot of the car in the river. So Tanner's informed about that. They then do the vote, and it's almost unanimous. It's like 8-1, I think it is. The only countries that voted against it were South Africa. So M kind of rubs it in a little bit about, democracy, sort of thing to see who's sat next to him. And then Tanner, I think he text messages M and just asks him over text, is Bond in London? Because he's just seen that news article. So after this little meeting, M is on the balcony outside, and he rings up Q to ask about Bond's location, to check in with the whole smart blood stuff that we learned about. And he's very angry, M, because more of Bond going out on his own, jeopardizing things. So yeah, he's not having any of it. He's like ringing up Q. You got 10 seconds to answer and tell me where Bond is. And Q goes and checks in his bunker. And he goes, looks at the screen of the smart blood, and it's got this big map, and you can see quite clearly it says that Bond is in Austria. I can't remember the place it actually is. Altruis, maybe it's called that. But yeah, he's there, and Q kind of thinks for a second and sees it, and then says to M instead that he's in Chelsea. Bond is safe and sound. He's in London. He's in Chelsea. So yeah, Q is covering for Bond, even though he might not really want to. But yeah, very, very. It's just a little bit about this whole Nine Eyes stuff still progressing, I suppose. Don't know if you have anything interesting to say about that.
No, not really. I mean, I guess the problem with this C stuff isn't so much what we're seeing at the moment. It kind of where it goes. So there is kind of a lot going on in the background with this plot, but it's just like, who cares? That's the problem. So like they are trying to set this up, and they clearly had an idea of what is happening in the background. You just never really connect it. Like the stuff that's going on with C, it's like, I just don't care, because there's this other story going on with Bond, which there is a connection there, and they do try and tie it together. But I think most of the C stuff falls down in like the final scene with him, because that's when you kind of realize, this has all just been a terrible waste of time. That sucks. But at this point, it's like you don't really care all that much about it, and it is a little bit messy the way it's all described about the data streams and Nine Eyes and stuff. So it's just like, I don't really kind of care about this. I do find it interesting that Q does cover for Bond, because there was that line earlier about Moneypenny saying, "You don't trust anyone, do you?" And then he clearly trusts Q. Also, like, clearly trusts her. And he probably trusts Tanner as well. They seem to get on. They've got the new digs thing. They seem to enjoy that between each other. So it's like, there's actually kind of a big list. And that's kind of a recurring thing about this, that Bond actually 100% does trust a lot of people in MI6, and they 100% have his back and want to help him out and do. But you're kind of meant to buy that he's this isolated guy who doesn't need anyone. It's like, well, that's not how that goes.
Especially not in this film. Yeah, definitely not.
If Q's all like, he's in Austria, and we'll be like, right, okay, thank you. If Q did his job, then that'll be that. But no, they're keeping secrets, they're lying for him. He constantly asks for favors, and everyone always says yes. So it's like, well, that doesn't seem like a lonely guy to me, but all right.
It'd be funny if someone was just like, nah. Or Q was like, yeah, he's in Austria. Yeah.
Yeah.
The end.
That's that, yeah. They'll just go get him. So.
But no, Bond is in Austria, so we are now moving to Austria, and we're seeing a big snowy mountain range, Bond driving through it, and big sweeping shots of all the mountains, and then he is on a boat, like a little motorboat going across this lake, and he's in his I don't know what you'd call that gear, but snow gear. I don't know.
Is that the way he's got the hat?
Yeah, he's got like the hat on. He's got
like a woolly
jacket
hat
and stuff. Yeah. He's got ready. He's prepared. And you see where he's heading to eventually as he's crossing this lake. It's to this very isolated, kind of creepy looking cabin. Bond reaches it and he enters. And yeah, it's like the door's open, or he gets through the door, and this place is just like a complete state. It looks abandoned.
I do want to have a
almost.
little moan. Just, oh, yeah? I'm already there.
Oh wow!
Because when you put in the Blu-ray for this film, the opening menu, like the Blu-ray menu, it has footage from the film. Like all of them do like a bit of a clip show, and the first one they show is this, where it's Bond going across the lake in this like foggy, snowy area, and it looks incredible. And when I saw that, I'm like, wow, that looks amazing. Like somewhat similar to the Scottish Highlands we saw in Skyfall, but I think it looks better than that. But it is a different sort of thing. Like it is snowy mountains and heavy fog. It looks incredible, but we get so little of it, and the music is terrible. Like,
oh, what is the music?
I don't know, but I hated it. And this is where it really hit me about the music, where it just doesn't fit. And in some scenes, it distracts and takes you out of it more than it does enhance, which makes this, in my opinion, one of the worst soundtracks in the history of the franchise.
Because it's pretty damning. Yeah.
It removes more than it gives, which is the opposite of Skyfall. Skyfall was massively enhanced by its soundtrack, but this one wasn't. So instead of this, like, again, in Skyfall, we got like the Shining vibes, right? Very moody, very atmospheric. And we got this other place where they found this amazing location. They shot it incredibly. It looks amazing, but you get like 3 shots and you're done. And you get this like almost too energetic music that just doesn't set it. And I'm just like, why did you put all this time into finding this location and shooting it just to rush through the editing and just slap on any old thing? And I'm just like, oh, it's right there. You did all the hard work. I do kind of get the sense sometimes with the editing of this film that they knew it was long. So sometimes stuff does kind of, you can somewhat get that sense of trying to move it along. Like it still ended up being 148 minutes. But this is something that, because they jump between all these different locations, like with Scotland, it was a very key location. So you spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
You got all the establishing shots. This one isn't that, but they still found these incredible shots that look amazing, and it's like, I just want to spend a little bit more time here, and just don't do any music if you're not going to match it. Like if you're not even going to try, just cut it out. And it's like, this should have been really cool. And I do like this scene as a whole, but it made me quite upset with the way this was handled.
I can't recall the music, but like just thinking about the setup of the shot, and you go into this very isolated cabin. I mean, yeah, if there's any scene that doesn't need music, it's this sort of vibe, you're in the middle of nowhere and there's a creepy looking place. Don't add music. Not yet, anyway. Is it really energetic then? I really can't
It's
remember
not like
that.
super high. It's not like dance music or something, but it's almost like it's like too energetic for what you're looking at.
Right.
Like there's just a bit too much energy in there because it's almost like you go from the chase and then we've got that more. Well, you know how it goes, right, with Bond films. It feels like it's trying to fit that mold where they're just like, what's Bond up to? And cue lies for him. And then we cut to Bond in some place. So it's trying to like build up the energy again almost, where it's like Bond being Bond on some global tour. It's almost like that. But the visuals are just not that at all. This is supposed to be isolating. It's supposed to be alone, but also vast. And they picked the perfect location for just fumbled it. They just fumbled it.
Oh dear. Well, ignoring the music, so because I clearly I did. Bond is inside and he's got his gun out and he's having a look around. And yeah, as I say, it's all very empty, looking quite abandoned inside, a bit of a mess, a bit of a state. He's looking around some of the rooms. He hears a noise and turns around and starts to go through a door or something, and crows from nowhere.
Oh, goodness.
And there's even like a proper horror sound effect as well, like the screechy sound. I was like, is this a little tribute to John Glenn, maybe? John Glenn here?
Yeah.
Should have had some doves or something. But yeah, so there's like some creepy crows that fly out, and Bond is still exploring. He sees a camera up in one of the corners of the rooms, and alongside the kind of the stairs, he sees some light coming from behind, like underneath the stairway at the bottom. So clearly there's something going on behind there. He puts his hand around and finds a switch, which lets him open the door. And there's a basement. He looks in and there's a basement. And you see there's a man sitting at a desk down there with loads of screens up against the wall. And the camera switches and we go to in front and it pans down. And it's Mr. White. It's a very different looking Mr. White sat down there, who all he says is make it quick, because he's heard Bond come in, and Bond just says, upstairs, Mr. White. And this is the Pale King. This is who they're trying to find, and Bond has got there first. So go back upstairs. They're at a table, Bond on one side and Mr. White on the other. And Mr. White is looking very different than when we last saw him. Looking very sickly, very ill, very kind of, what's the word? Unkempt, to put it lightly. But yeah, Bond puts his gun away and mentions how he's heard Mr. White's name at one of his meetings, and Mr. White thinks he's talking about MI6, but no, it's one of his organizations at a meeting in Rome. And with that, Bond puts down the ring, the octopus ring on the table, which Mr. White picks up and has a look at, and starts to explain that around a month ago he found thallium in his phone. So he's been poisoned, and he's only got a few weeks left, he thinks. So that's why he's literally dying, which is why he looks like that. And Bond asks, like, why? Why do they do that? And it's because White disobeyed him is all he says in the organization. And apparently they started to go too far, in his opinion, starting to kill women and innocent women and children, and that was enough for him. So yeah, that was why they wanted to get rid of him. And with that, Bond is asking, well, where is he? Where is this organization? And White screams, everywhere. They're kissing your wife. They're having dinner with your family or something like that. So he's, really hammering home the extent of this Spectre organization. And Bond is just trying to deduce like his stance here, and realizes that he's trying to protect someone, Mr. White here, and starts to dial in. Is it his wife? No, she left him ages ago. Is it his son? No, it's his daughter, Mr. White's daughter. So yeah, Mr. White is trying to protect her, and Bond offers to protect her as well. Like, he's going to die soon, Mr. White. So Bond is the only person that could do that, but she's hiding. He gives him his word that he will do that if he gives information to Bond and puts his gun on the table as a sign. And Mr. White picks it up. It's just like so weak Like he picks it up and points it at Bond, or like clicks back the hammer, but it's so weak he has to use both hands to do it, and shaking as he's doing it. Points it at Bond, and you can see he's sort of mulling over the situation, and tells Bond to save his daughter, and go to a place. Well, it's not a place, but he says go to L'American, he says, and to the Hoffler Clinic for his daughter. So with that, he's still got the gun, and he's looking straight in the eyes of Bond, and just says, "You're a kite dancing in a hurricane, Mr. Bond." And with that, he says, "So long," and he shoots himself through the back, through his neck, and he slumps backwards. The gun falls to the floor, and he's dead. Bond picks up the ring, goes over, closes his eyes, which was quite nice of him to do that. Very, very movie thing there. Closes Mr. White's eyes as he's slumped on the chair, and has a quick search through his pockets, finds his wallet and a photo in there of Mr. White and his daughter. So he takes that and keeps it. And that's kind of that's it. That's Mr. White, come and gone. And I really like the scene. I thought this was a great little scene here, mainly just because I love that Mr. White came back. It makes sense, I think, for Mr. White to come back, given that the history that him and Bond have, and this now element of trust that they've got between each other. And I just think the actor's really good. And we never really had a chance to see that actor do much with the character of Mr. White, to be honest with you. I think his name's Jesper something.
Vesper?
No, Jesper.
Oh, Jesper. Oh.
That would be interesting. Yeah, Jesper Christensen, I think. But he's a really good actor, and he plays the scene really well. Like, he is a dying man, and he has a really, like, his eyes are so sort of weirdly glazed over and just creepy looking. And yeah, I think as far as bringing back that character, and I don't want to say have a nice ending, but that character's arc is done, and I think they did it quite well.
I mean, it's very smart because obviously Spectre, this film, is all about trying to tie all the events of the other films together, and there's no better character to do that than Mr. White.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was clearly tied to all of this. He survived Quantum of Solace, but you never really got a good ending with that. And that's why I kind of liked... I talked about this in the Quantum of Solace episode. That's why, to me, it kind of makes sense with this Spectre stuff, that he would be tied to that and tied to something bigger.
That's true.
Because he just disappears after the opera scene. So having him come back and then saying, actually, he was part of something bigger, and then giving him the end of his story here, that was great. I did read, though, that apparently there was a deleted scene or a planned scene that was going to kill off Mr. White in Quantum of Solace.
Oh, okay.
So he was going to die at some point, like show him dying like towards the end, but they cut it. And because they cut it, it meant like, oh, okay, we can bring him back for this.
Yeah.
Which is probably the reason why you don't see him again. They just cut the scene and just left it open. But I think leaving it open makes sense so we can have him back here. And yeah, he is the perfect character to do that. And yeah, I completely agree. Like, the acting of this one, it's something that Daniel Craig's Bond kind of does better than any other Bond. He doesn't get the humor right a lot of the times, and some of the cheekiness not always gets that. But when it's just two people talking, and there's quite a weighty conversation, like we saw with The Widow before, like, he just kind of nails it. Like, that's just really him in his element, where he's this like psychotic person kind of observing this. And as you say, the guy who plays Mr. White just kind of nails it. And they kind of nail that isolation feeling that you really have kind of, I don't know, it gives you that feeling that you've almost come to like the border between life and death in the middle of nowhere, because you are just seeing a man at the end of his life, but it's like disconnected from anything else. So it's almost kind of gives that analogy, like you're going to the River of Styx or whatever it is. Maybe I'm going too far with the poetic stuff there, but that's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah.
It feels like you have come to this place and to kind of where Mr. White has come here to die, and the way he looks kind of sells that. And you almost get like a little bit more of a loose Mr. White than what we saw before, where he's just kind of laughing at Bond because he's just kind of got nothing and lost everything and is about to die. And he does a great job of selling that, and Craig does his usual thing of just kind of being there. I don't think I necessarily buy some of the logic that's portrayed in this scene with the story that Mr. White left Spectre, or sorry, this mysterious organization, because of the women and children. I think you could somewhat tie it to the fact that he has a daughter, so he probably wouldn't be okay with that stuff because he would connect it to his own daughter and stuff like that. But I think maybe if they portrayed it for his own selfish reasons or something, like there might have been a smarter way to tie that in, that he disobeyed them for a different reason rather than something so generic that we just simply don't know Mr. White enough to kind of really buy that it would be for the moral reason that he gives. I would have liked if they were like, he was selfish or something, like something that kind of still reinforces the idea that it's a bit of a piece of work, but he's got a daughter who cares about, something like that. But it doesn't matter too much. Like, they really nail the atmosphere of this one. I love the dialogue between the two, and yeah, that isolation feeling is great. And this is the scene that got censored as well. This is the second one.
Ah, okay.
So when he shot himself, they showed like more blood and more. I think they might have shown some brains or something coming out. Like, they showed more of like the bullet hole and the impact of it to Mr. White, but they edited that down. The reason they edited it down apparently was to get a 12 rating rather than a 15, so they had to edit those two things down. But because they edited that down to get the 12, they then kept it for the rest of the world. Because initially I was like, oh, so in the UK got a censored version, but no, they never added that back in for anywhere else. They just got the 12, and that's the version that got released. But again, it's another one where it's kind of like, it's effective enough. Like, you still see him shoot himself. You still have Bond sitting across the table in this cabin in the middle of nowhere. So I'm not really sad about that, because maybe having it too gruesome would lessen it. And we also do get a gruesome moment later anyway, so not really missed from my side.
I would have liked a little bit of brains.
A bit of brains for Joe.
Just a little bit for me. Just a teeny bit. No, yeah, it's fine. It's really not a big deal. But I did think that, actually. Like, I think I've said about that in a previous... Oh, it was The World Is Not Enough, when Elektra shoots herself as well. I was like, there's just no blood. So I shouldn't really be surprised at this point. Like, it was just a very clean kill for shooting yourself under the chin.
Well, yeah, you're right. But again, the Elektra stuff was like she hadn't been shot at all. Mr. White at least reacts in a way that he goes slumps him back in the chair.
Yeah.
And I do really like that shot. Him just back in the chair, head back, just a corpse. Like, you feel it without really seeing it all that gruesome, which is almost in a way more haunting. Like, that's really cool.
Yeah.
So with that, we then cut back to London. There's a lot of London in this film, similar to Skyfall. A lot of London in this one. Probably even more London than Skyfall, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so we see M and C going through like the new building, like it's the one that was built instead of the MI6 building, the digital whatever, like the headquarters of this new operation that C is running, and M and C are kind of going up this building, and C starts showing off about it, and he talks about it being like a digital ghost that will be available 24/7 to have all the data. And M says, oh, that's like a George Orwell nightmare. And M then talks about, sorry you lost the Nine Eyes vote. And C says, oh, it's only a matter of time until the South Africans vote, so he's not worrying about it. So they then enter C's office, and M kind of starts explaining his reasons why he doesn't really like this. And he talks about how, it's not about the information, but it's kind of how and who is going to use this information that worries him. And then C starts saying how, oh, well, the 00 agent program is prehistoric. And he's saying that, or compare what all this can do to one man with a license to kill can do. So, like a one man with a license to do can't do all of this that he's built. So M's like, have you ever killed a man? And he talks about, to pulling that trigger, you have to be sure. You got to look him in the eyes and make the call. And he says, all the surveillance in the world can't tell you what to do next. And a license to kill is also a license not to kill. Of which C says, well, M, you can't control your agents. And then he plays the audio of Moneypenny and Bond talking to each other and being like, of course, Mr. White. We get that audio again. And M's like, do you watch MI6 agents? Are you observing them? And C says, well, we watch everyone. And yeah, it's kind of odd with this scene, because I feel like Mallory and M is great, and C is just terrible. It's like
Yeah.
every time M talks, I'm like, oh. Every time C talks, I'm like, like it's so clear. Like Andrew Scott is so clearly outcast by Ralph Fiennes in this scene. Maybe some of the dialogue doesn't help, but C is kind of supposed to be. I want C to have a good point, and he just doesn't. And then M makes some good points, and Ralph Fiennes sells it really well, and C's all like, it's prehistoric. Ew. And yeah, this is another one where I think I talked about like the Vesper stuff with the balance, where you kind of want sometimes with these scenes, you want two people to be talking, and you don't want it to be one-sided, but this is so one-sided that it's just, this is when it really hammers home that Andrew Scott and C is just terrible in this film.
Yeah, I was trying to think about whether, I mean, the nature of this C character is he has to be a young person. It's the whole idea of this new tech replacing old 00 stuff. Like that's the thing. So you can't have, I guess you couldn't have another kind of older person. But you're right. Like when it is just this little weedy man, and well, weedy's unfair. Just a young man. Let's not be rude now, Joe. You have a young man, and you have Ralph Fiennes, who has like such a kind of status and like power. You're right. It's just totally unbalanced. And I think, would it have been better if maybe it was like another person that could match Ralph Fiennes a little bit better? But then that wouldn't really work in terms of the story as well. So I was very conflicted. But also, what gets me with this scene, apart from being pretty unnecessary, apart from finding out that they track MI6, is we're just hearing really kind of repeated dialogue. Repeated not from the same film, but from Skyfall. Like it's the exact same speech that Bond and Q had in the gallery, whereas like, you know, pulling a gun or shooting a gun or not to shoot sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, we've heard all this stuff before. Move on from it. So that was a bit annoying. And my last sort of thing that really annoyed me with this very short scene, they were racking up by this point, was it seemed like there was some really unnecessary like green screening. I know the whole building is fake, but like they're clearly in a room at one point, and that's fine. Like the room is fine, it looks normal. But when there's like shots, just single shots of them, they look really sort of feathery. I don't know. I have a feeling that the background is green screened in, and it just looks unnecessary. I don't know why they would put it in for those scenes, but I guess they had to for some reasons or another. But yeah, just looked bad to me.
I didn't notice that, but I completely agree about the dialogue. I was saying Vesper in Casino Royale, but really that's not what I meant. I should have said Skyfall, because that's what I was saying. Mallory and M in that film, they both had good points, which is what made that work, but this one isn't that. But yeah, you're right. Some of this stuff is exactly the same, and they just don't find a new angle for it. I want C to convince me that the 00 agent, like, that is stupid. I want the counterpoint. I want something to hear, but they never present why all this information is good. And yeah, the way they treat this building, we're like, oh, look at this building. It's like, I don't care about the bloody building. It's like, it doesn't kind of go anywhere. I guess it's trying to represent the new, but it doesn't really do that. It's just like, I don't care, which is obviously the big thing at the end of the day. But could this have worked? I think there's definitely things they could have done a lot better to make it work. Is this a bit lost in this film? Like, yeah. Like,
totally.
It's not great, and then it also just kind of gets lost in everything else this film is trying to do. Not in the same way that Quantum of Solace does, because they do spend a decent amount of time on it, but like this kind of reinforces the thematic stuff doesn't really fit in as nicely as Skyfall did. For all the things you could complain about with Skyfall if you wanted to, with the thematic stuff, it at least all kind of ties together and reinforces the film. Like this idea of surveillance, like security and stuff and data doesn't really kind of tie into much. Like it does tie into stuff kind of, but not in a thematic way. And maybe I'm revealing my hand here. It ultimately makes this film feel a little bit hollow compared to Skyfall. And it's this stuff that needed to tie thematically into the Bond stuff to kind of build and make this feel more impactful. But it's like, if you took Skyfall and removed that thematic stuff, you kind of get Spectre in a lot of ways. And so this stuff just needed to be stronger to like resonate in the film as a whole.
I think, yeah, you're saying about how they could have maybe made this work. They could have maybe made C a bit more likable. As I mentioned, they kind of make him this unlikable, smarmy guy straight away to kind of work against M and get that relationship going. But I think for the audience, as you pointed out, like we need to be convinced partly like why this would actually happen and why what would I guess it's tricky because like you find out why all this is going on really, but like at this point in the movie, it is just so like, oh, he's being completely evil and here's M. And when you've had things like this before, it's like, oh, keep your agents in order. And thinking back to Casino Royale, and you got the impression that
Quantum of Solace,
you got the impression that
Skyfall, duh,
that Judi Dench was getting grilled from above by these things, and that what Bond was doing was reckless. Like he was going and blowing up an embassy. Yeah, like things are going out of control. Whereas, well, yeah, the Mexico stuff, yeah, maybe I don't know. But like the Rome stuff is just like, yeah, it was just a car in a bloody river. I didn't get the idea that there was this massive threat from the loose agents, and yeah, it really just didn't all work. It didn't fit together.
No, I kind of wanted M. Again, comes back to what I was saying before about how M and Bond do need to trust each other, even if Bond kind of does things out of his jurisdiction, where he has no authority. None. None. Yeah, so I kind of like the reveal of C is monitoring MI6 agents, and you can see how that would not be great. But I don't know. I kind of wish that M knew, or kind of knew. You know, like the old Bernard Lee way, where it's like, well, maybe you should go on holiday. Wink. And he's like, yes. That would be good. Like even if it was that, and the reveal was just that, like, yeah, C is looking at MI6 agents, but you don't. Maybe you just didn't even need a reason for why that might be a good thing. Just, and I guess we could be here all day with this stuff, so I won't go into too much.
We'll end up just rewriting the film, which would be an interesting topic, but yeah, another time.
Yeah, so yeah, again, this is where these ideas kind of start falling down, which is kind of where why we started talking about it a lot. But we cut back to camera footage. So we saw in Mr. White's home before in Austria, there was this camera, and we cut to some camera footage which shows Mr. White dead in the chair, and he hasn't been moved. Bond is no longer there, but we see the crows pecking at his face and the corpse, which again, you don't really see much detail of it, but that was the gruesome stuff before.
I like that.
Yeah, it's such a cool moment.
It says a lot.
Yeah, it ties back into Mr. White's uselessness to the organization. It ties back to how Bond views people, like throwing Mathis in the skip. It's all ties quite nicely. And then we see a man enter the room with a gun and finds him. I don't think we properly see his face, or maybe we do. But you can tell.
I think we do, yeah.
It's thumbs. You can tell
it's thumbs.
Yeah.
It's thumbs, yeah. Sorry, I'd already forgot about thumbs, and then you said it again.
Yeah, that's why it says in my notes, it's thumbs.
It's thumbs, everyone.
Yay! So he gives a thumbs up to the camera, and there we go. No, but yeah, he sees the camera, and we cut away again. So yeah, very nice little. That's like the last we see of Mr. White. Kind of, technically not, but yeah, again, it adds a lot. So we then cut to the mountains, which is still in Austria, but they're more like the Alps, I want to say they are. More like traditional kind of mountains. No fog or stuff, just, yeah, high up in some snowy mountains. And we see like some sort of facility built into the mountains. And no, not that one from On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
No.
It's a different one.
Although it is a clinic, so it's similar.
It is similar, yeah, on paper. Yeah. That might have been somewhat deliberate. They do love referencing On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
They do.
At a certain point. So we see a plane go past around the mountains, and we see Bond in the plane. He sees this facility, so we cut to him just approaching the building and going through the entrance, and Bond's now inside, and it's like very modern. Like it's a lot of glass everywhere. It's not like a huge place. It's pretty big, but it's not like this over-the-top huge place. It kind of, looks very modern, lots of glass, that sort of thing. So he enters into an office, and a woman is at the desk, and she asks him to sit down, and she then kind of speaks in French to a tape recorder, No idea why. I don't think that ever comes back. But she stops doing that and turns around saying, I'm Dr. Madeline Swan. And she says how I'm going to analyze your needs both psychologically and physically. And she talks about how, because behind her is like the view of the mountains, which kind of looks amazing. So she was like, the view can be distracting, so I'm going to do the blinds. And Bond said, I hadn't noticed, which I think is supposed to be like, well, you're so fantastic or something. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be that. But she ignores it. And she says, I got a few questions. Like, you filled this all in, but I've still got a few questions. And she's like, do you exercise? Bond says, when I have to. She asks, do you consider your job psychologically stressful? So sometimes. And how much alcohol do you consume? Of which he just says too much. She's like, yeah. I'm glad he said that.
Let's hang on. That's 3 units, and then there's another. Too much.
Double digits. So, ooh. So then she's like, as a child, how close were you to your parents? Of which Bond explains, I lost my parents when I was young. She asks how, and he says it was a climbing accident. So then she asks, well, who brought you up? And Bond says someone else, but very quickly moves on. Very quickly says someone else and goes on to something else and starts asking about her and starts saying, well, you studied at Oxford and have all these credentials, so how did someone of your stature end up in a place like this? Of which she doesn't answer that question. She instead is like, well, you're paying a lot of money to be here. So I don't know if she says Bond, but Bond has just used his real name for this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think so. She does say at some point, but she's like, you've been paying a lot of money to be here. So she's like, I just got one more question left. Occupation. It's been left blank. So what is it? And he says, well, it doesn't look good on a form, but I kill people. And then I think he's like, small world, eh? I can't remember exactly why. But Swan asks, hold on, what? I'm getting very lost with my notes here.
No, that all sounds right to me.
So Swan asks, where is he? Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's the subtext here. So she's kind of very moved by this and is kind of realizing what's going on. So we heard before that this is Mr. White's daughter, Miss White, but not really Swan. Oh, is that why she's called Swan? Because they're white.
Oh my goodness.
Is that why?
Do you know what? This has just moved up the rankings for me now.
Boom. That. Wow.
I'm Mrs. Pale King.
Oh. Wait a minute. Of course, Mr. White. Moneypenny, do a run. The Pale Queen, do a run. Oh. Look it up for me. Of course.
No, I think that's a very good. Yeah, I never put the 2 and 2 together there. Wow.
No, but it makes sense they would do some sort of tie there.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah. So she's realised what's going on and kind of like asking is where is he, referring to her father, and Bond says he's dead. And Bond explains that he was there when it happened and says that he did it to himself. He killed himself. So Bond says, I came to you to say your life is in danger, but I need your help. So I made a deal with Mr. White to protect you. And Swan is quite emotional at this point, saying, you're lying. Why would he trust you? But Bond just kind of says, I need to find the American. And Swan is having none of this and says, you need to leave. So Bond does. So I think this seems pretty decent. It does feel a little bit forced in terms of like, it's something we had with Skyfall where you had the test where he was doing the word association. And I kind of liked it there, but it almost feels like every film in the Craig era, they feel the need to like shove in some sort of like, let's evaluate Bond and let's have him go through some sort of test so we can look more into the character. And again, I allowed it in Skyfall. This one, not quite so much. Like, I don't think it really adds too much. And the fact that we did it in the last film makes me think like, no real need to do it again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same. I think, well, we're going to get more of this Bond stuff later on. But like, yeah, this, in terms of like the psycho stuff, but yeah, like this whole scene just feels a little bit off to me. I don't know why exactly. I can't quite put my finger on it. I think it's It's not Swan, because I quite like this introduction to Swan, and I like the actress Lea Seydoux. I think she's really good. But I think it probably is what you're saying. It's just a little bit too familiar. This sort of setup where Bond is being questioned as this fake patient sort of thing, and we're just getting details that we don't really need to know. And I think this whole clinic environment is kind of strange as well. Like, the idea is that she's up here in the middle of nowhere to hide, but equally, I don't know, it just feels like we've been very quickly whisked here, and then Bond is suddenly a patient in there doing this. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. Not great, but I guess it gets the job done of introducing us to Swan. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is some purpose to it because it's like the climbing accident stuff. Although I think we got that in the last film, I want to say, because M's like, how did they die? Right?
Yeah.
So I think we might have got there. I mean, again, they need to reinforce it in this film for reasons we find out later. But we have kind of had that before. So there is some reason to it. But yeah, again, this whole structure to it, it's just a little bit... Yeah, we've just seen it before and there's no real kind of... Yeah, it just... just like a lot of this film just falls a little bit flat. But again, it's fine. Like, it ultimately is fine. I didn't really say that about the Rome scene. The Rome chase, I don't think is very good. But I have kind of made some sort of peace with that scene and just like, yeah, it's naff, whatever. Like, and move on from it. And I'm a little bit with this, it's some sort of similar vibes. I don't think it's bad, but I just don't dwell on it that much. But there was definitely smarter ways they could have done some of this stuff and inject some of this stuff in, because as you say, we've seen this all before.
Yeah.
So Bond has left the office and he's like sitting at a bar inside the same facility. So he's kind of looking up at the office he was just in. Swan sees him looking up, so just shuts the blinds, which is fair enough. And there's a barman nearby and asks Bond for a drink. And he asks for a vodka martini, shaken not stirred. Yay!
Yay!
And the man says, we don't sell any alcohol. Boo!
Boo!
And he, in classic Craig fashion, just sarcastically says, I'm really starting to love this place. It's just, oh, boo. Double boos.
Double boo.
Yeah. So at this point, Q shows up at the bar and orders some sort of like fancy enzyme drink. It's got quite a long name. Enzyme's the only word I remember. So Bond says, if you came for the car, I left it at the bottom of a river. And Q says, oh, don't worry, it was only a £3 million prototype. Which actually did make me laugh out loud. It's like, I just complained about the sarcasm from Craig, but when Q does it, I'm like, oh, Q.
Q's, yeah, he's better at it. Oh, you, yeah.
Yeah. So Bond's like, well, why are you here? And Q says, oh, I just fancied a drink. And then Q starts saying about how Franz is dead, and he's definitely dead, and Bond needs to kind of stop all this and come back with him. And he talks about how like all hell is breaking loose with the sea stuff that's going on. But Bond says, well, I saw Franz alive, and he's not someone I'll ever forget. And Bond also says, I have a name, the American. So he's got a lead, but Q saying, no, you have to come back in, or I'm going to tell M to bring you in, or tell M what's going on. So you get the impression that Q, again, hasn't really filled an M with this. He's just trying to help out Bond by bringing him in. So Bond says, well, I need one more thing, because he asked another favour. I wish we did a favour tally. Sometimes we do the tallies in this one. Bond asked for a favour. That should be a tally. Because this must be at least the third one. Maybe even the fourth.
Yeah.
So he asked for a favour, and he says, here's the ring, the octopus ring that he had, and he says, I need you to take a look at it. And Q stops, and then he says, I really, really hate you right now. And security comes to take Bond out of the building, and Bond tells Q that I'll meet you in an hour. I think he asks, like, Q, where are you staying? And he just has to shout the hotel across the way.
I'm staying in room...
Holiday Inn. No, not the central one. The one it's a bit cheaper. It's yeah.
I used some of my points on it.
Yeah, I'm a regular. Although this also is Q being here is what I was referencing in the last film, where they make the joke about Q being afraid to fly. here he is in Austria. So
And that's true, and he's about to go very high up. Yeah. Well, he's already high up, but about to go over. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so again, I don't mind it. It's a small detail, and it was a funny joke in that one, but yeah. Even if you got the train to Austria, which is possible, the only way you get to this facility is by plane. So there we go. So Q talks about Q says, or Bond says, I'll meet you in an hour at the hotel. And at this point, as Bond is being escorted by security, his drink arrives, this enzyme drink, and he just looks at it and says, do me a favor. Throw that down the toilet. Cut out the middleman. And yeah, it's well, I guess quickly just to run it off. Bond sees, don't say thumbs. Hinks has captured Swan with some goons. So Bond kind of punches one of the guards. Another one comes up to him, and he's like, "No, stay." And the guy just kind of stops, allowing Bond to run off.
I remember that got a big laugh in the cinema. That bit.
I like that line. I think that's quite funny. Again, this characterization of Bond with the humor is just not a direction I like. Like old man Bond being like, throw that down the toilet. Ugh. Put on some Led Zeppelin, mate. That's real music. It's the same sort of grumpy old Bond, just being a bit lame and out of touch.
Yep.
And yeah, again, I don't really hate all of this stuff, but yeah, some of this humor, just him being sarcastic about loving this place. I'm very glad we got the shaken not stirred line. First time he's actually said it. I'm glad it's finally here. But the fact that it was a twist for him to be like, oh, these bloody young people with their enzyme drinks, oh, toss that down the toilet, give me a proper drink. Like that stuff is like, yeah, no, thank you. I don't want Bond. Like even Sean Connery, even Roger Moore, when he was an ancient old man, wasn't all like, oh, bloody hell, what were these kids?
Roger Moore loved the Beach Boys and went snowboarding to them. Like,
yeah, exactly. He was
down with the kids.
He was climbing the Golden Gate Bridge. He was living life, not complaining about bloody. So
live, laugh, love. That's what he was doing.
Oh God, he would have done, wouldn't he? So yeah, I don't quite like this characterization. I like Q. Q is a thumbs up. But yeah, some of these, this is some of the humor and the characterization that I think falls very flat in this film, and I just don't find it funny.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd agree with that. So yeah, once Bond has spotted that and is told the guy to stay, he heads outside.
Whenever you say something like that, I always think of the Roger Moore, sit! The tiger. There's so many opportunities to edit that into these films.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Did I ever mention about the reference to that? I think I did, yeah. That was...
Yeah.
We go back there. That was Octopussy. Let's leave that.
Let's not recap Octopussy anymore than we have to. No.
So Bond heads outside. He's got his kind of like skiing goggles on now, like black, thick goggles, and takes out a guard outside and grabs his gun and shoots another guard in the knee. And you see that Swan has been taken into a car by Hinks and a couple other goons that he was with. They're now in the car driving off. I think there's 3 cars actually in total, but yeah. So this whole next scene is like another chase scene coming up. It's going to sort of intermingle a bit with Q, because we do see Q leaving from having spoken to Bond. And
the real chase scene is the Q
honestly,
stuff.
This is better. It's a better one. Q gets into a cable car to head back down the mountain, I suppose. And he goes and sits inside, gets out his laptop, and his laptop has this little kind of scanning thing to the side of it, which he puts the ring on, and that's starting to do all of its techno stuff and things showing up on his screen. You kind of get a very brief look at DNA coming up on his screen, so it's doing all that stuff. But there's also a creepy-looking man comes in and sits opposite, kind of staring directly at Q. So you would have thought Q would maybe have waited a little bit to do this sort of stuff, top secret, but no. He's in there just with this other man staring at him. But yeah, back to in the car with Swan. Swan's in the back seat. Hinks isn't actually driving. He's just in the passenger seat next to him. And at the back, one of the goons is about to inject Swan with something. He's preparing a little needle. And as he's doing that, a plane swoops overhead, and that is enough of a chance to kind of distraction where she grabs the needle and injects him instead. So she kind of turns it back on himself as a chance to maybe try and escape, but doesn't really get very far because Hinks looks over, and in silence, because that's his shtick, is he doesn't speak. He looks over and he's got his gun. And he just points his gun to her and tells her to go sit back in her place, sort of thing. And so there are 3 cars in this little chase scene, and the plane flies alongside them on these roads, and you see inside through the little window, it's Bond in the plane. Of course it is. He's found a plane from somewhere. It's really, I don't know, the shot of him opening the window to this plane, I found it really funny. I don't know why. I think it's just his little head in there, and it's just like, hello.
Yeah, he loves a cheeky wave, does he, Craig?
He does. He really does. But yeah, he starts to shoot at the cars. Doesn't really do much, and Hinks shoots back. He's got this. His gun is it's almost like a shotgun, or like with really heavy bullets anyway.
Well, yeah, it's got 2 barrels at the front, so it's like a pistol. But I guess what you would describe like maybe a Magnum or something. It's like a double pistol.
Right. Yeah, very heavy duty, because he shoots into Bond's plane and it's like causing some big holes in the fuselage, and yeah, so he's doing some damage there. We see back with Q. He's still in there in the cable car on his laptop. We're seeing some screenshots of the past villains, kind of like as we saw in the title sequence. You're getting Silver and the Sheaf appearing on his laptop. Was Green in there? I think Green was in there, wasn't he?
Green made everybody.
Green got some love.
I paused it to make sure, because it's the guy from the beginning who was wearing the ring. Then all the way to the right, you get a little picture of Green.
Oh, good.
Oil around the mouth.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So yeah, he looks that, but then he gets off. He's done. He closes his laptop. He gets off the cable car. As he does so, he sort of gets confronted by another man. They're not that dodgy looking. They're just kind of, looking at him a lot. And I think this man's in a hat. And he sort of gets in his way. So Q is kind of realizing now that something's going on, and he's being tailed. But luckily, a big crowd of skiers come rushing into this cable car. And so Q goes back in and sort of separates between them now. So Q's on one side and these men are on the other. So but now he's sort of like mingling in with the crowd to avoid anything going on. Back with the chase, they are now driving down this big kind of gap between a forest, like a kind of tree line gap, driving straight down the middle. They see the plane is flying towards them from the opposite direction, and Hinks tries to shoot down the plane as it's Bond coming in and almost trying to crash into them. And as he does so, he does actually hit one of the cars, not the main one with Swan, but he hits one, which crashes and explodes. And I quite like how they do attempt to mingle what's going on here, because with that explosion of the car, because it hits into the forest line, we see back with Q that the explosion from that car, like everyone looks around, and I guess the cable car hadn't actually gone yet, because everyone looks around and that is his opportunity to escape. So that's when he rushes out and runs off and hides around a corner and hides in a little kind of cupboard, and the goons run off straight forward. So Q has escaped them. That was all it really was. Just a little something with Q. Q gets a bit of action. But yeah, I
would have liked it. Well, I wouldn't have actually liked it. But if Q just started using all these wacky gadgets,
now's my time.
Yes, I know how to use these, and just kind of throws a watch at them, or just goes crazy with all this different stuff. Like he's got a big coat on, and it's just to reveal all this stuff throughout the years.
So you would have liked that, or you wouldn't have? Let's be honest.
Well, I think I would have liked it. It would have been incredibly dumb, but sure, why not?
Yeah, maybe just a little something. Yeah, that would have been good.
But I don't think we ever had that in the Desmond era as well. Yes, Q came abroad, to Bond, but it was never Q using one of his gadgets to defend himself. He would just get in disguise and give Bond all the gadgets. So I guess it kind of does make sense with this one that Q wouldn't do that as well. They keep it simple. But yeah, I don't know. Might have been fun.
I want Q to have rushed out and then jumped into his hot air balloon with the Union Jack on it.
I'm off.
And bye, suckers. That would have been a nice reference.
Picks up Bond, They all fly off.
Yes, it could have worked out.
Go down there, Q. No, you're going too fast.
But no, sadly that didn't happen. And back with Bond and Swan, Bond is now flying behind Hinks and the car that he's in with Swan. And again, it's like this kind of gap between two forests, gap between them. So as he's flying down, eventually the wings of this plane get smashed off by the trees either side, and I think the wheels get smashed off by something on the ground. And so eventually it is just like the body of the plane now skidding on the ground for the most part, because he's landed, and the two cars in front drive off to a different direction, and Bond is left to try and avoid crashing into an upcoming forest full of trees, and he's trying to turn it. And this is the other moment where it's like Bond just seems like an old man because he's like, "Come on!"
Yeah, I wrote that in all caps. He's like, "Come on!"
Trying to turn this plane somehow, which he does, of course. Just at the last second, he does turn it, and instead it goes over a small hill, and I think a bit more smashes off, and he's now skidding alongside the cars, and it's kind of it's a bit hard to explain, but the cars have now gone around this corner, and Bond is left heading towards this big barn, this big red barn, and the plane smashes through one side of it, and you see the opposite side, the camera facing it, and you hear the Bond theme. Oh, no, wait, you don't, actually.
Oh.
No, you don't.
Dear.
The plane smashes out. There is no Bond theme, but with the way that the road's lined up, the plane then smashes into one of the cars that he was following because it wrapped around in front of the barn. So he's taken out two cars now and then kind of carries on going down. But yeah, no Bond theme for that. That seemed like such an obvious place to put one.
Yeah, so bizarre. I don't know what Newman was thinking, but where's the Bond theme?
I don't know.
You get like 2 seconds of it every here and there, but like you're going to do all the other stuff in such a classic style. Why wouldn't you include that? Even if it's like a remix or whatever, it doesn't matter. The fact that it's not here, it's like, what are you doing? Like, play it. Yeah. Play it.
Why are you keeping this from us?
I don't understand that choice. It's insane. You know, I've already complained about the music, but that's another tick against it. Like, sometimes it just doesn't fit the scene at all. And play the bloody fit Bond theme. We've done it. This is Spectre, for goodness sake. Like, this should have the Bond theme in it.
Yep, I agree. So yeah, with that, Hinks's car, I think, smashes into the one that was smashed into by the plane. So he gets launched out of the windshield onto the windshield. Bond is somehow he's landed, he's fine. He gets out and shoots the driver. Gets Swan from the back seat. Who's very angry. Like he's trying to grab her and she's having none of it. Like she kind of pushes him off and runs off. Because Bond was the one that put her in danger. He led them to her, she's saying. But I just like how she just shouts like, "Go to hell!" when she's storming off. And Bond is asking for information about L'Americain still. And that she has to trust him because he is the best chance of her staying alive, basically. And this little chase scene ends with a shot of Hinks on the windshield or on the bonnet, and you see the hand twitch ever so slightly and the head start to raise. So he's not quite dead yet. Very cheesy, but yeah, he's still there.
I think they really did Hinks dirty by not having him talk. Like, I guess I can understand that decision. Like, Oddjob doesn't talk, and that's probably what they were trying to replicate. But he's in this film a lot, but I feel like you just don't feel his presence because he just doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
It's like he just chased Bond in Rome, but you like only see him twice. You just saw him kill a man in that Spectre scene. And then this one, he is there. Like, he's in this film quite a lot. But I feel like because he doesn't talk, you just don't feel his presence at all.
No.
But he has the classic look. He kind of looks the part. He's got the thumbs thing, like classic Bond, and he's got a unique weapon. And he's like kidnapping women. Classic henchman stuff. And it does make me think like, just they should have let him talk. I think that would have really helped because he's not as distinctive as like a Jaws who kind of get away with it. So they probably just needed him to say something so you at least remember him, because he is in this film a ton.
Yeah, I was thinking that about how the similarities to Jaws in not speaking, but they gave Jaws more of an opportunity for his character to come through. Even though eventually that did end up being quite like comedic stuff, you still got that chance. Whereas with this, yeah, you just get nothing from him, which is a shame because I think it could have been quite a good character actually. Yeah, as you say, all the parts are there for him to be a decent henchman, but he just doesn't really get the chance to do anything.
No, and I wouldn't even describe him as bad. It's just a little bit more just forgettable.
Yeah,
Which is a shame. But yeah, they put all the pieces in. They did all the hard work. It's just like, yeah, he just kind of doesn't do enough. But for this chase itself, I think it's definitely better than the Rome chase. Like, I think a little bit more goes on. Again, I'm not sure about the characterization of Bond in this film, where on paper it makes sense that we would have cocky Bond waving and being super hyper aggressive with this plane. Like, I feel like that all makes sense, but when I watch it play out, I don't know, it feels a little bit off. And I'm not saying it doesn't feel like Bond at all, but I feel like there's something about the way he's so aggressively chasing these cars doesn't feel quite right.
oh,
Like,
interesting.
I don't think that's quite how that should be. I'm not saying Bond shouldn't be able to chase anyone, but having him be like this, I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he was almost like too aggressive, like and too reckless, which feels weird to say when we're talking about a James Bond film.
I kind of get what you're saying. I do kind of get what you're saying. I don't know. I think for me, it is better than the Rome stuff. Absolutely. I don't think it's that much better though, which is a shame. I think, yeah, the opportunity to have another chase in the snowy setting, good. Always like a change of scenery, very nice. And it's one of those kind of tropes of Bond in something that is like, yeah, either falling apart or something, the situation changes and is like out of control or what have you. And in this case, it is the plane that's kind of getting more smashed up sort of thing. Although even with that, they don't really push it very far. It does just skid for a bit and then burst through the quiet barn or the Bond theme lacking barn bit. So again, I would just say that nothing standout really happens again. And maybe all it would have needed was that Bond theme cue. That would have been enough to be like, all right, yeah, that's it. Like, whoa, we just went through the barn. But you really feel its lack. You really, really do. And it's just the same thing with the Rome stuff where it just feels incomplete and just not as good as it should be. The whole Bond chasing thing though, I'm trying to kind of take in your idea there because I would agree with you that there is something about Bond in this film that does feel off. Yeah. And I'm trying to work out whether it's writing, which is going to be for sure with some part of it, because that's the film is the script, but also just was Craig as much in it for this film? There are always stories about how by this point he was kind of really disliking the filming of Bond films and kind of getting into accidents and injuries, and famously after this film he said he'd rather slit his own wrists than play Bond again, although in a joking way, but still people took it as that. So yeah, is it also that there's just a little bit of kind of lack of passion from Craig as well? Possibly. I think it's a lot of things kind of all brewing together that lead to that.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, and it ties into what this film is about being like a huge production. Like when you read about this film, it's all about the money, as we talked about with the Sony leak, but it was just a huge film. So yeah, Craig would probably just be very tired and worn out from this. I don't get the impression that he's like his heart's not in it though. I think he's really enjoying playing Bond in this film. Okay. But I just think the direction they go in might not be right. It's almost like, again, I don't 100% have my finger on what's wrong with the characterization of Bond in this film, but it's almost like they're combining License to Kill Timothy Dalton with Roger Moore, because you get Bond on the edge. You know how like at the end of License to Kill, like Bond is just crazy, like, and there's a lot of stuff in that film where he's just very reckless and over the top, but they almost like justify it with the story and Felix and the revenge stuff. And then you've got like Roger Moore one where he might be more smiley and happy-go-lucky. If you try and combine those ideas, they would kind of clash and it wouldn't feel quite right. And it's almost like we get that here. This doesn't feel like Bond on the edge like in License to Kill, but then he acts like it. But a lot of this film has a ton of comedy in it, and you get him saying like throw that drink down the toilet, and then he's just waving and being all smiley in the plane, only to then do something that feels right out of License to Kill. And it's like, I know Daniel Craig's Bond is a little bit more brash, but even then, I think maybe it's the large injection of humor, like more than any other Daniel Craig film by far. Like there's tons of humor in this film, that maybe that's what's off. Like if Timothy Dalton in License to Kill was making a ton of jokes, you'd be like, what the hell is he talking? Like what? Especially if they were bad jokes in this film. So that might be like part of it.
I don't know. I thought the head popping was hilarious.
Oh yeah, that was... Yeah.
No, I think you're onto something there. There is a lot of jokes, which we've said before. That's not Craig's speciality. So
no, but I think this is decent. This scene though, like we talked about the Q stuff. It's very basic, but that works quite well. Maybe it almost distracts too much from the actual plane chase, but yeah, it ticks all those boxes. It's once again they're trying to inject classic Bond here. It's a snowing setting. It's a chase. There's some explosions stuff. Like it is ticking some of those boxes. I was half expecting there to be like a load of chickens when he comes out of that barn.
Yeah.
Like throwback to Glenn. Still thinking about you.
We love you, Glenn.
But you're right. Like I've already said, the music is terrible, and I think this is another one you can put to that list. It's like just play the correct music, because it's almost like they went 80% of the way to replicate something. And because we've seen so many of these films, and this is the 24th one, when you miss that last 20%, it really stings. And It just, as you say, incomplete, where you're like, it's not quite there. But again, I still have a decent time with this one. I think it's all right. It's not great, but I think there's been worse chase scenes in the Bond franchise by far. It's just like missing that 20% to really make it stand out.
So yeah, just to end off this little bit in Austria, after the chase. So yeah, his Bond's kind of got Swan on his side now with that. And they head back to Q's hotel that he spoke about earlier. And Bond very briefly introduces Q to Swan and Swan to Q. And Q has been there doing some more analysing of the stuff that we saw on the laptop. And he says that Bond was right. Bond is onto something. Oberhauser, Franz Oberhauser, is still alive. And all the villains, all the past people that Bond has encountered in Craig's films are linked to one organisation. And as you're saying this, you're seeing on the laptop screen a very handy little graphic that I guess Q quickly programmed up, where all the pictures, Le Chiffre and all that, and I think even one of them is Patrice.
Yeah, Patrice is on that list.
Yeah, they're all the tentacles, and it reaches up, and they go up, and eventually go to Franz Oberhausen at the top, and then the octopus's head. And well, let me just finish the scene and I'm on. So they're all linked to one organisation, and that's when Swan pipes in about it's Spectre. The organisation is called Spectre. She knows because her father used to work for him. And with that, Q reveals on TV that there's been a terrorist attack in South Africa. So you're sort of getting the idea that things are moving still with the whole MI6 and C stuff. And Bond tells Q to go back to London, go and help M. Clearly needs it. And whilst they go find out, and then Q says it's really important you go find out who this L'American is. And Swan ends off by saying, it's not a person, it's a place. L'American is a place.
Oh.
But yeah, I just want to go back.
That's a hell of a twist. It's a place.
It's a place.
And it's the only twist and reveal in this scene. So we can move on.
No, I have a question.
Okay.
And I know it doesn't really matter because it's cinema and whatever. But did you really wonder or care about why the ring means that?
No idea. It's nonsense as far as I can tell.
It's pure nonsense.
Because the only thing I can guess is that all their DNA is on it, but but I don't ever remember any of these people wearing this ring, and especially if it's this one specific ring. Like, I have no idea how this ring actually proves it. The only thing I can think is that all these men wore this ring, but what, this specific one? Like, no? I guess I kind of like the idea of the guy in the white suits is almost like part of this chain of people who are taking a certain position in Spectre, but I kind of don't buy the idea that all of these wore this ring. So try and not think about it. I think it's dumb. It doesn't make sense to me, but yeah, try not to think about that, I guess.
Well, I've got bad news for you, Tom.
Oh,
I did think about it.
Oh, Joe.
Why did I do this to myself? No, but clearly other people have too, because all I did was Google like Spectre, ring, DNA, I think is what I Googled. And other people asked the same question. How does it lead to that? And apparently there was... No, it wasn't a deleted line. It was an answer in a question, like Q&A, that Sam Mendes did.
Oh, good.
And he actually very briefly outlined why that was the case. And it's something to do with there was some sort of radioactive metal in the ring, which links through to all of the autopsies from the villains. So...
Right, so there was traces of the... I guess that kind of works, actually.
Yeah.
I hate that it does. But so I guess the metal used for this ring, the traces of that metal was on all these people.
Yes, and because they've all died, they can all link them together. How that gets to Oberhauser, I don't know, I don't really care. But it does just go to show that all they would have needed is one line. One line, just to be like, oh yes, the metal in there.
Yeah, we found traces of the metal that the ring was made of on all these people. Like, that would have done it.
That would have literally done it. But no, it's not a big deal, but yeah.
This is what I was kind of saying before, though. Like, I think the pacing of this film is actually okay, but there is almost a little bit of a rush for some of these bits. Like, it doesn't feel like a rushed film or anything, but yeah, stuff like that, they do kind of cut it quite short for time to move things forward, which sometimes I appreciate, but this one, they should have taken the extra second, maybe.
Just 10 seconds. Just stick a line in, yeah.
So I have another question for you, though. Did you pause it on that screen when they're showing all the faces?
No. Is there anything juicy?
So, well, there's green. It's quite juicy. But apart from that, I found it quite interesting because it says deceased on all of them apart from Patrice.
Oh.
And I wrote down what it said, but I might have it wrong because it was very blurry. But yeah, literally underneath all of them, silver and green and stuff, deceased. But instead of deceased, it says MI6 DEF : 89021Q.
Oh, so they caught him, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. Is that like
I don't know. I'm assuming
number?
there was a reason for it, but it almost implies that he's not dead, which is of course nonsense. He fell from a skyscraper.
Oh God, yeah, of course he did. I was thinking he just got away on the train.
Bye.
No.
Never to be seen again. But yeah, he's definitely dead. But maybe this implies he's not. But it also did make me laugh that it's like all the main people here. We got Mr. White, we got Lashif, and then it's like, then we go down a tier and we have Green, and then we have Patrice. It's almost like they just needed to fill it up. Yeah, they just needed to fill that out. But I guess it might make sense that Patrice was a Spectre assassin rather than one specifically for Silver, because why would Silver bother with that stuff? But, you know, even then, it does make me laugh because this is that massive effort they had to tie all these films together, and they are very much doubling down at this point. So it is a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow. At this point, I'm kind of happy enough with it. I think it makes sense to tie these films together, and I think it helps that No Time to Die exists to wrap all this all up. Yeah. Like, when this came out, this almost felt like the ending. Like, there was the question, is this the last film in the Craig era? And it felt almost like this ham-fisted way of trying to wrap it all up and give it a conclusion. But now that we have a proper conclusion, I can kind of like allow some of this stuff for what it is, which, yeah, again, a little bit ham-fisted, maybe not handled super well, but I like the idea of a Spectre being there the whole time, and I can buy it enough, I suppose.
I think deep down I still don't like it, but I have, as you would have said earlier on, like, I've come to peace with that aspect of it now. It is now part of the Craig lore with this, you know, with his tenure, and I think we mentioned in the quantum stuff, in the quantum podcast, and even like Skyfall, when I watch those films, it doesn't bother me knowing. Like it's not one of those things that ruins the films retroactively. So I suppose I can't get too mad. I can still enjoy them for what they are. And then people like yourself can get more from them potentially. So I guess in that way, it's kind of pleasing both sides. Well, actually, that's not true because I know some people really hate that. But I'm more chill.
Some people for sure. Yeah,
I'm more chill now than I was 8 years ago. So believe it or not. So yeah, I don't really care that much now.
But I totally get why someone would hate it. And if somebody does, fair enough. Especially because they really double down on this stuff. Yeah. Like this is the third time we've seen a picture of Le Chiffre in this film, which is very strange. Because you saw him in the opening credits, and then you saw him earlier with the ring where Q is on the laptop, and now you see him again. Like they really put these pictures in there, and maybe if they cut one out, that would have helped. But yeah, they really kind of want you to see these people. But maybe if they kind of toned that stuff down, it would have been a bit easier to swallow. So it wasn't be like, remember this guy from Quantum of Solace? Yeah, that was.
Yeah, maybe.
Like maybe if you didn't see the picture, it might have helped a little bit.
Yeah.
So with the American, the big twist has been revealed that it's a place. Everyone.
Oh my.
Can't believe it. I find that so weird because it's just like everyone does say the American. So when I first watched it, I just assumed they meant American. They were just saying it weird. But no, they're calling it that because it's pronounced differently because it's a place, which makes more sense. But it's like, in retrospect, it's kind of like, well, yeah, they're not. Everyone was saying American very specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand why that was such a. It's not really a big ooh moment, as I think.
Speak for yourself. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
I couldn't believe it.
Really?
So yeah, we cut to Tangier, which I believe is where the Living Daylights took place, partially.
Oh, what at the end?
No, not the end.
Oh, that was Afghanistan.
Yeah, the conference thing with Pushkin.
Right, with Pushkin.
I think that was Tangier, because I recognized the name from Bond. I was like, which one is that? I think that's Living Daylights.
Right.
So we see Bond and Swan kind of walking up this hill in like a busy shopping street, and then they keep walking, and we cut to a less busy street as they're going up these hills. You're getting the impression that you're really going deep into the city a little bit, and they reach a place, and it has a sign that says Le American on it. So they enter, and they're inside the lobby because this is a hotel. So Swan goes up to reception to sort out the room, and we cut straight away to them entering the room. And it's not very nice. It's a little bit kind of worn and old, but I guess it's got a vibe to it, I suppose. It's quite big, but yeah, a little bit worn. So Swan explains that this is where they spent their wedding night, and they came back every year. And she started coming back with them when she was born and old enough, but Mr. White still kept coming back even after the divorce. So she's talking about her parents, Mr. and Mrs. White. So Bond says, I'm sorry. And she says, what for? And we cut to Swan sitting on the floor, drinking some wine, while Bond is just ripping the walls open, trying to find some secrets.
I can relate to that.
Relate in a what? What, who,
sitting
Bond
on,
or...
Sitting on the floor with a glass of red wine.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes more sense. I didn't take you for somebody who would destroy a wall, but yeah, on the floor with some wine. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, and we later find out she's quite drunk as well, so there...
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I'm revealing too much.
So Bond finds some booze within the wall, so he just has a swig straight away. And we look around and we see the room is being completely trashed. And Bond says, well, this can't be it. There has to be something else here. And Swan kind of starts talking about how I promised myself I would never be hurt again by him. And she cut off all the ties to her father and never spoke to him again. And she says how in his dying breath he sent Bond to her. And Bond kind of retaliates with that by saying, well, the only reason he was alive... I saw him, very sick man. The only thing keeping him going was because of you. So she says, I'm going to bed. And she stands up, but she just almost falls over as she is quite drunk. And Bond catches her, so kind of has her in his arms. And she talks about saying, oh, don't think I'm going to fall into your arms seeking solace for my dead daddy. And she then goes into the bed and tells Bond, you need to keep watch. And if you come anywhere near me, I'll kill you. So she lies on the bed while he sits in the chair. And she then says, look, there are two of you. Two Jameses. Lucky me. And to herself, she says in French, what am I doing here? And then she says, to lies and killers everywhere. Which I got a little bit confused by that dialogue. I don't know what you made of it. The two Jameses and the lies and killers.
Two Jameses because she's drunk, I assumed. Like she's seeing double. And then liars and killers, I don't know, just assassins, I guess, like running in her family now and can't avoid them.
I mean, I kind of liked her saying to lies and killers. I thought that was kind of nice. Like, it's quite dark, to be honest. It's quite a lot. But the two Jameses thing, I thought that was... I was trying to find, like, a symbolic meaning for that, almost. Like, oh, is she seeing two different sides of James? Is there something else going on there? Is she seeing James as her dad because they're quite similar in a way because they're assassins? Hopefully not. But, like, I was looking for something, like, symbolic with that. But you might be right. It's just because she's drunk. But I was hoping they would inject a little bit something with such a specific line of saying, look, there are two of you, two Jameses, lucky me. Like, I thought there'd be a little bit more to it. Like, because she's drunk. You could have her say anything, like, right? It doesn't have to be specifically, there's two Jameses. That feels like too specific for it not to have a point.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe I'm not on that same wavelength.
Well, I don't know what it is. That's the thing.
I don't know.
I have no idea, but I feel like there has to be a point to it. But yeah, this kind of goes into a little bit of her characterization where I don't think it's particularly bad here, but I do feel like a lot of these are going through the motions and some of the stereotypes of like Bond women and girls or whatever you want to call it, where the last one she was really annoyed and stuff, which is pretty good, and now this one is just like, I'm not going to fall into your arms seeking solace for my dead daddy, which I don't feel very comfortable saying, to be honest. I don't think it sounds quite as good coming from my mouth, but it's a little bit of a creepy line, which I think in isolation is fine, but yeah, her characterization kind of, or the moments with her, I should say, kind of feel a little bit more just kind of stereotypical than they should, which is kind of a shame.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Up to this point, I mean, we haven't seen much of her, but I liked the scene. I thought she was good in that scene in Austria. I think the idea that she's kind of drunk and saying stuff that a Bond girl in a Bond film wouldn't be able to say usually is quite good. Like, I like that she is whispering to herself, why am I here? Like, how did I get into this mess, sort of thing. Maybe they could have gone a bit further with it though. I think you're right. Like with the whole two James and stuff, they could have said anything at that point. But no, I don't mind it. I think it's just because I think she's just very good. I think she's a very good actress, and yeah, she just has quite a good presence in the film. I mean, at this moment, it is very kind of bashing heads with Bond, but with all this setup, I think that does eventually lead to a nicer connection that they have further down the film. So I don't mind. I don't mind what they're doing here.
Maybe it's because of how it plays out later is why I'm focusing on this scene, because I do agree with you. I do like her kind of, she is a good actress, and her getting drunk, it makes sense. And her kind of reflecting on what the hell is going on. I do like all that stuff, and the two lies again, like all that stuff is good. It's just, I guess there's something about that line about falling into your arms and stuff. It's, I don't know, it's very on the nose, and for where this goes, maybe, me personally anyway, I don't know if it fits all that well. And it makes me feel like a lot of this stuff is just kind of, a lot of what happens with this character is not as well done as it could have been. Feels a little bit more stereotypical than I would have liked. But the stuff that isn't like that, which is all the other stuff around that line, I like. But yeah, maybe it's just that line I just don't like.
They've definitely used that line before, haven't they? Like, that is quite a common line about...
Yeah, a version of it, for sure.
Don't think I'm going to be this easy sort of thing, but yeah. They really like to use it, clearly.
Yeah. So we then see Bond is sitting in the chair, and we get some aerial shots of Tangier at night, so we're cutting forward a little bit. and we see Bond has fallen asleep in the chair. And he wakes up and he sees a little mouse on the floor. So he seems a little bit drunk as well, a little bit out of it anyway. And he points his gun at the mouse, and the mouse looks at Bond, and Bond's like, "Who sent you?" And asks, "Who are you working for?" And he then kind of sees the mouse go into like a hole in the wall, like a little mouse hole. And Bond then sees a crooked picture above it. So he has a swig of his beer that he's drinking. I think it's Heineken again, I want to say. Back for another round. Tanner's beer of choice, as we call it in my local pub.
He does the adverts for it.
Yeah, give me a Tanner, please. That's what we call it. I was going to say like a new Swigs joke, but I couldn't quite make it work.
No, that would work. I'd be happy with that.
All right, cool, nice. So Bond kind of follows the hole, and there's a desk in front of it. So he just moves the desk out the way. He moves the picture of the wall. He pours the beer on the floor, and it very unconvincingly pours underneath, like it slides underneath the wall. But it almost looks like it's CGI or something. It's too perfect. So Bond then starts just punching the wall, and it reveals a secret room behind that wall. And all the punching and commotion wakes Swan up, and they both go into the room. So we see this very small, dingy room, which it does have a light in there, but it's a lot of files and papers, and Bond kind of goes through and he sees some old passports. It's all very dusty, and sees a load of maps. And Swan then goes up to one of the walls and sees a load of photos of herself and her dad on the wall. It's quite interesting with the way they talk about Mr. White in this film, because he's clearly Mr. White, but once he dies and it's all about Swan, he is then just referred to as Swan's father the whole time, which probably makes sense. But I find that interesting. I always put White, but they never refer to him as such. It's always my father or your father, which makes sense for what they're going for with this. So she looks very sad looking at these pictures, a bit somber. And Bond picks up a VHS tape, and it says Vesper on it. It says Vesper interrogation, something like that. So Swan then says, "What is it?" And Bond takes a look at it and just says nothing, and just tosses it aside. And he then finds quite an old computer, and it's very old, 70s maybe. Starts turning it on, and Swan finds a piece of paper, and Bond says there are some coordinates on it, of which Bond kind of then catches us all up, saying he was looking for him, so the head of the organization, and he sent Bond to finish the job. So Bond is kind of saying, "I'm going to go do that." Swan says, "I'm coming with you." Bond says, "No, I want you alive, and that I might not be coming back." But Swan says, I need to know what happened to my father, so I'm coming with you. So Bond then searches through some maps. They look at the coordinates, and then he points on the map, and he says it's the middle of nowhere in the desert, which is where they need to head to. So, I mean, first of all, the mouse stuff made me laugh.
I like the mouse stuff.
The mouse stuff is funny. Very big Diamonds Are Forever vibes, which is not always the thing I want to reference. But yeah,
love it.
Sean Connery in the pipe talking to that mouse. I don't know if he says the same thing, to be honest. I think he might say something quite similar.
Possibly.
Who sent you? It's something like that. But yeah, surprisingly charming. When Craig isn't being sarcastic, he can be quite funny.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I guess a lot of stuff in this room. I think it's very cool to have this, and yeah, you're unpacking White stuff. But I guess it's the Vesper tape. And it's interesting because in this film they touch upon Vesper. She's mentioned a few times, but they don't really go into it, which at the time was kind of disappointing, but they kind of do touch upon it more in No Time to Die. So I kind of will let it off a bit. But yeah, there's a tape of the interrogation, and Bond's reaction to it is to say it's nothing and toss it aside. But there's no follow-up to that. You would somewhat expect that he stole it or something like that he did in fact take it. But no, that's it. And
he is over her.
Well,
that's the impression you're meant to get, I suppose.
I guess so. I feel like it's... I'm not 100% sure what they're going on here. I take it more that Bond is not necessarily over her, but maybe the damage has kind of been done.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to revisit that. But it's almost like having him see the name while Swan is around, while they are setting up this relationship with Swan. I don't know what exactly they're trying to do. I guess make you think of Vesper's relationship with Bond and try and use that as a parallel to the one with Swan. It's like, it's not like passing the torch or anything like that, but eventually for where it goes with Swan, I guess it somewhat makes sense to have Vesper there, but it's, yeah, I didn't quite get how that ties together, or if that's even meant to.
See, when I watched this, and you saw that Vesper interrogation tape, my first reaction was, "Oh, that's cool. That's cool that they have a little thing there, a little reference back, and Bond's reaction to it of just tossing it aside, and yeah, clearly not letting it affect him, as a sign of that chapter of his life is over. He's moved on from it all now, and the pain and the trust, and that was all that was happening with Quantum of Solace, obviously, and even Skyfall as well to an extent. So I liked that idea that they were just highlighting that, I suppose. But I also kind of think it was a little bit unnecessary. In this film, they are bringing back a lot of things. You mentioned how they're showing loads of the old villains, and it's all kind of linking together. And I guess if they bring back Mr. White, it makes sense to at least mention Vesper. And they've brought back it really reminded me of just how much they do reference in this. You had the Judi Dench tape at the very beginning as well. They really weren't too shy at doing all these callbacks. And I think that's fine. That's fine to do all this stuff. But it does also mean that you never really... It's harder to then move from it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... The film's always being kind of bogged down by the history of it. And I get that is tied to Bond's characterization and where they're taking that character now and growing it. But at a certain point, I just kind of want them to move on, which doesn't even happen with the next one either, really. So I'm in two minds. Like, sometimes I like it because I think, well, if they've done that, being like Mr. White bringing back, why wouldn't they at least maybe mention something about Vesper? Or they brought back Judi Dench, why would they not bring back, I don't know, a picture of Silver? You know, those all link together, and that's fine. But on the other hand, when I take a step back and look at the film, it does just feel very much like more of the same in a way.
Yeah, I agree. It does. I don't think it robs this film of its own identity. I think that's a little bit too far, but obviously that's where this is what ultimately happens when you have this stuff too much.
Yeah.
It might be because Swan is looking sad looking at her past with the pictures. Maybe that's what it is, that Bond is like looking at his past and instead just throws it away. It might be some parallels there, maybe something like that. But
yeah,
I feel like Vesper gets mentioned later, and I feel like that mention would have been more effective if this tape wasn't here. But I potentially feel like they mentioned Vesper here to set up the mention later in the film. So it doesn't come out. I'm
sure you're right. Yeah, you're probably spot on with that.
But it's almost like I think that mention would have been way more effective if you weren't reminded of it. Because I think at this point they need to be focusing on Bond and Swan. It needs to be those two. Like, that's the big thing. I don't think we necessarily need that. Although I guess you can try and look at some of Bond's stuff to show him potentially being more open to a connection again. I don't think they do a good job overall in this film showing that, where this is where it goes. But I guess you kind of need to look back at the past. I don't know. I'm kind of the same as you, in two minds, a little bit unsure about it. I guess I probably would have preferred it wasn't there. Like, it's an interesting thing to think about, but maybe it would have been a stronger film without it, especially because this doesn't really go anywhere unless you think it's tricky. But I still like the idea of this room and Mr. White, and it does kind of make sense. But, you know, again, fundamentally, some people are just not going to like any of this stuff because of all the throwbacks. I'm not necessarily in that camp, but yeah, maybe if they took this one out, if they took out some of the picture references, it would have maybe landed a bit better. Maybe felt a little less forced.
I think so too. So after that, we cut to London. We have a pan down to some people walking across a big... I think it might be the same place that we saw Bond walking before, actually.
Yeah, there's like this giant circle. It might be Whitehall because they mentioned the name Whitehall. It's like you get these aerial shots of it, but yeah, just a huge like courtyard, but it's like a circle courtyard.
Yeah. and it's M and Moneypenny, and they're heading inside. We see him inside, heading into a room, and C's there. And actually, it looks as if something's just wrapping up because apparently there was a meeting about the Nine Eyes program and South Africa and all that sort of stuff. But MI6 weren't informed about the rescheduling of it, so they've turned up late and they've missed it all kind of going on. And now South Africa are on board. We saw on the TV there was a terrorist attack, so they're now all about the data. They want to get in on the data and the safety of it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, C is coming out to talk to M and Moneypenny, and they start to walk through some of the corridors and they're talking. And yeah, so it's now been sanctioned, this Nine Eyes program, and the system apparently is going to go live in less than 72 hours, C is saying. And he also starts to talk about how he's been asked to head the new committee of it. And he's been speaking to the Home Secretary, and it's been a decision to close down the 00 program. And it's kind of, C is saying this with a lot of smarminess to him. Well, kind of holding back a little bit, but you can tell that he's actually enjoying it all. He's saying that, it's not personal, it's the future to M, and then says, and you're not. And yeah, saying this in a very, very kind of villainous way, like really enjoying it. To which M replies that you're a cocky little bastard, in only the way that Ralph Fiennes can say. And I think he ends just by saying this isn't over yet, basically, and walks off. So it's a very quick scene, just setting up that the Nine Eyes stuff is still progressing. But I really do, the main thing I love about this scene is just how it ends. So yeah, M and Moneypenny there with C. M walks off after saying that. Moneypenny goes to walk off, and she gives this little you want some? As she walks past C, there's just this tiny little step forward from her, come on then. And then off she walks. But yeah, that's really it.
It's all just so juvenile, this stuff. It's crazy that they decided to go in this direction. As you say, Moneypenny's it's like something from Mean Girls, where it's just M says come on girls, and Moneypenny leaves and it's you're lame. But yeah, it's just so juvenile between these people. It's just a big shame. So I mean, it's not great for all the reasons we already described with the last C scene, the damage was already done. But yeah, this plays out in such a juvenile, silly, childish way. It's oh, we rescheduled the meeting, didn't you know? It's no, well, come on. They would have had M involved. Don't give us that. That's so stupid. They wouldn't do that behind his back. They just wouldn't. And especially because of how much weight they put behind about the 00 program. They had a public committee with a member of parliament to decide this before with Judi Dench. They did that. And now this one was just a behind the doors meeting that M didn't get invited to. It's yeah, it feels a bit too high school for me. And also it's bad for all the other reasons we already described with this storyline.
Yeah, it just really, this whole scene just really hammered home to me. I really don't care about this stuff, and I should care. They did a good job of making me care more in Skyfall. As you say, they set it up more officially, whereas this, it's just all these little things going on in the background we don't even see, and yeah, it's just whatever by this point. And also, I don't like C, so that doesn't help either.
That'll do it. Yeah,
that will do it. So after that, we see a big wide shot of a train leaving Tangier, and we're back to Bond and Swan. So yeah, it's leaving the city. It's kind of an old style train. You see Bond walking down and giving a suit to be pressed to one of the attendants in it. And
I think it is. I looked this up. It's called the Oriental Desert Express.
Oh, so it's a real train?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I do wonder, where it eventually goes. Is that real? Is there a train that just goes pretty much nowhere? That's kind of interesting.
I mean, whether they use CGI or not, I don't know. But, yeah, this is meant to be one of those trains. So, you obviously got the famous Oriental Express, which that was from Russia with Love, right? So, this is the desert version of it, which I believe is a real train.
Right, okay. So, yeah, it's kind of that one that's got all the individual booths inside, and Bond goes into one, and there's Swan sitting inside. And he sits down opposite her and brings out a gun and starts to tell her about how to use a gun and how to protect herself and for what they're coming up against soon, which she's having none of. She's very adamant that she hates guns. She refuses to to do any of this sort of stuff, which Bond kind of glosses over and starts to go over it anyway. So he starts to point out the trigger and this, that, and whatever, and how to point and squeeze, I think he says at the end of it. So it's just how to take a shot. And he kind of puts it on the table and pushes it over to her, and Swan picks it up and very swiftly and very confidently unloads it, and she knows what she's doing basically. Gets it already, and she starts to say about how when she was younger, a man came to their house to kill her father, and there was like a gun under the sink or something like that. So she's been introduced to guns for ever since child. Basically, she's grown up with that sort of life. So no surprises that she knows her stuff when it comes to this. But that's why she hates guns. And Bond is just like, I don't have to teach you anything, do I? That's kind of a little bit of a setup to Swan being capable, which I think is kind of it's at least they make a bit of effort to show. Because usually with these sort of Bond girl situations, they usually say like, oh yeah, I work for the CIA, or I'm actually part of the what and what agency. So that's kind of how they'd be like, all right, yeah, she can use a gun. Whereas this time they're giving the background of her upbringing and the family she was linked to is how she would know this sort of stuff, which I think works.
Yeah, it all makes sense. It all comes together, and it's almost a little bit more understated, as you kind of mentioned about the CIA stuff, where before they would always have to make a huge point about it. But this one, a little bit more understated. She's just like, I don't like guns. And then she, like, again, a lot of this stuff with Swan so far, I do feel like individually, I think the scenes are all right, but it is stuff that's not all that groundbreaking, all that different, really. It is just like, we've seen this before. It's just like, oh, well, she can use a gun. But again, they do make it a little bit more understated and not as exaggerated, which I think works well. And we've already seen that Swan can get stuff done, like with the syringe in the back of the car.
Yeah.
So there was already like a little bit of a hint towards that. This isn't just like, oh, well, I didn't suspect this.
What?
Yeah, they do a little bit more subtly than this. I did want to ask, though, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. Is what she's talking about with someone trying to kill her father when she was young, is that the beginning of No Time to Die?
No, I thought it was, but I don't think it is, because later I think we learn what that was in this film.
Ah, okay, all right. I don't remember what that was, but when I saw this scene, it did make me think of that, which I thought, that's kind of cool, but it sounds like that's not the case.
Yeah, because I did think that too, because it does line up so well, but I think it is slightly different.
Okay.
But after that, we cut back we're back in London again, and we're seeing the shot of M sitting in a restaurant. It's a very fancy-looking restaurant. There's paintings all over the wall. This is a real restaurant. It's one that I actually kind of want to go to at some point in London. It's called Rules, but it's very expensive, obviously. But I would really like to go there because you can even like sit at that same table that M sits at. But he's there. It's all very moody. He's enjoying his wine. And Moneypenny and Q arrive. They come from behind and enter, and they're there to update M on Bond's whereabouts and what he's up to. Q having come back from Austria, he's kind of got information to say and how his Bond's onto something there. And Moneypenny's got this little map, and she's saying how the land in this area is registered just as desert, but actually satellite imagery is showing that there's a fully blown base set up there in this crater. So that's where Bond is heading, and M kind of just shuts him down very quickly and says that we can't help Bond. He's just learned that C is spying on them. So anything that they do is just handing over information to C, and Bond is basically better off on his own at this point, and he goes to leave. He tells Q to delete the Smart Blood files, and that Bond is basically on his own now, which we've heard that quite a lot. Bond is on his own, but in this circumstance, it makes sense that he now knows that they are tracking everyone, so just shut it down, shut down that link.
Yeah, I like this idea. The problem is just, this ties into the C storyline, so it's not that great. But the idea is pretty good that we get this, we can actually help Bond out by leaving him alone. I think that's quite cool. That's quite a good thing to think about. And, I do like the idea of M kind of doing something to have Bond's back. But again, it's kind of a little bit betrayed by the fact that Bond didn't really trust M at the beginning. So I kind of would have liked if this was more of a continuation of the trust they're supposed to have, even with their disagreements. I think that's what it's kind of supposed to be, but it does fall a little bit flat because of that, and it also falls a little bit flat because this is tied to the C storyline. But in a vacuum, yeah, it's quite a neat idea that MI6 has to detach from Bond because they're everywhere and Spectre's everywhere. It's almost what we got a little bit in Quantum of Solace about Quantum being everywhere and who can you trust. It's just not quite of a focus, which I find quite interesting as a whole. Quantum is a small part of Spectre, but the Quantum film focuses a lot more about they're everywhere, and Spectre has that stuff in there, but not massively. I wonder if maybe they just didn't want to retread that ground. It would have just felt like rehashing Quantum, so it's there, but not so much. Maybe that was a smart choice. I don't know, but I think the idea is pretty solid on its own.
Yeah, they had that. They had the line by dying Mr. White, and I think that was enough to get it get the point across that they're everywhere. I think you're right. I think Quantum of Solace did it in a more interesting way, especially good old Mitchum. Was that his name?
Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Mitchum.
Yeah. I don't know where Mitchum's from. House of Cards, I think. Yeah, Mitchell. Yeah, that was like a good way of being like right under their nose, sort of thing. But they've done that. They don't need to carry on with that sort of stuff.
But anyway. The surveillance thing, the surveillance and stuff, and them controlling the data, that's a good idea. Yeah. It's just been fumbled too much at this point.
Yeah. We're back to the train. It's now later on. It's pretty much night, and we're seeing it kind of carrying on going through the desert. We're in the dining carriage now of the train, and Bond is there waiting in his white tux. The white tux with the red flowery bit. It's all there. The look's all there. It's complete. Looks good. And he's waiting for Swan to arrive, which she does. And she's in a very beautiful dress as she walks down and sits opposite him on this dinner table. And I can't remember what they say before, but they eventually order a drink. Oh, I think it's because she says about, alcohol makes me do silly things or something like that. So she orders a dirty vodka martini, which Bond says, yeah, that sounds good. I'll have one as well. And before the drinks arrive, they're just talking to each other, and she's asking about why Bond does what he does, being an assassin, pretty much, always being alone, always being hunted, always being in the shadows. And he replies by saying that he's not sure if he's ever had a choice, and he's never really stopped to think about it. And if he did stop to think about it, or he doesn't know what would happen if he did stop to think about it. So, yeah, she's sort of trying to understand James a bit more, especially in relation to knowing what her father did and how that led, I suppose. But yeah, the drinks arrive, the martinis, and on a tray, and Bond just says put them down there. And Swan is saying that you always have a choice in the matter, and they drink to that. And afterwards, Bond looks into the reflection of there's a cocktail shaker on the tray from the martinis, and he sees in the reflection a big man walking towards them. It's Hinks, everyone. He's back. He's back. And it all happens very quickly. He looks at the reflection, and suddenly he's like right there and just smashing the table that they're on. And we're getting into a very kind of rough and ready fight scene between the two. So, yeah. Although I will say Hinks does look very good. Like, he's got a nice suit on as well. He's dressed the part as well. And he picks up Bond and kind of smashes him against the wall. Bond has got his gun and he tries to shoot, but the gunshots just go up in the air because Hinks is holding his arms. And yeah, the two start fighting and throwing each other across the carriage, smashing the place up. It kind of moves on as well, further down the carriage. At one point, Swan gets slapped by Hinks, and she gets kind of knocked out by that on the floor. And it's now just Bond and Hinks fighting. And there's no music in this scene. It's all very much just the audio of what would be happening. It's the grunts and the smashes and the train tracks from outside. So Bond is there throwing bottles. At one point, he throws this kind of candle at Hinks, which sets him alight. So he has to take off his jacket, and it moves further down. They reach a bar area, and I think it's an ice pick, I guess. It's like some sort of spiky implement Bond picks up and tries to use as a weapon to stab Hinks and doesn't really get very far. It gets thrown around some more. They eventually make their way into the kitchen area, throw in some pans. Got to have some pans being thrown, obviously. And then finally, past the kitchen, they're now into this storage area, I guess, like a storage carriage, lots of crates and things in there. And by this point, like, Bond has never really managed to get the upper hand. He's kind of just been thrown around by Hinks. And he's pretty much wiped out by this point. Hinks slams him on top of a crate. He's not looking too good. And Hinks opens one of the side doors in this carriage as if he's about to throw Bond out of the train. But before he can do that, Swan is back. She's woken up. She's got the gun. And she shoots Hinks in the arm. So he sort of stumbles back and hides in some of the crates in this carriage. She peers around, she's still got the gun, and she goes to shoot, but it's out of bullets now. So with that, Hinks kind of crashes out of the crates and grabs her by the neck. So he's kind of temporarily distracted with her, which leaves Bond a chance to jump up and tie some rope around Hinks's neck. As he does that, and the sort of fumbling all around, there's some kegs on this carriage, which start to get knocked out. They're all chained together, I think, and they all start to fall out of the open door. And as they're falling, Bond, at the last second, attaches the other end of the rope around Hinks's neck. He attaches it to one of the kegs, and so as they're all tumbling out, at the last second, Hinks realizes what's happened, and gets launched out of the carriage with all of the kegs being thrown out. So that was a fight scene. Obviously, I don't think it was a bad fight scene, really. It's very much, you can tell what they were trying to do here, with the environment, the lack of music, the sort of roughness to it. It's all very much from Russia of Love, Bond and Grant in that fight scene. And I think for the most part, they pull it off. I wish that we were a bit more invested with. I think we said before, like, Hinks hasn't really had a chance to have much character because of the lack of dialogue, and I think that doesn't help this scene because this is him now gone. But I think for the the way it moves through the train is pretty good, and there's enough stuff happening to keep it interesting. I still don't think it's as good because I think, the From Russia of Love one was in one cabin and it was a lot more cramped and claustrophobic, but they can't just copy things exactly, and I think as a little throwback to it, it does a good job, and I like that Swan gets involved as well and helps out, and not bad.
I think, I can't remember what episode it was, but I'm sure I talked about once how, like, the importance of a fight scene is, like, setting up all the elements before the fight even begins. And that's where you kind of get the advantage of something like a Jaws, where, like, Jaws, you see him a ton, and you see him, like, bite someone to death, and he's almost like a Frankenstein. Like, visually, you kind of get it, and you're sold. So when Bond goes up against it, there's a little bit more to it, because he's been successfully kind of set up and established. But, yeah, as we said, Hinks has not done enough to really give you that payoff of now Bond has to fight him. And they do the whole, Hinks is a lot bigger than Bond, so kind of dominates him from that stuff, which is great. We've seen that a ton. Tee-hee, everybody. Mm-hmm. It's that sort of thing. But yeah, it just kind of really hammers home how they did him dirty from a sense of they just didn't give him enough screen time. Like, he was in the film, he was in the Spectre meeting, he was in that chase, he was in the other chase, but like, a villain doesn't get, or a henchman doesn't get set up by simply sitting in a car. And then, like, in the Rome scene, they barely cut to him. You barely even see him at all. And then in the Austria plane chase, you barely see him at all again. It's just, it's similar to what I said about the sea stuff in the last scene. The damage is kind of already done. And I think if they showed him a lot more on screen and showed him kind of being a little bit more intimidating, and he wasn't just a bloody in the passenger seat not doing anything for a good while, this could have been quite a nice payoff to finally see him go 1-to-1. Or what they sometimes do, where it's like Bond fights him a little bit and it doesn't go well, so he runs away. Like, I think that's what they did with Jaws. Like, there is a fight, but he just loses and gets away. Yeah. And then he comes back and he has to find a more inventive way to kill him, which is what somewhat happens here. Like, Bond has to use an inventive way, which is using the kegs to launch him out by his neck. Like, that's a pretty effective way to kill someone. Although I like the idea that he's not actually dead. Like, Jaws wouldn't have died to that. No chance.
Oh, Jaws has survived way worse things than that, for sure.
Oh, yeah, easily. They had to, like... Even when he, like, blew up in space, he was fine.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's an effective way to take him out. But, yeah, the damage has already been done. They wrote him into enough scenes, but the 2 scenes that he had with Bond was just chase scenes that weren't anything spectacular, and they just didn't really show him a lot. Like, even in, like, Moonraker, I think it was, or maybe it was Spy Who Loved Me, where Jaws is in a car, he, like, leans out the car and is, like, going crazy, and he's, like, I think he, like, steals someone's gun or something like that, like, someone's shooting and Jaws just gets impatient. Like, they inject that personality and you see him a lot. But this one is just, like, nothing. So when it comes to this final confrontation, it's just, like, as you say, it's not bad, and it's a fun throwback, like a very direct, specific throwback. It's that white suit. It's Bond drinking with a woman who's all dolled up. It's a train, and also it's like this Oriental Desert Express train that has the old-timey feel, like from Russia with Love. It's very, very direct. But part of what made the From Russia with Love stuff good is that you saw Grunt throughout the film, and now it's a payoff for that. This isn't really a payoff. This is just kind of a goon fight. And then he dies, and it's like, oh, well, I guess next scene then.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's as good as it can be with what they set up. So that's it was kind of handicapped, I think, with Hinks, as you mentioned.
I think the combination of having Bond in this suit, though, and putting him on a train, I quite like that, because I don't think Bond ever wore this suit on a train.
No, I don't think so.
Because it was what? Sean Connery was Goldfinger at the start, and then Diamonds Are Forever. And then Roger Moore, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I think he wore this quite a lot, to be honest.
But
I don't think that was ever on a train.
No, I remember Octopussy, but I can't remember any others.
So so it's 2 very direct references merged together to make it feel very Bond, which is nice. That's kind of what you want. So that is quite successful from that standpoint. It's just, it's too bad the fight itself falls flat due to the payoff not being there.
Yeah, that's an easy thing to do as well. Like, don't get me wrong, a bit of fan service like that I'll happily take, but it is easy just to be like, right, let's put him in the white suit, train, beautiful dress, martinis, check
Bond
that off.
theme? No.
Whoa, let's not go crazy now.
No, that'd be stupid. To play
Ridiculous
the Bond theme.
idea. But yeah, it is quite an easy thing to do, so I can't give them too much credit, but I'm still glad it's there at the end of the day.
Yeah, like, for a film called Spectre, you're allowed to do some fan service like this.
For sure. But yeah, just to end off this train scene, Bond and Swan are kind of sat in that storage carriage, breathless after the fight, and Swan asks, "What do we do now?" Bond turns her and looks at her, and then it just cuts to them back in their cabin, kissing each other and undressing each other and walking over. Bond carrying her over, and the title theme swells. The writing is on the wall. You can hear that, and that's that. That's it. Like that, she's now fallen in love, I suppose, to an extent, anyway. But yeah, there's a wide shot of the train, and you see the train pull off in front, and it's just those two now off the train with a bit of luggage in the middle of a huge desert, waiting.
Yeah, this is when I get conflicted with the Swan stuff, because I agree with what you're saying before. Like, the way she's played is the strength. Like, she does have real presence. Like, she fits the Bond girl mode, but she kind of has her own personality and feel on screen. Like, she is a great on-screen presence. But it almost feels like we missed a scene, for sure.
Yeah.
Because it goes from, like... Because what we've seen so far is that, Bond goes to meet her. She's like, "Get the hell away from me." And then...
Go to hell!
Yeah, like, she's not happy at all. To then kind of being a bit drunk in the hotel room, which makes sense. It all connects together. To lies and killers, that sort of line, that all connects. So then to them kind of getting on with it. Like, she's like, I want to find out what happened to my dad, so she's going to go with Bond. All makes sense. All connects so far. To them being on the train and she's still a little bit distant and stuff, and, you know, she can use a gun, but she's explaining why not to. All that great stuff. It all connects. It all makes sense. I didn't like that one line about the daddy stuff, but again, like, overall connects. And then the next time we see Swan, we just cut to them in the restaurant carriage. Bond's all suited up. She's gone all out with this dress and like lipstick and stuff, and then she's just like smiling, and then they're just having like a chat over drinks, and I'm just like, I feel like something got missed, where I'm not saying they weren't getting along at that point, but it almost feels like there should have been another scene in between those to set this up, because I don't quite buy that she would be in that mental state to enjoy herself in not in the way it's presented anyway.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think in my notes later on I did put that there are some parts that seemed very rushed with Swan, and this is kind of where it begins. I think, I don't know, I guess the idea is like in that situation, the life and death situation, that was enough to persuade her or make her come to a realization. But equally, it didn't really feel like enough had happened to warrant that. Because that has been a thing before where it's like, you know, Bond has saved a woman and that's been like, oh, James, you know, that's that. But I don't know, it didn't really feel like that. So, yeah, I could have done with maybe something a bit... Just another little scene in there. I think you're right.
I think that's all you needed. Just one scene to show like a little bit more chemistry between the two. It's not that they don't have chemistry, but something to kind of show that she's kind of calming down and Bond and stuff, like some sort of like back and forth. And maybe that did exist and they had to cut it for time. I think we've already said about how it's quite a long film, but they do kind of pace things out decently well, or there was very clearly a deliberate effort to keep things moving forward. And it does kind of make certain stuff like this feel a little bit like quicker, not in a hugely rushed way, but like, yeah, they clearly were conscious about that. So maybe there was a scene before this point, but it's like there's something felt a little bit missing here. And I do kind of agree, like, it's fine with them kind of then getting together and sleeping together after all this, because they're, you know, they do kind of connect somewhat during that restaurant scene. So there is something there and some kind of connection, but yeah, there just wasn't quite enough, especially for how important this character becomes.
Yeah.
It almost feels like if we were actually going to have them turn into an actual couple, there probably just needed to be like one extra scene just to make it feel a little bit better, because we're only like 20 minutes away from like, don't think I'm going to fall into your arms, and then 20 minutes later falls into his arms. It's like, that doesn't, like, if you're going to directly reference that, and I think it's why I don't like that line so much, if you're going to have that line, don't then just go back on that and pretend like, oh yeah, this is fine, this is all natural, this works. It's like, I don't mind the Bond films doing this sort of stuff because everyone kind of knows what it is. It's silly, it's fantasy, the way that Bond and women are, but this one's almost like trying to take itself a bit more seriously and then kind of doesn't get that stuff quite right. So it's not like a massive misfire or anything. It's just, yeah, needed a little bit more just to make it land a bit stronger.
So what I'm getting from this, Tom, is that you would have liked a scene between Swan and Bond where he talks about his little finger.
Maybe.
No?
I do know what he can do with it, so... Oh.
Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, but the dialogue between the two is all right as well, but I think that also feels a bit rushed, like when they're talking to each other and Bond saying, I don't know what I would do if I stopped. Like, it's to set stuff up, but it's a decent conversation. Whenever you have this sort of chat, though, you are always going to compare it to the Vesper scene in Casino Royale, and it's always going to pale in comparison to that, but it's still, like, decent. I would just say maybe this whole thing's a bit rushed, but, you know, some of the dialogue here I quite enjoy.
Yeah.
So with Bond and Swan dropped off the train, they are truly in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the desert. I think it's supposed to be the Sahara Desert. And there's just like a little small abandoned building. So Bond just says, this might be a long wait. So we then cut to them kind of a little bit bored, a little bit more settled in, just standing in this building. And Swan sees a car in the distance and it starts going towards them. And Bond loads up his gun and kind of holds it, and he then looks at the car and says, that's a 1948 Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce. That's the one. Such a weird name. And yeah, it's a very old car. So it stops and a chauffeur gets out in a very like old timey like chauffeur uniform, like what you would see in an old film. Someone who like runs a lift. It's like, going up, sir. Like it's very like much that look.
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, please. So we cut to the car driving down like this desert road. And I don't know if this is the first time we get the Skyfall music reuse, but it's definitely the first one that I wrote down, because this is the Patrice scene music in Shanghai. Just gets played here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the one where, you know, Bond is walking through and it's all lit up and stuff. We get
Yeah.
a version of that track here.
Right.
So, yeah, it's problem number 3. I've already said, like, the first problem is just a complete mismatch with some of the scenes, which take some of the energy or the vibe it's meant to give out of them. The second one, we already complained, the Bond theme just not being present. And now here's problem number 3 with the score. Just, here's a Skyfall song. Does it match? Is it thematically appropriate? Nope. But we're going to play it anyway. Like, just compare to what that scene was, which was very quiet and moody and brooding, and Bond going through this dark thing that's being lit up and assassination going on, to just like a car driving down a road in a desert, it is going to the main base, so there's some weight behind it, sure, but it's just like, it's just not the same. Why would you do this?
You'll get what you're given and you'll enjoy it, Tom.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I refuse.
Yeah. I guess we'll talk about that more later. But yeah, this is the first instance. And I think, well, obviously you missed it. So obviously you can just miss it and not have it click. It's not the most obvious instance of it. But it's the first sign of just like, well, why would you even do that? I just don't understand the choice.
Do you know what? You talking about this now, it is one of my complaints. But I will be honest, I guess I did miss a lot of them. The one that really stood out to me, and I can't even remember if it's already happened or not, but it sort of goes like dun dun dun, and then there's a pause, and then I'm sure in Skyfall it was like another dun dun dun.
Is
Do you know what
that
bit I'm talking about?
in the opening credits when Bond is doing stuff in Skyfall?
Yes.
Yeah. I think maybe when Moneypenny takes that shot, the bloody shot scene, maybe it's in there. There's definitely that sort of music in that scene.
Because that's the bit I recognised in this. But yeah, the other ones maybe I didn't recognise them as much. But maybe that's just me being ignorant. I don't know.
Well, yeah, possibly.
Yeah, definitely.
The one that I remember quite vividly from when I first watched this film, and it's the one that really annoyed me, is the guitar riff from the Ice Lake scene in Skyfall.
Oh, I hate that.
They just rip it and then use it in the finale of this one. And it's like, it's not the same. It's just not the same. I'm so glad when I watch Skyfall, that stuff doesn't bother me, that I can still enjoy the music. Probably because it actually fits the scene, because it was written for that scene. And it's not written for these scenes, which is why it just feels so out of place. And the Skyfall music was so good that just shoving it in here and expecting it to work, it just stands out like, ooh. But that's the one that really annoyed me when I watched it. And I was like, what the hell happened here?
That annoyed me too. Yes, that one I did recognise.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're in the car and Bond and James is in the back and Swan says, I'm scared, James. And Bond holds her hand. A little bit wooden there. I thought that was a little bit not the best line delivery and moment. But, all right, at this point, they're supposed to be a couple, so I think it's meant to reinforce that a little bit more. But we see the car is kind of heading towards... It's like a canyon that circles in on itself. It's like these giant rock walls, but it's like circular. And inside there's like this facility and this base. I don't know how else to describe it.
I think, it's meant to be a big crater.
Yeah, it's meant to be a crater, but it's very raised up. Like, this isn't a crater in the sense of, it's a massive kind of hole in the earth. It's like everything has been like raised up around it. So you get these big rock walls almost in a circle.
Yeah, I really like it, actually. I kind of forgot that this is where they set this bit. And what you learn about the character, it is a nice way of having a kind of silly villain base, but without it being so like on the nose as a reference. It's like a cool. It's just a cool visual, and that's all it needs to be, but still relatively believable, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of would have. I was a little bit disappointed by it because I do get that feeling, what you're talking about, that this is probably what they're trying to do. This is the villain base. So they are kind of very deliberately trying to reference that, but this almost felt a little bit off. And I think it's just don't set stuff in the desert. Like it's not good. I don't want to see stuff in a desert. It's not interesting. You need to do a little bit more. So I think maybe it would have been smart if they didn't have this take place in the Sahara Desert. If they found somewhere more interesting, somewhere with a bit more color or something. I don't know. Like obviously one of the most iconic ones is the Scaramanga base, and they probably were never going to live up to that. But you just don't do a desert. Like I just don't think deserts are visually that interesting to look at because it's a bloody desert. It's in the name.
Yeah, it doesn't help that so much of the film has had that color as well. Like the Tangier stuff was all very orange. The Mexican stuff was all very orange, color graded. So yeah, I can understand that. It does look very samey by this point.
Yeah, but I like the idea of it. I just don't think it lands from that department. So
yeah,
we see something that is quite cool is that we see the car arrives up to where this base is and there's grass. It's quite a modern, nice facility. And there's like pavements and stuff, and there's just grass with sprinklers on them. It feels quite alive. So I do like that visual contrast where the base itself has green grass, but it's surrounded by desert. I think that's quite cool. Yeah. I'll give them marks for that. So they pull up and get out, and we see lots of men in suits standing nearby, and one of them greets them by name, saying, Madeline Swan and James Bond, we're very excited to finally meet you. And Bond says, well, it's a pleasure to be here. And the man explains, your hosts will meet them for drinks at 4. But he does say there's one thing to take care of, and someone like comes in. It's just like an odd job sort of like dress. Not dress, but uniform.
Oh, what's the guy
very
with
like
the pillow?
Butler. Like he looks like a butler, but he's like a big butler.
Big butler.
Like a hench butler, yeah.
Yeah.
So he comes over and he just has like a metal tray and just puts it in front of Bond, and Bond's like, oh, of course. And then he puts his gun on it. Then we cut to Bond kind of entering his room inside the facility, and he walks in, shuts the door, and we see that there's a guard behind him standing outside and just waits there. And he looks outside the window and he kind of sees all the different sort of buildings in this facility. They're all quite small, but they're quite like whitish silvery, I guess. And there's a photo, and it's the photo we saw before when Bond was in his flat, and it's of James and this other man, and next to them is Franz, the guy that Bond has been chasing, the head of Spectre. He's in that same photo. So then we go to Swan in a different room, and she's kind of just standing there as well, but she sees a photo has been placed in her room as well. And this one is of her and her father. I think it's the same picture we saw inside the American. It's just when she was like young, like 8 or 10 or something like that with her dad. And I love all this stuff. I think now that we've watched all of these films back to back like this, I now have much stronger memories of like the whole going to the villain's base and be treated like a guest.
Yeah.
Like that's so iconic, classic Bond. And I always loved that stuff in the classic films with like Dr. No and Scaramanga. Like all that stuff is so fun to see I love this stuff. I thought it was so charming. I was so charmed. I was charmed off my chair that just seeing Bond, this man be like, your guest, we'll have drinks at 4, and Bond just going along with it and being happy. Especially because Swan was talking about how scared she was before, and then Bond is just like going along for the show. Like this whole fakeness to how fancy and rich and nice this all is, and this like kind of fake sophistication to it all. It's just so classic Bond that I was just, this was delightful, this whole scene.
It was. I like this. As you say, big Dr. No vibes. And I was trying to remember, because it's, very similar setup where Bond and Honey Ryder are taken into that hotel and they have their separate rooms. Was there, am I trying to remember, was there photos in Dr. No that they'd put there?
Don't
Or am I just
remember
making that up?
No.
Might just be making that up, because when I was watching, I was like, "Wow, that's a good callback." But I think I might be making things up in my head. Nonetheless, it definitely is. Yeah, there are links there, so I like it too. It's little callbacks like this that aren't like the craziest. It's just the villain really acting overly nice, sort of thing. Which, as you say, we've seen so many times before. But it's a good setup to eventually seeing the character themselves.
Yeah. It's just very enjoyable. Very on the nose, but very enjoyable. I don't like the reason why I say I don't think Doctor No had it because it's like, well, pictures of who?
Yeah,
Like
I
picture of
think so.
Quarrel or something.
No, not Quarrel.
Not Quarrel.
Oh.
But no, yeah. Unfortunately, this doesn't kind of go anywhere. Like we then go to the next scene, but what I wanted was a dinner scene. Like
yeah.
this needed to go to a dinner scene of them talking and having their back and forth, but instead, no, we skip that bit. And it's like, that's what I wanted for, yeah. So this feeling of like, ooh, this is like the old stuff kind of disappears for me after this scene because it doesn't play out. Well, it kind of plays it that way, but they needed to have dinner, at least.
Dinner would have been good. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So we cut to Bond and Swan kind of being walked around the facility, and they then say they go out to one of the buildings because they're outside, and he says this is a special place, and he has requested that you enter it alone. And then he says champagne, and Bond says maybe later, which I found quite interesting. I don't quite know what they're trying to say there because we know Bond's a big old drunk. I don't know if it's supposed to be, oh, well, this is serious if he said no to a drink. But I like that they offer him champagne. I just think it's quite funny that Bond just actually said no, or maybe later to it, because normally I think he probably would have said yes, absolutely.
It'd be funny if he was like, no, I'm good. And Swan was like, oh, yeah, I'll have them.
Yeah, go on then.
I'll have both, why not?
It's been a day.
Yeah, it's very stressful.
Yeah, so they then go in. It's kind of like this building, it's like a bit of a globe sort of thing. It's like circular on the top. It's not like a huge building. It's still quite small, but yeah, it's like a circular, like almost like a planetarium, I suppose. It's got that sort of look to it, which is quite appropriate because they go in and they see this big old rock in the middle of this empty room. And it's all dark apart from the light in the middle of the room shining on this rock. So Bond and Swan slowly walk in the room. They slowly approach the rock, and a voice then says, touch it. You can touch it if you want. And Swan recognizes that it's a meteorite. Then Franz kind of steps out of the shadows and starts talking because he was the one who said to touch it. And he says that this is the oldest meteorite in human possession, and it created the crater that they're standing in. And then he starts saying, well, think about it. So many years up there alone and silent and finally building momentum until it chose to make its mark on the earth. And I think I might be missing a line there, because doesn't Bond respond or say something to it?
Doesn't he say like an unstoppable force? And then Bond's like, well, it did stop.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah. So yeah, Franz then walks forward and he says, I can't tell you how long I've been looking forward to this. All of us here together, a reunion. And then he says to Swan, oh, you were just a girl when I saw you, when I came to your home to see your father. And then we cut to them walking through a different building. And there's like lots of people on the side. It's more like this corridor almost, but quite big. And there's a ton of people at these desks working on these screens. Somewhat high tech, but not like over the top. Trying to be a little bit more sleek than that. So she asks, like, what is this place? And Franz says, well, it's information. And then he starts explaining how the 00 program is officially dead. And he's asking, so if it's dead, why did you come? And Bond just says, I came here to kill you. And Franz says, well, I thought you came here to die. Of which Bond says, it's all a matter of perspective. No idea what that means.
Hate
to be
that
honest,
line.
I think that's meant to be very weighty and very intense and very interesting, but no idea what he's on about.
It's one of those lines where it's like, if you actually stop and think about it, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean by that? It's almost just like trailer fodder. You know, I don't know if that was in the trailer, probably not. But like that's the sort of line it is. It just sounds cool. Doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah, and this is where I'm a little bit disappointed with this stuff, where why I wanted a dinner scene part 4 or 5 of my video essay, is that like that stuff was always like, it's quite brief, but it was always very effective in terms of the different philosophies and Bond and the villain going back and forth. Like, it wasn't super deep or anything, but it was interesting to see the differences, especially with Scaramanga and stuff. Like, you got some of that differences, and you can kind of understand where the friction, and a good Bond villain, there's some sort of like chemistry there and middle ground, but there's also like, you can see fundamentally why they're different and why they kind of do what they do, but there's almost like this weird respect. It's all that sort of stuff, and I feel like this dialogue is supposed to evoke that same feelings, but it's mostly Franz just kind of gushing a little bit about, I'm so excited, oh, I'm so happy you're here, and then just forcing in some of these lines, like, it's all a matter of perspective. It's like, it just doesn't mean anything. Like, I would kind of like if they got a little bit more into, again, the philosophy of it all, but they're building up to the big reveal that comes later in the scene, so I think some of this dialogue falls flat, and it kind of somewhat exposes why, as a villain, maybe this one is not one of the top ones, because that chemistry between them, this is where it should really be shining, just them talking back and forth, and it just kind of doesn't. It's not terrible, I don't think. The media stuff's all right, but yeah, it doesn't quite land its mark.
No, it just feels a little bit awkward to me, to be honest.
So they then, I think I got that a little bit wrong. I think they were actually in a smaller room then, and then they go into the room which is with all the people on the screens. I think I got that a bit wrong, but yeah, so now they're in a different room with all these screens and people working, and they approach one of the screens, and Franz is like, is this live? And we see that it's camera footage of M giving a speech to MI6, and he talks about like thanking them all, and he says, I believe C is going to keep you all very busy. So he doesn't say it explicitly, but this is him shutting down the department and saying thank you to everyone. So they applaud the people in the footage. So Franz and Bond kind of keep walking past the screen, and Franz says, it looks like you're all alone because MI6 is gone. And Bond then goes into how, so you watch people burn just so governments can join your network that you created. And Bond says, well, C is one of your disciples. If he's working for you, what does he get out of it? And Franz says, nothing. He gets nothing out of it. He's just a visionary, like me, which I'm going to stop here because I actually really like that idea. I kind of, to me, it helps justify Silver being part of Spectre. That actually the way Franz has, structured some of these organizations. Yes, there's like the loyal dogs and stuff, but he does also allow people like a Silver to be their own independent people who just agendas happens to align with Spectre. So to me, it kind of, maybe I'm kind of searching for something that's not there, but I kind of like the idea that Spectre agents like a Silver could work in a very independent way, which is what they're trying to set up with C. Obviously, massively falls on its face with C, and you almost needed like a Silver-style villain to sell this idea, almost. C almost needed to be a lot stronger and a lot more independent to sell this idea. But I like the line. I like that concept that, yeah, they are one thing, but Silver is not like a loyal dog to Spectre. He is just kind of a part of it because they both get something out of it. And, Silver was basically acting alone in that film. It's just, yeah, he has the connection to Spectre. And again, I might be kind of overly trying to justify this to explain it, but I like that idea. I like the idea of C not just being a loyal dog to France, and also then it justifies Silver not being that as well.
Yeah, I like that idea too, to be honest. I think there's definitely an avenue down there where you could make that connection. I think the whole visionary thing to me is just it kind of, well, no, I'll wait until a little bit later on to talk about that. It's fine. Getting ahead of myself.
Okay, cool. So then France, they're like in the middle of this room. It's like a big cross. So it's like there's 4 corridors around them, all with these people on computers, and they're kind of like standing in the middle of this crossroads. And France starts saying, you came across me so many times, but you couldn't see me. And then he starts listing of all the different villains, like Silver and Le Chiffre, and I don't think he says green. I should have wrote that down. Green watch. Did we see a green? Was he mentioned? Any love for green?
I can't remember.
I can't remember. I just put that he listed off all the villains. But yeah, that's all he says. He goes through them, and Bond says, well, yes, and they're all dead. And Franz then explains a pattern then started developing with what happened. You interfered in my world, so I destroyed yours. And says, did you think it was just a coincidence that all the women in your life ended up dead? And he mentions Vesper, saying, oh, Vesper, she was the big one. And how could we forget about your beloved M being killed? And Franz says, it was all me, James. I am the author of all your pain. And he says to Swan, you're a very brave woman, associating himself with James because all the women in his life are killed. And at this point, everyone in the room stands up and kind of looks towards them. And Franz then starts playing some footage, which is some camera footage, which is inside Mr. White's house. And it's where Bond and Mr. White were talking at the table. And Swan starts watching the footage and Bond's all like, no. And he's like, no, turn it off. And then he shouts and runs at Franz. And someone then knocks him to the ground and holds him. And the footage shows Bond giving White the gun. And Bond says, Swan, don't look at the footage. Look at me, not the video. So she very slowly turns, quite emotional, and looks at Bond. And Bond stares back and we see them both staring at each other. And we're no longer seeing the footage, but we hear the whole, you're a kite dancing in a hurricane, Mr. Bond. So long. And then the gun sound of White shooting himself off. At that moment, Swan flinches along with the sound. And I think Franz says, the things that bring people together, out of horror, beauty. And then at that moment, someone knocks Bond out. Thoughts and feelings, Joe, on that scene?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. I think the thing that helps all of this stuff and makes it passable to me is Christoph Waltz is very good at being bad, and
yeah,
he's very good at delivering these lines. The me, all me, I was the author of all your pain. I like that stuff. I think by this point the writing was on the wall as to where this is going, and that was getting me worried, especially seeing this in the cinema for the first time. Watching it now, I didn't really care as much because I know what's going to happen. But I think, it's good. It is good. I wished, as we just said, there was more interaction between him and Bond before we move on, just to really get a little bit more into the stuff that Blofeld is. Oh, sorry, Franz is saying.
Oh yeah.
Whoops.
What are you on about?
Don't know what Franz is saying. And, yeah, I just think there is so much to unpack there, and it doesn't really do it justice. What they are setting up and what they are retroactively doing is such a big thing, and it just feels too short. And I think we said that for a lot of things in this film, and it's obviously a recurring pattern is just not giving things space to breathe and shine. So what we got, I thought was good. I just wanted more of it, I think.
Yeah, there's so many individual elements of this, because I've already talked about how I like the idea that Spectre was involved this whole time. I am up for that. That sounds good to me. Spectre is a very mysterious organization. The fact that they would be behind this all, it helps fills in the gaps that I felt the Quantum organization was quite lacking and how that was presented. This fills in those gaps and ties it all together. I like that stuff, but this isn't quite that. This is kind of going one step beyond that. This Franz character actually was almost deliberately hurting Bond every time he got involved with his schemes. And, that's not right. I can't really say that feels correct. Because of just the way that stuff was presented in the other ones. I can buy it with Vesper because all that stuff was tied to Quantum. Did the Silver stuff with M, did Franz really plan that? That feels like a big old stretch. Potentially he did enable Silver to, knowing what would happen, because Silver was like, I'm going to kill M. And Francis was like, okay,
Great. That lines up.
boom, perfect, love it. Go with it. Go with that. So he kind of knew that that would eventually kind of happen, and that's fine. But I don't know. I guess it's the wording of some of this stuff makes you think about some of the logic a little bit too much. They really wanted the lines, "It was all me, the author of all your pain." And it's like, it's a cool line, but it does kind of maybe think about some of these elements a little bit too much than maybe you should. Because, you know, we've had some not great logic with Bond films before. Like, the original Spectre series was a bit of a mess. Like, they didn't know which films they were making. They were just making it up as they
They were
went
out of
along.
order. Yeah, like they didn't recognize each other, even though they should have. It was a mess even back then. You're right.
Yeah, absolute mess. Like, we had so many different actors, and Blofeld was played by 3 different people. Like, it was always kind of a bit messy. So I can kind of excuse it a little bit for that. But yeah, maybe they should have avoided some of those lines. And like you say, Christoph Waltz is such a great presence on screen that I don't think many people could have pulled this off, and he does as good as a job as he could do. So I'm kind of at the point where, similar to what we've said before with the rest of this film, I'm kind of at peace with it. And I do kind of like the idea of Spectre tying this all together. And then we get that good ending, from what I remember anyway, of No Time to Die, which kind of helps justify this film a bit. It's almost like this film has to be the one that's a bit weaker to give us that proper ending in the next one. Like, this one kind of has to, you know, do the damage so it could be healed again in a new way. Like, it's that sort of thing. So I don't really hate it. It definitely, at the time, did not have this big impact it probably wanted to. Like, when I first watched this film, I wasn't like, dun, oh my God. Like, it made me think, and I was like, okay, that's something. But yeah, it didn't, it definitely doesn't have that impact it wants to have very clearly with the way this is kind of framed and this reveal. But yeah, I found some sort of peace with it. But yeah, the logic of it does kind of fall apart a little bit, and it is hard to 100% buy this. It doesn't have that impact, but I'm all right with it where I'm at.
I guess there's two angles to it as well. This reveal from Franz saying this, that, you know, it was all me. It was very purposefully going after Bond in all of these situations that we've seen so far. And the two angles is that as a concept one that you buy, that like Bond has this very specific personal villain, and then the why to it, and we do learn the why in the next scene, which we'll talk about then. But it's whether you buy that all of this stuff is just Bond centric, or whether Bond was just an agent who saved the day. You know what I mean? Like, I remember at the time thinking like, oh, I don't like that Bond, like, this makes Bond at the center of it all, and it's all very, very related to exactly what he did. I quite like the idea that he's just another spy in the MI6 machine sort of thing, and we're just seeing his side of it. And, you know, that's why I liked when they mentioned about 009 or 00 whatever, and that there is a bigger picture to MI6. And that's the stuff that I used to really like. And that kind of goes against this somewhat, because you're like, well, all of these things, it was Bond to be punished specifically. But I think if you can get over that, that's great. And you can make some of the attachments that you mentioned about, and you can find some logic in there at the very least. That's great. When we get onto the why, that's a whole other pill to swallow.
Yeah, like, we haven't even got to that extra block of all this.
Yeah.
Which probably the fact that this has so many different like layers and blocks to it is probably what ultimately will put some people off. Like, it forces a lot, like, it has forced a lot of stuff on you with this film, and now it's dropping this big thing in, and we're about to have another scene that drops a lot in there, and it does kind of ask you to swallow more than it probably should. It, you know, obviously this is a big reveal, but we're about to get another big reveal in the next scene. So before we move on to that, I do just want to then talk about the Swan stuff in this scene.
Okay.
I don't get what's going on here. Why does Bond not want Swan to see the footage so emotionally? Like, this is the most emotion we see in Bond in the entire film, where it's like, turn it off. Well, he says come on that one time, but
Come on.
come on, turn it off. Come yeah, but he gets very emotional. Like, he does shout and react, and we go from cool, collected Bond to just like, no, turn it off, and charges and gets knocked down. I don't get where that comes from.
Mm, yeah, I kind of don't either. I guess the idea is he's just very protective of her now by this point, but it does seem 0 to 100 in terms of that. You're right, because like, yeah, he even like goes to stop Blofeld and he gets whacked, doesn't he? So,
Who? What?
oh my god, did it again.
What are you on about?
I don't know. Sorry, ignore that. But yeah, like he does lose his temper. You're right. I don't know. I don't know because also partly that isn't that why like that's why Swan came, maybe not specifically to see her dad die, but also like to understand this situation. So why would he be so keen to like yeah, do that? I don't know is the answer.
The way I took it when I first saw this film is that Bond was directly involved in her father's suicide, so he was almost like trying to like hide that from her. That's how I thought they were going across, because to me that makes sense. Like someone he now cares about, someone who he doesn't want to see get hurt, but actually he was involved with her father's suicide, so it makes sense that they would be like, no, 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 don't look at that, like don't do this, sort of thing. But he flat out tells her in the clinic, he died, I was there, he shot himself. Like he explained all that. So there's really like no new information in this footage. The only reason you wouldn't want her to see it is because it's quite horrific to see your father kill himself. Like that's just quite horrible. So I'm assuming that's what they were going for. But yeah, it gets a little bit mixed, a little bit confused. I do like the idea of playing this footage in the scene. And I like the kite and the hurricane line. I think that's great. And I think the fact that she flinches to the gunshot is a really nice detail. It's like she's choosing to look away, but she's still clearly being affected by it. So the flinch is like kind of showing that engagement and the weight of what is being shown and her choice not to show it. I think that stuff's great. I just don't think it makes sense that Bond would freak out in this way. They maybe needed to be a little bit smarter with that and trying to help justify a little bit more or sell it to the audience.
It would have been interesting if it was something more Bond focused that was played instead. Like we'd seen the tape of Vesper's interrogation. What if we just started playing that instead?
Yeah, that would be way more interesting. It would fit in way more.
Yeah,
but yeah, unfortunately, that's not what we got. I do like the idea. There must be edits out there, right? Of like, like the footage comes on and it's like, I don't know, Octopusy or something. No, turn this off. I said turn it off.
And then like, when she flinches, it's Bond saying sit.
She's like, oh no. Or that terrible advert of Daniel Craig doing the dancing, the one that Tiki someone edited. It's like no. Turn this off.
Oh, I'd love to see that. Oh my god, that sounds great.
Yeah, I am the author of all your pain. Oh, what was the song that played during that? Was it something specific, or was it a licensed track?
I can't even remember.
Oh, I need to watch it again.
Was it Belvedere Vodka as well?
Yeah.
Oh wow, it even lines up with that. Great, yeah.
We'll do a bonus episode on that, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
That ad revisited.
All right, I think enough time has come. We've got to move on. Okay, right. Sorry, I just take a second for the scene coming up. So yeah, Bond got knocked out in that little computer room section, and the next scene is a very intense close-up of Bond, Bond's eyes, and it's all very blown out, lots of whites blown out, it's kind of blurry. You get a POV of him, and yeah, it's all blurry. It's like a ringing sound, kind of, the getting knocked out ringing sound that you hear in films, and you sort of get a brief look at that he's in some sort of contraption. There's something around his head. And yeah, in the POV, there's a cat. He sees a white cat kind of wake up that was on the ground. And while this is happening, you're hearing Franz in the background. He's talking about something or other. You can't really make it out too well. But yeah, he's like that's slowly becoming clearer and clearer, his voice. And you see shots of Bond, and he's strapped into this sort of chair by his hands and his legs and his head. So eventually it kind of comes to, and you see that they're in a big white room. And Franz is at a little computer desk, kind of far back, next to Swan, who is sat in a chair directly facing Bond in this contraption he's in. And Franz is talking about the stuff that happened in Rome. He's talking about how like soul is inside your head, and how the eye gouging scene in Rome is kind of there was no life in his head. He was alive, but there was no life in there. It's life and death, and nobody inside his skull. Most odd, he says, as he goes back to his computer screen. And yeah, he does something on it to trigger Bond's arms to be brought back down behind his back. And he starts to say that he's going to penetrate to where Bond is, like his soul is inside of his head. And you see on his screen, there's an X-ray of a skull, and he starts to program in some controls and saying that he's going to play with his sight and his hearing and his balance. And as this is going on, you get some shots of Bond, who has he's come to now, and he is fiddling around with his watch. He's still got his watch on that Q gave him, and because his arms are behind the chair that he's in, it's kind of hidden from sight. So he starts to do that, and I think as Franz is waffling, he's like, "Oh, get on with it then." Can't remember the next bit. He says
yeah, it's like nothing can be as painful as listening to you talk.
That's it. Yeah. So Franz is like, "Okay then," and he starts it, and basically this chair that Bond is in has these little arms coming out of the head section, and they extend around, and some little drills eventually pop out or unfold right at the ends, and one of them starts to drill into the side of Bond's head, into his skull, and it's has the sound of a dentist's drill, like a really high pitched drill, because it's so tiny, and it enters Bond's head, and he's screaming and shaking, almost like he's having a seizure from it, sort of thing, making these horrible screams and noises as this is happening. And yeah, you kind of see on Franz's screen the drills going in and hitting this certain section of his brain. So Swan is, I think it finishes, and Swan asks why are you doing this to him? And this is where we now learn a little bit more about what's going on here and about quite why he.
What's going on here, Joe?
Well,
what's all this then?
Let me happily explain.
Okay, merrily explain.
So Franz starts talking, and we learn that, kind of following on from that guardianship letter that we saw Bond open way back in his flat, it was actually Franz's father who took over guardianship of Bond. And after his parents' death, he was the one that, made him into a man. He taught him how to ski and to climb and to hunt. And Franz's father asked him to treat Bond as his brother.
Oh.
His little brother. There's a lot of pain saying that almost. And his father and Bond formed quite an attachment, which caused Franz to be unhappy. So much so that I think this is where Bond chimes in and says, "You killed him." And yeah, we learn that actually it was Franz that killed his own father. So I don't know if that means that the whole avalanche stuff was just, because they never really say how he died, but I guess he got out of that, or it wasn't even that, and it was just something completely different, and he just forged that.
No, I think it was that. Just he disappeared. He made sure his father was dead, and then he disappeared.
Right.
He just used that as an excuse to disappear and rebrand, if you will.
Yeah, a little bit of a rebrand for
a bit of a revamp. Yeah, a little bit of a reinvention.
And
new year, new friends.
New year, new me. New digs. No.
Digs.
So Franz then says to Swan next to him, "Do you know what happens when a cuckoo hatches inside another bird's nest?" And she does. She says when it hatches, it forces the other eggs out. And that is basically Bond. Bond is the cuckoo who forced out Franz from his father's relationship. And Bond was responsible for the path that Franz then took. And with that is thank you, cuckoo. So that's the whole cuckoo. If you were wondering from from the big board meeting earlier on. Cuckoo. Bond is the cuckoo. And as he says that, Bond in the chair says, "Do you know any other bird calls, Franz?" And that's kind of the first time that he says Franz to him. And with that, Franz walks over. I think, doesn't the cat, this is where the cat jumps on?
The cat jumps on Bond's lap.
And he's like, "Hello, pussy." Because then he picks him up. Franz picks up the cat. And he walks up to Bond, gets quite close to him and says, "Franz Oberhauser died 20 years ago alongside his father. The man you're talking to is Ernst Stavro Blofeld."
What? He was
It's Blofeld.
I thought he was Drax. Is this not Drax?
Yeah, Drax had a rebrand.
I wanted a reboot of Drax. Weird they went in the Blofeld direction.
They caught him from space and brought him back down.
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo. No, it's Blofeld, to which Bond says, "Catchy name," and it was from his mother's side, apparently. So, this is Blofeld back, everyone. With that, he goes back to his desk. Now I can finally say Blofeld.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy, yeah.
Because in all my notes, I wrote Blofeld too early, and that's why I was tripping myself up.
Oh, really? I was Franz. I actually did. I was good. I wrote Franz, and then I switched to Blofeld. Yeah.
I should have. So he goes back to his little computer desk and says that with this next drill, he enters a certain part of Bond's brain. So I don't know what the name of the part is, but if he does this, he'll lose his ability to recognize people, and he'll die not knowing who Swan is. And he does say something here, which I had to put the subtitles on because I didn't catch what he said, but he says, "Daughter of an assassin, the only person that could have understood him. Shame." Which I think, that's a good point, actually. Like that, I wish I didn't need to put the subtitles on to hear that, but that is a good matchup for if someone is going to pull Bond away, then a daughter of an assassin, you would hope that there would be a Bond there.
That's interesting you said that, because I did hear that fine, but the next line that Bond says later, I did turn on subtitles. For the very first time in this entire rewatch, actually, I had to go back because Bond whispers something pretty much that isn't English. But I was okay for this bit. But yeah, I actually did turn it on 10 seconds later.
Right, okay. With that, he starts up the computer and the drill. So the drill pops out. It comes on the other side of his head this time. And starts drilling into his head. So more of the same, more kind of convulsing. That was the word I was trying to think of earlier. And shaking and awfulness. But we see that Bond has got his watch loose in his hands now. So once that's all finished, Swan now decides the time to run over and go up to James in the chair. And you have this moment of, has it worked? Does Bond recognize her? She runs over and looks into his eyes and decides this is the time to say that I love you. And
that's nice.
Yes, yeah, that's nice.
But do you think the bird noises thing, swan, is there something there? We got a cuckoo, we got a swan, there's a bird thing going on.
The only noises that I know swans make is they hiss.
Yeah, horrible things, swans.
They are awful. But yeah, Blofeld says, "Do those blue eyes still recognize you?" And Bond whispers, "I'd recognize you anywhere," to Swan. So he's all right, as far as we can tell.
He's okay, folks.
He's okay, folks. Yeah, he hasn't lost his ability to recognize quite yet. And he says to her as she's leaning in, whispers over about the watch, and we see that he triggers the alarm. The dial turns red, and he kind of secretly hands it over to her as they kiss, and he says 1 minute to her. And after all this, Blofeld is getting another round of drilling going. You see the drills, they're starting to get into another position now where it looks like they're about to drill straight into his eyes. They're right pointing towards both his eyes, which is quite nasty. And is this the bit you had to get the subtitles on for?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bond does very kind of mumbly say, "Tempus fugit." And even Blofeld's like, "What?
What?
I can't, and it gets kind of I can't hear you, James. All right." He gets a bit frustrated. It's I don't know what you're saying, James. But he says it again, and then finally Bond says, "Doesn't time fly?" To which then Swan throws the watch across the floor, and the timer is up, so it explodes and knocks Blofeld off of the chair backwards and blows up a lot of the room, actually. It's quite a big explosion for being a little watch. Hugh wasn't kidding. And also with that, I guess because it blew up the computer, like the straps of the chair that Bond's in all unlock all at once, and like he very quickly gets out the chair and he grabs Swan, and despite there being I don't know, I think there were more guards in there, but I guess they all got blown up because they leave the room very quickly. Bond knocks out a guard and takes his gun, and they're now kind of like getting to outside this facility, out into the center of it, and there's obviously lots of guards coming up, to which Bond just very, very quickly and easy takes out a lot of them. They take cover, him and Swan take cover in a little doorway section, and I think there's another moment where you're meant to kind of wonder if he still is actually recognizing her. I don't know. They look at each other very intently, like it focuses on that for one split second, but he just gets back to shooting everyone. He shoots a gas tank, which causes a big explosion in this place, and more guards come through the main gate, which Bond takes care of from very far away. Like, he almost snipes them pretty much. I don't know what the gun is he's got, but yeah, because there's a couple quite far back near a helicopter, and he takes them out. Perfect precision aim, as if he hadn't even just been drilled in the head. And with that, they get up to the helicopter at the back, and before they get into it, they turn and face this base, and like the camera's behind them at this point. We're seeing the backs of them, and you're seeing the base in the background. And from that explosion and the gas tank explosion, it's all kind of a chain reaction, and the whole thing just goes up. This gigantic explosion, humongous explosion, biggest explosion apparently in film by like Guinness World Record standards, goes off. And it kind of like comes forwards towards the camera as it all explodes. Although you do see some cars leave just in time, which kind of helps explain later on. So yeah, there are still people getting out of the place. But yeah, Bond says, I think it's just before that he said, "Let's go home." Then it all exploded. After that, he says it's not over yet. And they get into the chopper and they fly off, overlooking the destroyed base. And
a pretty basic scene. I don't think much to say on that.
Yeah, okay. Let's move on then.
Yeah. What do we want to do first? The Blofeld stuff, the torture stuff, or the stuff afterwards? I guess maybe the Blofeld stuff first.
Let's get the Blofeld stuff, yeah.
So where I'm currently at is that by rewatching these films, I don't care that much about Blofeld anymore. Like, I know he's that like iconic villain, but from watching these films, I don't know. I don't think he's even top 5, considering how strong the villains are. So, yes, he's a key part of it, but he's just the recurring villain that kept coming back. So, for me, reinventing the backstory, like, if you're using the films anyway, you were not starting with that strong material, which I might get off flack for saying that, but that's just what I saw. Like, the one from You Only Live Twice was just a dweeb who just is like, ha Bond, and then gets a star to the hand. The On a Magic Secret one was okay, but was just quite forgettable. And then the Diamonds Are Forever one was just really over the top and weird. So it's like, it's not like, oh no, they ruined this classic, amazing villain. Because it's like, I don't even think he's top 5. I would be more upset if like Scaramanga came back and was like, I'm your brother. So what? Wait a minute.
Oh god, yeah.
But if you're going to send it back, so for me, like a refresh of the character, a refresh of some of those elements, I'm up for that. That's fine. And I also quite like the Cuckoo storyline or backstory. The problem is that he says cuckoo to James in this scene, and that's where they lose me. I kind of like it as this weird, creepy, unknown thing in the Spectre meeting, and then I like that they explain why he did that here, but then he just says, so thank you, cuckoo. I'm like, you didn't... just let that sit. You don't need to have him say cuckoo at James, what is in the chair. And I kind of wish they took one step back from that. So I'm not going to say I love all this stuff, but I think at least it made sense to me that they would go back and reinvent it if they are trying to, like, you know, if this is a Bond reboot and they want to bring back this character.
Yeah, I guess so. That is the thing, is like it it's not as if they have ruined this sacred thing. I would agree with you with that. Blofeld has always been a hot mess, someone might say.
A sexy hot mess, yeah.
Sexy hot mess. Oh yeah, especially Anyway, I just stopped before I even start. I think for me, it does then link back to what I was saying before. The two sides of this about that is it, and then the why. I think I just personally don't like Bond being the center of it like this. The center of the world in this circumstance where he is directly related to this gigantic evil organization. I liked him just being a agent that deals with them and is an adversary because he always beats them and he's just good at what he does and there's not this personal connection. But even then, even not liking that new angle they've gone with this, I think I have just got to being almost like apathetic to it. Like I don't like it, but equally now I just don't hate it because I just don't really care, which maybe is even worse than like actually hating it. But I don't know. I just think like that is now what I come to expect with Spectre and what they've done with the Blofeld character for Craig's Bond. And yeah, like it's a reinvention. It's not one that I particularly like, but they did at least try something different, I suppose. And I think having Christoph Waltz be the new Blofeld was quite cool. He has that sort of friendly, creepy side to him that works. Is not just pure like, because there's a typical with a Bond villain where they're really friendly and then that's their thing, is they're like too friendly sort of thing. And he has elements of that, but I think he does still have a good amount of menace to him. So yeah, basically, I don't like what they've done with like making them brothers, but I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. Sadly.
I would definitely agree with what you're saying in terms of, the original set of films. Initially, they don't care about Bond in the slightest. Like, they just don't care. But Bond keeps getting in the way. And then by the time you get to You Only Live Twice, is when he's like, well, we have a history because you keep messing with my stuff. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, initially, they just don't care about Bond at all. It's just Bond is the one that eventually stops them. There's not, like, a scheme against him. So I agree that stuff is stronger. I do think they laid enough of the groundwork with the Craig era that everything kind of had to have this continuity and connection to it. Like, this is just kind of what this version is. And personally, at least for me, I think they did enough where it kind of fits in that there would be a connection. Like with everything that's happened in the last three films, like what we got with Skyfall, looking at the childhood, that all this stuff that would come together kind of needs to have some sort of connection because of how this character has been reinvented for this set of films. So I'm actually generally kind of okay with that side of things. The way it sits in my head, and I think I've seen different things to this, is like, I guess there's the question of, did Franz become Blofeld and create Spectre just to spy Bond? I don't think so. I think that's something that he had on his mind, but actually him doing Spectre and running the world is not actually about Bond entirely. Like, he didn't build this whole organization just to mess with Bond. And I get that from the line when he says, oh yeah, when you mess with me, I mess with you. Which to me kind of implies the opposite of like, well, if Bond didn't stop those people, he actually would have just probably left Bond alone for the time being. Like, all that stuff wouldn't have happened if Bond didn't stop those people. So it is kind of him being a good agent and stopping members of Spectre inadvertently, and then Spectre or Franz or Blofeld reacting to that and punishing him for that. So that line to me kind of helps separate it enough that I think it's all right by me. Again, I wasn't really ecstatic about it at the time, but I can kind of accept it. And I think it does make sense that they would go a little bit further with this stuff for Craig's Bond, because that's just how they've done it. This is about Bond's character. This is about his history. This is about how he reacts to stuff. So it kind of makes sense that they would kind of add in a little bit more backstory to that and tie Blofeld to Bond to make it, make you kind of feel it a little bit more. I'm not going to say they're 100% successful with that, but to me, the approach makes sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think now is before when I was more angry about this, I just couldn't. I kind of refused to like kind of accept it or understand why it could work. Whereas I think now I do understand more about. I mean, yeah, the points you're saying, all very valid points. Like that is the Craig era of Bond is by far the most continuity and character depth that is in them. So they're going to do that. Then this is the place to do it, and I think that's fine. That's fine. It's not my cup of tea, but I will go along for the ride, I suppose.
And I mean, it does help that I think they've set up Blofeld quite well in this film individually. It probably is more about the tying to the other films and putting that all together in the backstory, which is probably where it gets a bit fuzzy. But if you were just to take the stuff in this film only, I think they've done a pretty good job. You know, I think that has worked quite well, and Christoph Waltz brings something to the role, and the stuff in the shadows and his creepiness, all that stuff is very effective. So to me, that does kind of help sell this. But also, to me, it also makes sense with the way this scene plays out, that Blofeld was always a bit of a dweeb, and him being like the brother who was a dweeb to Bond, that also kind of makes sense to me for what this relationship was, and reinventing that, just like the dorky sibling. Especially because Christoph Waltz is like short and like he is not an imposing figure when you kind of like zoom out and just see him in his little coat, because he's quite a short man. Like he still has a presence, but when you compare him to Bond, it did give me those vibes of You Only Live Twice, where you have short, massive, giant tree of a man, Sean Connery, standing next to little old Blofeld with the scar. Like, I think they were trying to bring in those more dweeby elements as well, and maybe that's a little bit of a mishmash, but I think the backstory ties into Blofeld being a bit of a dweeb as well, and reinforces that he was just a jealous, rubbish sibling.
He's a little dweeby Blofeld with daddy issues.
Yes.
More daddy. There you go.
Yeah. So again, I'm not necessarily advocating for like, oh, this stuff is great and really works. It definitely, similar to the reveal about It Was All Me, this Blofeld one is not like, oh my god, this is crazy. Like, they clearly treat it with a lot of weight, and you are supposed to be a little bit shocked by it, but I don't think it's that. But I still think there's enough there for me that I can enjoy it. Again, I don't think it's great, but I wouldn't say it's particularly bad either. I'm happy enough with it at this stage.
Now, what if they had gone back to Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, Skyfall, and CGI'd in?
There we go.
Oberhauser, and just in the background.
Yeah.
And he was always there.
It's like, did you ever see, was it Shrek 4, where you had the scene of the villain, and he was just like, I was always there. And then they just like, because it's CGI, they just edit him in quite blatantly. And it just keeps showing shot of him turning around all dramatically in all the like scenes from all the other Shrek films.
That sounds great. Yeah, do that.
Yeah. I think it's Shrek 4 that does it. Rumpel, whatever that guy is. Rumpelstumps. God, these names. That guy.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah. So that's that. But there's something else happens in this scene, and that's the old drill stuff. So where are you at with this drilling?
I really dislike the drilling.
Okay.
I really dislike the drilling. I get that it's, again, kind of meant to be another throwback, I suppose, to like, you know, the Goldfinger laser scene. It's one of those things, and sort of a twist on it. I think the reason why I don't like it is really, it's quite like simple, is that it just makes me feel very like, like, which I need to kind of preface this by saying, like, it's, if you're fine with this sort of stuff, you might really like it. It just made me feel very uncomfortable, and I just think it seemed a little bit too like, oh, let's do something really like creepy for the sake of it, just to kind of add more threat to this Blofeld, this new Blofeld. And I mean, that's not even mentioning the whole aspect of like, oh, this was meant to do this, like the recognition stuff, and it doesn't for some reason. And then also the cherry on the cake for it is I think it just visually looks bad. Like, I don't know what happened there with the filming, or how much of it was like green screened, or what, I don't know. But Craig just looks off sitting in that chair strapped to it. The lighting's all off, and it just looks bad. So I think just all those things together, I just don't like it.
Yeah, like, yeah, I agree. Like, having a torture scene, well, not a torture scene, but like Bond being strapped down and the villain being like, I've got you now, Mr. Bond. That all makes sense. Reveal him as Blofeld. There's a cat, I guess.
Yeah,
And then just have him like, I'm going to mess with you. But yeah, normally we don't get him like so physically, like he doesn't physically get hurt normally. I guess there's the Casino Royale torture scene, but that's kind of portrayed very differently, very gritty and grungy, with a bit of jokes in there for levity. But yeah, that's in like a abandoned ship and it's one-on-one and Bond is naked. But like, so it very clearly was not supposed to be anything like the older ones. This one probably is like much more trying to be like the older ones, especially with it being Blofeld. But yeah, a drill goes into his head and you see blood dripping from the needle, from the drill. And it's kind of like, that's probably a bit too far. They like, I get they wanted to update this and make it more modern, but they probably needed to just find something else, something a bit more interesting. The logic of it is obviously a big question, and I think leaving the cinema when I first saw it, that was the big one in my head, where I was like, what was that? Like, What was that? What happened? He drilled his head, and it's like, you won't recognize or be able to see, and then he's fine. And I think it might be another case of similar to The Ring. Like, I'm assuming there is an explanation. The film just has no interest of explaining it to you. And from what I've Googled and looked up, you know, you found about the Sam Mendes thing explaining about The Ring. I can buy that. That's fine. This one I don't think ever did get discussed, unless you found something about it.
I never Googled it for some reason. I should have.
I
really
couldn't
like if there
find
was.
anything like that. I couldn't find any like director or writer kind of saying, hey, this is what that was about. So to have it make sense. But I'm assuming there's an explanation. But I do want to say I don't think it's laziness. I definitely have read people saying it's lazy writing. I don't think it's that. I think it's more similar to The Ring, just poor explanation in the film. Rather than laziness, because I don't think it's lazy writing. I reckon there is a very strong reason behind it. I think someone like Sam Mendes would very much think this through and have this idea of what this is all about and tie it all together. It's just for whatever reason it doesn't exist in the movie. And for a Bond film, you should not be thinking, what the hell was that about? Why doesn't that make any sense? Like, this is just not the style of film where you should need to question this sort of logic. It was just a mistake to keep it very vague. Because it's like, well, you shouldn't have those thoughts. You shouldn't be thinking that. You should know what happened.
It's getting in the way of the whole Blofeld stuff. Like, I should be thinking about that. I shouldn't be questioning why he can still recognize her.
Yeah, like that shouldn't even be a question. It's not food for thought. It's James Bond. Like, come on. Like, none of the Craig films have done anything like this. Saying that, here's where I'm at in terms of what happened.
Okay, I'd like to hear this. Yeah.
Broadly speaking, the general idea of this film and what it kind of reinforces, especially with how like brutal Bond has been and how efficient he has been, is that all the torture and pain over the years from Blofeld has made Bond stronger. In terms of that, Blofeld's kind of this direct attack on Bond has made him a much better agent across the years. Like, his pain makes him strong. So he's the best agent because of all these horrible things that have happened to him. So I think that's why the drill doesn't do anything to him, because Bond, as he currently is, this like super agent, is actually made stronger by all these horrible things. And that's why as soon as he leaves the helicopter, he is able to just make these like amazing shots and just get away. Not the helicopter, sorry. The building, he's able to just make these shots and get away. And it also kind of explains what happens with Bond and Blofeld at the end of the film with the helicopter, that actually torturing Bond made him a super agent. And that kind of ties into the very ending of the film with Swan on the bridge as well, I feel. So that's where I'm at. To me, that kind of makes sense. But I do kind of circle back to, I shouldn't even be having these thoughts for a Bond film.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think that is kind of like the most logical thing, is just Bond is very, very strong mentally and physically. Like, he can take that.
But he's strong because of Blofeld. Like, I think this is the most like visual and direct representation of what is supposed to have happened over the last 3 films. That Blofeld puts a drill in his head and it actually makes Bond like a super agent. Like, maybe it's a bit silly, But I think this is meant to be visually representing that process. And then for the rest of the film, Bond is just a badass because he has been made stronger by this stuff. Like I think it's trying to sell that idea.
What, that Blofeld, like, figuratively has been in his head as well?
Well, no, not even in his head, just like indirectly created a super agent.
What, with the drilling?
Yeah, well, everything.
Oh, I see.
So by killing Vesper, it made him a better agent. By killing M, it made him a better agent. And now we're just seeing, rather than a figurative, emotional attack, we are now seeing a more direct attack that's supposed to take things away from him. But again, it makes him stronger because all of this stuff is making him super agent. That doesn't mean he's emotionally well, and it ties into the choice he eventually makes towards the end, towards being, that choice that he makes will get there. But it's just like having a direct, literal representation of what has happened up to this point. And if that didn't happen, Bond would not be the number one agent in the world, really.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I like that.
That's just where I'm at. But again, I don't think that shouldn't be the case for a Bond film. Even if that is correct, it shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't have to be thinking about that stuff. But that's the best I can come up with because it ties into the final thing with Blofeld and it ties down to the bridge stuff. And without it, a lot of that stuff is a bit like, what? I mean, it still is a bit like, what? But, I guess you can try and fit it in a way. But on your first viewing, you got no chance. You're going to leave that cinema like me and you did and be like, what? That's what your experience is going to be. And that just should not be the case for a film like this.
Yeah, that's it. So, what do you think of the explosion?
It's a bit underwhelming. I think
really underwhelming.
Yeah, I guess there's two reasons it's underwhelming. The first of all is that this is the biggest explosion in cinema history, and it's mostly puffy and it's not this big roaring blaze. It doesn't really sell that scope or anything. I don't know if it's just how it framed, but it doesn't look that big. It looks pretty big, but it doesn't look that big. And the second thing is that I don't think this base is interesting enough to watch it explode to be satisfying. It's just a load of buildings in a desert, and we just didn't spend enough time here. It's not like a usual Bond thing where it's got that visual appeal, it's very much tied to the villain, it's kind of the payoff to everything that's happened, and now it's the final confrontation. It is meant to be that, but it's just not a very interesting place to blow up. So it ends up just being a big explosion in a desert that I've seen better, I feel.
Yeah, to me, this explosion is like a microcosm of the film overall. Because I don't know what the budget for this film was. It was probably the biggest yet, I'd have to imagine.
It was definitely very high. Yeah.
Very, very high. And it kind of links into this idea of this is the biggest explosion in film history. And really wanting to amp it up and really sell it, right? And then you see it. And as you say, it's not actually that impressive visually. And there's no weight behind it. It's just all rings a little bit hollow, and that's just the film overall is you can tell so much money has been pumped into it, and it's trying to be the biggest and the best, and yet underneath it all, it's still quite empty. And they just filmed it in the most. I mean, I get why they filmed it like that because it's we're going to get one shot, we're going to show it in its entirety, but I don't know. I don't think that. It has to be a very specific type of explosion, I think, to have that punch to it where you can just leave it on a static shot. There's a reason why with film explosions it is usually edit, cut, boom, all this sort of stuff. Whereas it just all it was like a bit of a damp squib by the end. Yeah, I saw that, I thought, yeah, that is Spectre. That explosion is everything I don't like about Spectre, really.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help the way it's framed as well. It's framed in a way where you're seeing it from Bond's and Swan's perspective, but that's not normally how explosions are in films, as you say. It's supposed to be focusing on, look at this crazy explosion, isn't this crazy and fun and exciting? But this is just them standing completely unfazed, looking away from the camera at the explosion, and it's sure, take that shot. But where are all the other... I want to see all the other camera shots. That should be the beginning, and then it should cut around, showing all the different explosions and the damage what this explosion is doing. But because it's more focused on that one shot, which I don't think is framed particularly well to show off a big explosion. It's just a bit like, all right, I mean, it's fine. But the camera positioning there, I think, was a poor choice. But they had one shot, so they got what they got.
Yep.
So we cut to London again. Like we spent a lot of time in London, and it's London at night. And we see M and Tanner and Q. Then they go into this kind of small flat. They're opening a door, and M explains that it's a safe house. So they go upstairs to the roof of the safe house and they enter a room. I think someone's saying, like, do we know if it's secure or safe? And M opens the door into the room and Bond is waiting for them. And he's like, yeah, it's safe. And we also see that Swan is in the room. And M, like, quite nicely greets himself. He's like, hello, pleased to meet you. It's like, oh, that's charming.
Always a gentleman, yeah.
Yeah, just very nice, like, hello. And Bond says that he killed Blofeld, the head of Spectre. But C works for him and is about to take control of this big security network system. And M explains that the system goes online at midnight. Dun, 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 midnight. And if this happens, Spectre will have control of everything. So they've got to stop it. So Bond says that he's going to go and find C while Q hacks into the system to block it. And M says, it's good to have you back. And Bond just says, sir. And they all leave the building. And Swan stops Bond before they go and says, I can't. But Bond says, I'll come back for you after this is done, because Swan was supposed to wait. But she says, I can't go back to this life, and I can't ask you to change. So this is goodbye, and take care. And she says, you're a good man, James, and walks away. But they all then jump into the car to drive off. So
awful.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to chime in there. Like they clearly needed to separate him and Swan, so they just make her go, oh, this isn't for me. Bye. Oh, this is like the stuff I was mentioning about earlier, where they just rush some certain elements, and this just doesn't work. Like why is she doing this now? Why?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I do like the idea of her seeing her old life and not wanting to go back to it and being unsure. But as you say, it's all a little bit rushed. Like they could have, it's just a little bit rushed. Like we just went from the scene where she was like, I love you, James.
Yeah.
And like all those blue eyes. And then straight away it's like, I can't go back. It's like, it's been a stressful few days. Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, we haven't quite spent enough time. She isn't in a lot of this film, to be fair, but we haven't quite had that dialogue and interactions to reinforce some of these ideas. So I actually don't hate this, because I do kind of understand why she would say, I'm changing my mind. But as you say, the reason for her doing it is so this ending bit can play out in a very specific way. It's not actually the logical journey of the character.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see M and Bond back on speaking terms. We should have had this the whole time. So it's kind of a shame. This would have felt a whole lot better if we knew M was helping out Bond and M was on the same page. I know I keep going on about it, but they really should have had them on the same page initially, even if it's a bit of a wink, nudge sort of thing. Like they should have done that. And then it would have been very nice when they met up again. So, which is probably what they were still going for, but yeah, it doesn't quite work. So we then cut to them driving through the streets of London, and we see Swan walking down a road, and she stops and looks back, but that's kind of all we see of that. And Q is on his laptop. So it's not well explained, I don't think, but they're in two separate cars. There's like a car with M and Bond in it, and I think they're the ones who are going to see C. And then there's another car which has Tanner, Moneypenny, and Q in the back. So Q is hacking while Bond and M is off to go and see C. So yeah, Q is starting to hack. And they then go into like this underpass, this like quite big tunnel on a road, and they kind of go along a T section or T junction, and a car comes out of nowhere and smashes into the car that M and Bond is in. And M and Bond are knocked out. And these men who were in the car that smashed into them, it's like a big truck. There's like this big kind of like police truck where you would, put prisoners in the back. So they grab Bond, they put a bag over his head, and they put him in, and they put him in the back. And we see that M was in the front as well, but they go and take Bond away, and they come back, and M is gone. M has disappeared. So Tanner's car then comes round into the tunnel, and he sees what's going on, and they're just like, get it, go, go, go. And Tanner starts reversing, and they start like shooting at the car, the goons, and Q is almost shot, and they get away, but we see that M is hiding nearby and just walks off. So Bond is being put into cuffs, and we then see that M is able to meet up with Tanner and get into the car, so now they're all together. So Bond is taken out of the truck somewhere, and they point a gun at Bond's head while he's still got the bag on his head, and they shout move. So Bond just kind of grabs them and kills them both, and then just like snaps because they had like a hog tie. I think they're called hog ties. Is that what they call the little plastic things?
I have no clue.
They've got a name. I'll call them hog ties, but the little plastic things. But he just snaps them off his hands. Quite efficiently kills them and snaps them. And he enters the building, and we see it's the destroyed MI6 building. And Bond walks in, and it's all quite haunted, I suppose. And you see this giant hole going all the way through the building from when it was blew up in the last film. And Bond goes over to the list of agents on the wall, like the memorial wall, to show who's died. And somebody has spray painted in red James Bond and points an arrow. And this was very disappointing. Because did you pause at this?
Yes, I was about to ask you the same question. Yeah.
Because there was a certain name missing, which I wasn't happy about.
Yeah, I did exactly. Because it's so clear. I was like, surely they would have done that as just a little nod.
That seems like an easy one.
Yeah, it really does. But no. Or at least I couldn't see it.
No. So what we're referring to is in Skyfall, M says to Silver that your old name, Rodriguez, something like that, is on the wall of the building that you tried to destroy. Now, she does say, I'll have it stricken off, so maybe that explains it, but I think it would have been nicer to actually just still have Silver's old name on that wall. I feel like it makes sense that, considering that Silver renamed himself, you know, sort of what Blofeld did, the classic villain thing, that you can say that person was dead and goes on the wall as a former agent, and this is somebody else. You know, that would have been enough for me. I think they should have put the name on.
Yeah, an easy win, as you say, it could have been.
Yeah, so Bond follows the arrow, and he follows another one as he goes through, and we get some aerial shots of London, and this is when the guitar music from the ice lake starts playing.
Yeah, it really got on my nerves here.
It plays a lot. Like, it's like the main theme of this, like, what we're in the finale now. Like, this is straight up the finale. And the main theme of the finale is that track from Scotland playing. And it just doesn't match at all. Like, I guess, like, stylistically it matches fine. But when it's so blatantly from Skyfall, it's like, well, this isn't... What? Why are you playing this? This isn't correct at all.
Yep.
So this is, to be honest, the music really sucks me out of a lot of this stuff because it's so obviously mismatched, which I've already said before. It's like, oh God, like I think the music's the worst part of this film because of just how repeatedly it misses the mark and how distractingly awful it is. It's like, oh God. So,
I mean, that's saying something as well, to have the music be one of the worst things.
I know. I just think some of it is like, you see the potential of some of this stuff, and I know how much better it would have been if they actually bothered to write a proper soundtrack, like a proper one. And if he went all in with this soundtrack like he did with Skyfall, Thomas Newman, we could have had something amazing here. And if you had the Bond theme, if you had a better matching, if you didn't use the Skyfall music, like, it could have been awesome. It just wasn't. Yeah. And then just a lot of this scenes just fall flat, and it's just distracting and just makes it feel a bit more mediocre and forgettable because the music's just not there, or it's just not properly used. That's why I think it's the worst, because I think it sucks out the potential. You can argue about the Blofeld stuff all you want. Maybe you kind of hate it because of that. Fine. If you don't like that stuff, that's kind of up to you. But to me, you know, that is part of this film, and that's kind of what this film is all about. And it's like the music is the thing that swings it towards being worse, where like we could have just had something better. Like, it was just right there and they just missed it. So
it kind of makes you realize like what you miss when it's gone, because we've talked about not liking the soundtracks of previous Bond films, or at least some of the songs from them and the tracks from them. But even then, like, that's on just a different level of it being like taking away from the film. Like the only, it's like the stunt from The Man with the Golden Gun, where you're sticking on the slide whistle on the customer. It's like that is something that 100% takes away from the scene, and that's kind of so much of Spectre. So yeah, I maybe I take back some of the things I said about soundtracks being bad before, because like this is the number one example of it just not working.
Yeah, I will definitely take a functional, forgettable soundtrack over this.
Yeah,
any day. The only one that I think might be worse is For Your Eyes Only, but that, you know how I feel about that. Because I had the same thing. But this one just feels like fundamentally like this wasn't. I just don't get it. It doesn't feel like a stylized choice. I don't understand it. Like For Your Eyes Only at least was like a new composer with a very unique, distinct style. I don't like that style, but I can at least respect him wanting to do something different and trying to fit it in with Bond. He at least had the Bond theme in that bloody film. This one is just like, the best way I can describe it is like it was AI generated. Like they just fed the Skyfall soundtrack into it and just was like, no Bond theme, reuse music, and then it's just like beep boop beep, and then it just like spat this out. And it did, like, there was no human connection in terms of what these scenes should be, what they should feel like. No regard in terms of, is this music appropriate? Should we reuse this Skyfall theme? Would it make sense to use this one? It's just like, yeah, it feels like AI generated Thomas Newman.
Some of the things we've mentioned in like the plot holes of this film, and we're saying like, is it laziness? Is it just a lack of like time and cutting things? This is something that just legitimately feels lazy. Like they just, well, I don't know what the production schedule. I mean, it was like 3 years after Skyfall, right? But still, it just feels like, oh, Skyfall sounded good. This will do. Like that legit just sounded like it was some lazy decisions there. Maybe they just got a bit too complacent with it, I think.
Yeah, like John Barry, I think for The Man with the Golden Gun did a better job in 3 weeks. Than this.
I know, right?
Yeah, so I won't go on about it, but yeah, terrible. It's my least favorite part of the film, which is why I talk about it a lot. So we go to aerial shots of London, and we see God entering that big building, the big cyber fantasy one, and he's going up the stairs and he's on the phone and he's all mad. He's like, "Go back and find them now. We need them both." Truly awful acting there. Really did not set it in the slightest. Don't have him shout and get all mad. Just can't do it, bless him. He can't do the other stuff either, but don't make him shout. Like, come on.
Don't make him do anything.
No, just don't. No. So he kind of goes up to his office and tries to log into his laptop, but he can't. And we hear somebody say, "Not a good feeling being watched, is it?" And we see M sitting down in the office in the shadows a little bit, and we see all the PCs around, like in other parts of the building, are shutting down, and we see Q like quietly working on his laptop nearby. And C says, "Well, you're both out of a job." And M says, "We're going to shut down this system and then bring you in." And C says, "On what grounds?" Of which M responds, "Poor taste in friends." Which, well, I mean, we said it all, haven't we, really? But it's so funny that now that C has to actually be a proper villain and have the payoff. Oh my God, does he collapse entirely? Like, I don't really hate Andrew Scott as an actor, but oh my God, he's so mismatched. It's insane.
Yeah, it's a big miss.
Big old
a big hit and a miss there. I can see as you mentioned, like the whole Sherlock stuff. I can see why they would have done that, but it just was not the right character, or not the right actor for that character at all.
Yeah, we've said it all before, so we won't go over too much, but yeah, this really highlights just how terrible this all was. So we then go to Bond going down some stairs with a gun, and he reaches the bottom and he finds like a flooded area. So this is like underneath the MI6 building. I like to think it's where The World Is Not Enough took place with that boat. Yeah, the Q-boat.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I mean, the Q-boat was rocketed out of the building onto the Thames, but again, they obviously had some sort of like harbour dock area underneath. So to me, I was like, World Is Not Enough. Nice.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the reason here is to establish, oh, look, a speedboat to get away with. Yeah. I'll make note of that. But Bond carries on through the building and he sees lots of signs for high explosives because this building is about to be explode, is what Tanner explained, that this is all rigged to blow. So we then go back to C, and he's just being like, take a look at the world. Chaos. Giving some mad eye action, trying to be all creepy, but like deranged. Like he's going for more like a deranged thing now, but he's all like all paper pushers that are too spineless to do what needs to be done. And he says, I made a deal to do what needs to be done. And he's all like, but you want to throw it all away for the sake of democracy, whatever the hell that is. How predictably moronic. And then he's like, well, isn't that what M stands for? Moron? Oh, God. That was painful to have to say again.
Sorry.
One of the worst speeches. The most generic, nothing speech, poorly delivered. Oh, my God. So, but C then takes a gun from his desk and shoots at M. But it clicks. It's empty. And M just says, now we know what C stands for. And M reveals some bullets in his hand and then says, careless. Of which that line, when I saw it originally, that was the line that got the biggest laugh out of all of them.
Big laugh.
They knew exactly what they were doing. There's so many naughty words beginning with C that you could just replace it for what you like. Nobody was all like, careless. Yep.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Nobody was like, he is quite careless, isn't he? Oh, yeah. But yeah, this was the biggest laugh, which it's fine, I guess. Yeah. So we see Bond go through like a shooting gallery. I don't think it's the one from Skyfall, but obviously it takes place in the MI6 building. Well, it can't be the one from Skyfall, is it? Because it's in the building itself, and that's not where he did it. Yeah, they were the new digs, of course. But he sees like, you got those classic targets where it's like the paper with like the different, like it's a person, but it's got like the different scores and stuff. But somebody has put a lot of faces. Well, I think he puts, initially it's just Bond on them. But I think it's a screenshot from Quantum of Solace. It looks like those shots.
It looks like the one that is that Judi Dench has on her computer screen when she's doing the obituary, I think.
It's one of the. It definitely looks like from that film. I was thinking maybe it was some of the screenshots that you got of Bond when he was like the hotel scene when he's in the suit but all like beaten up and stuff. It gave me that sort of vibes. He definitely looks young.
Yeah, it's definitely like Casino Royale, Quantum, Daniel Craig for sure.
Yeah. So he carries on and he sees a load of wires above his head. So he does see that a lot of stuff is going on. Or, well, I don't think he sees them, but you're meant to see it. There's a lot of like wires everywhere and strings. So Q is still working on his laptop. It says 5 minutes to go. He's like, oh no. But we go back to Bond. And this time he sees in these like prison cells, he sees pictures of the villains. Well, not necessarily just the villains, but people that were important. So Le Chiffre, Silver, Vesper, Mr. White. And then the very last one is, well, Green, of course.
No.
Let's check in with Green Watch. Eddie Green's in the film. Not seeing one.
Sadly not. No.
Is that one over? No, that's not.
That looks a little bit. Oh no, wait. That's Judi Dench.
Maybe not. Maybe.
I like to think that Greens are just fallen down and just like
just on the floor.
No one
There's
cared.
just like a pigeon just messing with it, just tapping it. But no, so the last one in the prison cell was M. And Bond then goes round the corner and he sees Blofeld and he just straight away fires. He fires like 3 shots, like bang, bang, bang. But there's some bulletproof glass in the way that kind of blocks the bullet. And this feels like it's one of those where it's like, I dare not call it an Easter egg because it feels quite obvious, especially because it was part of the marketing of this film. But the bullets form the octopus of Spectre in this bit.
Right. Do they?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't even see that.
Oh no! Oh, well, now I feel bad because I don't think it's an Easter egg because to me it's very obvious because they included it in the marketing, and then they just have it so set up here that it's the same 3 bullets and the bullet marks make the octopus.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it must have been in the film at some point. I just always thought, oh, that's like a marketing thing. But okay, that's cool. I just never really got that.
Wow, okay, fair enough. All right, so there we go. A little Easter egg for everyone, I suppose.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah. And Bond says, "You're a hard man to kill, Blofeld." Which that always felt off to me. That Bond is straight away like, well, yes, he wants to be called Blofeld. I will respect his wishes.
Yeah, true.
I kind of like the idea that James, especially because they're meant to be somewhat brothers, would just call him his original name. I don't think he would call him Blofeld. I don't think that makes sense.
Yeah, has much more impact if he just kept calling him Franz. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just like, it's Blofeld. But Bond's like, no, I've done,
I will respect your
all's
decision.
fair. I'll call him Blofeld if he likes it.
Yeah.
He only heard it after having like a drill in his head as well, but he still picks that up. Still remembers that.
Great memory. In fact, that improved his memory, that drill.
Yeah, I guess. So we see the bulletproof glass, and they're standing on either side of the wall, and of the bulletproof glass. And Blofeld had a big old scar across his face, very much like the one in You Only Live Twice. Pretty much exactly the same, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it hasn't fully healed because it's quite recent, so it's that same sort of mark, and his eye is all messed up as well. But yeah, quite fresh, but the same sort of thing. And Blofeld says, "My wounds will heal, but what about yours?" And he says, "Look around you. This is what's left of your world. Everything you believe in is in ruin." And Bond then asks, "So why am I here? Did you miss me?" And Blofeld says, "No." And then he breathes on the glass, goes like very calmly, like breathes on the glass to make some like steam it up, fog it up. And he says, "Well, I know somebody who does." And then uses his finger to put a question mark on the glass. And Bond kind of realizes what's going on and is like, "Where is she?" And Blofeld says, "Well, you'll find that out, or you'll have to find that out." And then he turns to like this explosive switch on the wall and says, it says 3 minutes on it. And Blofeld says, "So you can either die trying to save her or escape and live with the pain." And Bond says, "You're bluffing." Which is like, well, obviously not. Like, come on. You're meant to be good at poker, Bond. We're obviously not bluffing. Like, idiot. Yeah. But they stare at each other, and Blofeld then just laughs, and he's all like, but like quite casually, fun laugh. Like, "I've really put you through it, haven't I?"
I love that delivery. I like that's. I wish we had more of this Blofeld. Like, I just because it's cheesy, and you know me, I love the cheese sometimes.
He loves the cheese.
I love the cheese. I just like this little tiny section of Blofeld being just like kind of proper villainous now. I love it.
Yes, but he says, "That's brothers for you. They always know what buttons to press." Then he hits the timer, and Bond starts running. And he kind of stops at the lobby and is shouting, "Madeline, Madeline," trying to find her. So, yeah, again, I kind of like this. I don't know how earned this all is, this kind of scene. And again, it's more pictures of people. Like, we've seen this again and again and again throughout the film. I get what they're trying to do, that this building is a beacon of all the horrible things that Blofeld has done to Bond, and he's trying to make him go through it again. But I don't need to see Le Chiffre 4 times in the bloody film. I just don't need that. And Mr. White? Like, what? Really? I mean, I guess it's better than Patrice, but at the same time, it's like, we're just enough with the pictures. I like the idea of Bond being the one on the targets. I think that's fine. That's enough. It kind of feels like an evolution of him attacking all those people who's actually attacking Bond. So maybe let's focus on that. But yeah, and then we just have to see the prison cells. And it's like, I don't think it's bad imagery. We've just seen them 4 times. It's like, just enough. Leave Judy alone.
Exactly. That's what I said at the very beginning. Leave her alone.
Yeah.
I think I don't mind them. I think, as you say, like if they just hadn't had so many beforehand, they would have been quite cool to see in this situation. But like by this point, it's sort of rolling your eyes at it, and it doesn't help that the actual images they use are all very kind of promo shots looking. Like it just looks like, oh, that's from the film's marketing. You know what I mean? Which kind of takes you out of it a little bit. I wish they were more sort of, I don't know, the images that you would have seen on the MI6 database, maybe.
Well, you think with this idea of surveillance and Spectre can see everything, they would do like a personal shot that ties more to Bond.
Yeah.
Because it ties into the theme of they're watching and they can see everything. So why is it not that? What I'm assuming it's just like we just need some images and put them up there, but like, yeah, maybe create some unique stuff to tie into that idea of they were always there. Like you could have done that. They didn't, but you could have done that.
Oh, that would have been really good. Yeah. Like just like I don't know, Bond and Vesper on in the clinic or something. Or
Yeah, if they just played like footage or something, right? Like some sort of footage. You didn't need the real actors, just have it like camera footage of it, just play the audio and just have some place-ins. Like you could have done that. I think that would have really hammered it home that he was always there because he has this footage of all these events. But
yeah, but I think the whole the little scene between Bond and Blofeld now, I like that. As I say, I wish that I had got more of that in this film. I think this is where like you really get good idea of that Blofeld character anyway. And I like his sort of giddiness of like laughing things off. I was looking at like the shot of it as well because it's very purposely shot where it's like it's in profile and there's Bond on one side, there's Blofeld on the other, and you see Blofeld's reflection very, very clearly like on top of Bond. So I'm like, oh, what are they saying something there about, the brothers stuff, and I was like, well, actually, that's I kind of like that. I'm a bit of a sucker for little things like that where they clearly put some thought into that shot next to each other, and it's a heart that he draws, by the way.
I thought it was a question mark.
Well, it does because he does one side of it, and then you see like the other side he does.
Oh, my bad. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess that makes more sense. I thought he was just. Yeah, I guess that's a bit too much like the Riddler, I suppose. But I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. I thought it was a question mark. Like, where is she?
I'll never tell.
I'll never tell.
Yeah, and then he takes off his clothes. He's got like a green jumpsuit underneath. No, but it's good. I quite like this little ending bit. I wish, as I say, just wish there was more.
Yeah, but again, it's like it's not going to change your mind. If you didn't like Blofeld before this point and all that stuff, you're not suddenly going to be like, oh, okay, cool. It's like you either didn't mind it or liked it before, and this stuff is an extension of that. So you're either like it's not going to change your mind. I also kind of like to think, and this is just because I'm a bit of a GoldenEye fanatic, that the 3 minutes is a reference to GoldenEye. I don't think it is. 3 minutes is a quite generic time. But that's how much time I think they had in that film. I hope I'm right, because I think it's 6 minutes, but they actually halved it to 3. So I like to think it's a tie to that, but probably not. But it makes me think of GoldenEye when I see that.
If that makes you happy, Tom, take it.
Yeah,
take it and run with it.
I'm so happy. It might even be wrong.
No, I think 3 is right. I kind of in the back of my head, I'm like 3 minutes, James, the same time you gave me, or something like that. Anyway.
Well, you said 6 minutes, the same 6 minutes you gave me. Then I think Bond says we have 3 minutes. It'd be weird if it was like 5 minutes, because like, well, a minute off, it's fine. I think it has to be half. I know it's the 6, and it has to be half for that to make sense. As in, like, oh no, that's a lot less time. But anyway, getting distracted with GoldenEye. Sorry.
You just want to go back to GoldenEye, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Bond is running off shouting and for Swan, Madeline. But we are back with Q and M and the others, the whole gang, the little Scooby-Doo gang.
The MI6, the mystery machine.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. So they're still in that building. Q, you can see on his laptop, he is successfully hacked in now to the system, and it says on the screen, system eradicated or something, or deleted. So that's that solved. One thing I forgot to mention earlier is it just makes no sense that this building is completely empty either.
Like, what are you talking about?
Like, this system's going live. It's linking to 8 other countries.
No one was handling it. He was there.
See, on his own, has handled
he was smashing
everything. It. Honestly, it's just ridiculous.
The server crashes. He's just in the room trying to reboot them. Just, bloody hell.
All of these Ethernet cables. Like, bloody.
Getting a phone call, being like, what's going on? See, it's down. It's like, I'm doing it.
I'm trying.
The South Africans are online too. Like,
It's just bits like that make the film seem very weirdly empty to me. But yeah, Q's done it. He's deleted or stopped the 9 out of his system going live. As that's happening, you do quickly see Blofeld is leaving the MI6 building. He's getting in a helicopter to escape. And back with M and C, M's got C kind of hostage. He's holding him at gunpoint at the top of the building. And C starts to say how, M doesn't matter anymore. All the sort of stuff that he's been saying the whole time, really. And M's like, well, something's got to matter. And as he says that, Blofeld's helicopter flies past the building, and that is the sound of it, and the action of it is enough to give C a chance to grab M's gun that's pointed at him. So the two sort of briefly wrestle, trying to control the gun between them. It goes off and shoots out the balcony. There's a glass balcony next to them, so that shoots out, and then another gunshot upwards shoots some glass above them, and then loads of glass falls down on top of them, and the glass falling down causes C to fall backwards, and sorry, I was just like reimagining this section in my head. Yeah, so he's falling backwards and he's right on the edge, and the balcony's been shot out, obviously. So he's kind of right on the edge. You see his arms flapping, and a quick shot of his face and the shock of it, and he falls down. He falls down to the bottom of the building. As much as we moaned about C, it's a good fall. You got to give it to him.
Decent fall, yeah.
It's
I mean, it feels like
fall.
the whole point in this building was just to have him fall through it.
Yeah. It's the importance of handrails, people. Like, you can have your
Come
glass,
on,
but
guys.
have something a bit more there. But yeah, almost kind of cartoony fall, like the way he does, like right on the edge, and he's like, oh, and then he falls. But no, it's because that's C gone, I'm happy, so I don't mind.
Because M's all like, see you later as he falls. It's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool, actually. I must have missed that.
I do want to say, though, I forgot to mention it before, but obviously M doesn't make a quip. As funny as that would be. There's been no quips this whole film.
Quips is in after deaths?
Yeah.
Or just, yeah. Yeah,
like
that's
when
true.
Thumbs was killed earlier, he didn't say anything about it. It's like, what? So I don't even think we get any for the whole film. Like, obviously you get the lines and stuff, but in terms of like somebody dying and there's a quip, nope. Just skip it, I guess. They didn't come up with anything. They didn't try, which is weird because they did start trying in the Craig era. They weren't good at it, but they were making the effort. Like the Circle of Life. But they just don't for this film. So
It's
weird, but it's like, yeah, just missing.
It's not a quip, but I think it's just as funny. And this is actually like a couple scenes ahead, but I'm going to say it now. They reach the bottom of this new building, and Tanner's down there, and he like goes up to the body, and he's like, he's dead.
He checks it, yeah.
Thanks, Tanner.
Like
You're
anyone,
so useful. Anyone was questioning that.
Yeah.
That really made me laugh. It's just like, oh, Tanner.
Poor
what
Tanner.
would we do without you?
Oh no, he's got back up. No, he's dead. I've checked.
He's dead. It's just like, I want to be involved too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Bond is still trying to find Swan in the MI6 building. He's jumping over gaps in the floor, and at one point he reaches closer to the front of the building, and you can see Blofeld's helicopter is outside, and Blofeld's in the back seat next to, I think it's the same guy that was there for when they went into the building.
Yeah, the host, for lack of a better term.
To sit next to him, and obviously there's a pilot in flying it, and the helicopter sort of positions itself facing the building, and you can see that Blofeld is watching Bond as he's standing in this big blown out section of the building, kind of looking at each other, eyeing each other up. It looks very grumpy right now. Daniel Craig is as you would, and
not James Bond, Daniel Craig.
Just Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig looks very tired.
I can tell the difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as he's standing there, he hears a scream coming from behind, and thankfully he is right next to where Swan is. He busts open a door, and you see through, and she's all tied up on this chair, like a lot of stuff, like all these like ropes stringing across, and there's the timer of a detonator next to her, so she's right next to a bomb. And he rescues her. I think cuts loose the ropes, and there's about like 40 odd seconds left on the timer. So he grabs her and he says, "Do you trust me?" Can't remember what she says back. Do I have a choice?
Yeah, do I have a choice? Yeah.
Do I have a choice? And he, with her in his arms, they jump down, because it was sort of set up earlier on that where this building is being destroyed, there's like a big netting at the bottom. I guess like a safety net for workers in there or something. I don't know. But yeah, so there's a big net which they jump down into, and they get caught in it, and it kind of comes loose a little bit and lets them down nicely at the bottom of the building. So they go and run through a corridor off to escape. So by this point, M, Moneypenny, Q, and Tanner, because so many of them, they're all out now looking opposite to the MI6 building, because they kind of hazard a guess to where Bond is, looking out to it. Blofeld in the helicopter says, "Goodbye, James," and goes to fly off. And the MI6 building, the timer's done, it all blows up. And you get this big CGI shot of the whole building coming down and being demolished and kind of like falling in on itself. You get some shots from the bridge, from Westminster Bridge. No, not Westminster Bridge. Whatever bridge that is. Like, just people looking at it and screaming. So not the best CGI. I think when it's doing something so grand as that, like the whole building being destroyed, it's a lot tougher to sell. I think the little explosion in Skyfall worked because it was only a small part of the building. I think by this point, there's been a few different sections that, like CGI and green screen, that have irked me, so I didn't really care at this point. But it's definitely a little bit like, bit too much, I think.
Yeah, like for what's supposed to be quite a big symbolic moment, it's kind of not.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to tie in a lot of this sort of stuff, and you can think about that stuff and have that happen. But yeah, this is why, like, I think I said earlier about how, like, I didn't really connect that building to this film all that much. It's because it just doesn't really have much impact. It's just Bond runs around for a bit, leaves, and then there's just a CGI explosion. There you go. Like, for what should be a big deal, it's just kind of not. It's just like, all right, it blew up.
Yeah.
Fine.
It blew up. Yeah. It also doesn't help that, it kind of has to be at night, I suppose, because the whole midnight stuff, but just more stuff of it being at night, and I just feel like, I don't like things being at night as much. I just feel like it doesn't have the same... I guess it's fine. I just sick of things being so dark, really, with this ending. Anyway, you see, after it's exploded and demolished, you see Swan and Bond in the boat that we saw earlier. They drive out onto the Thames, and they start to follow the helicopter that Blofeld is escaping in. Swan takes over steering. Bond has a gun, and he starts to shoot the helicopter as they're following it along the river from very far away, I might add. Like, it's not a big gun, but he's doing his best, and you can see a couple of the shots hit the helicopter, but they're not really doing much. And after a few shots, like you get the idea that he's really focusing now. There might be like a sort of change in the music, and he
you kind of get those horns, like the classic Bond horns. Not like properly Bond theme, but you get those sort of horns.
And he takes the bloody shot, and that's the shot that hits a kind of part of the rotor at the top of the helicopter, and it catches a light. And that's enough to cause the helicopter to start having these warning sounds from the control panel, and the helicopter almost starts to lose control, and then you get a shot where the fire suddenly kind of erupts a little bit more and spreads, and like now they're really in trouble. The pilot's shouting, brace, 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 and he kind of makes the move to the crash land onto... This is the Westminster Bridge. Okay, I got the wrong bridge before. They near the Westminster Bridge, so they crash land and skid alongside the railing of it. So the place is the thing is wrecked and aflame, and it's at this point where M is suddenly there. They've reached the bridge. There's all these police barriers now. It's all very quick to get to this stage, but he's there, and he walks on through to closer to the helicopter and tells one of the policemen to stand your men down. Bond on the boat with Swan, he's docked on the other side of the bridge and is getting up. So now basically the helicopter and Blofeld is in the middle, and M is on one side, and Bond is from the other side. And Blofeld gets out, starts to crawl away from the wreckage. Bond walks up to him. Bond gets to him first, and it's just them two in the middle of the bridge. Bond's got his gun. He's aiming it at Blofeld. M is watching in the distance, and Blofeld looks up and says, "Finish it," to James. And you kind of think, is he going to shoot him? Is he not? And Bond just lets the cartridge go from the gun, and he says, "Out of bullets." And with that, he looks over. He kind of looks at M, and looks at Swan, who's back on the other end of the bridge, and he says, "Besides, I've got something better to do." And he walks away. He walks away from Blofeld. He just leaves him there, and he walks towards Swan.
Oh.
He walks towards Swan. He tosses his gun away, and the two hug and kiss. And that's Bond making his decision. And just to end off this bit on the bridge, M walks up to Blofeld and just says, "By order of the blah, 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 I'm detaining you. under Her Majesty's government, and Blofeld just sort of looks a bit like, oh, okay, looks a bit annoyed, as you would. And it fades to black.
Now, this would have worked a lot better if it was Tanner rather than Swan. And we all know it. I'm the only one brave enough to say it.
You're a brave man. Yeah.
Well, we built their relationship over these films. Bond's like, yes, Tanner, I'll go with you.
Come here, you.
Come here, Tanner. So I don't want to say, broadly speaking, I think it's very fair to say that everything from like the Blofeld reveal, torture scene, even maybe the one before, like this third act of Spectre is just a big old mess.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time you watch it, I already said about the what moments. This whole thing is just like, what? Like it just doesn't explain itself. It doesn't justify this. It's not really any, like the stuff, what this is meant to be a payoff to just isn't there. You don't feel it. And you just come across, it's why it gives you that confused feeling, because you're just like, I don't know what I just saw. I don't get it. I don't understand what this is. It's just kind of not great. And the whole thing about Blofeld still torturing Bond, running around and finding Swan, just doesn't land. It's not very interesting. And just to have Bond then just shoot the helicopter down, like, you know, we saw with Skyfall, and I think the Skyfall formula is here for this Spectre film as well, that they like to do like traditional Bond with some twist for Act 1 and Act 2, but then the third act is where they then like do something completely different that doesn't feel like Bond at all.
Right.
And I would say they were somewhat successful with that, with the Scotland stuff, but this time we got this London stuff, which isn't even the full third act. I think the torture stuff, you would have to put that in there. Like the Blofeld reveal with that. I think they then do that again with the twist and the reveal with Blofeld and the backstory, and then this stuff in London with him running around MI6 and M fighting C and then shooting the helicopter. Like it's all the Act 3. I think very deliberately not meant to feel like Bond, similar to Skyfall, but whatever worked about Skyfall just doesn't work here. Like, oh my god, this is just, oh my god, what a mess. And I'm not really at the point where I necessarily hate this whole part of the film. I think, like, again, the helicopter stuff to me, and even the stuff we saw already with Bond freeing himself from the cuffs, is able to rescue Swan in time and hear her. Like, to me, that is that representation of Blofeld made Bond stronger and more capable. So I'm kind of allowed to accept that enough, but it doesn't mean this is a satisfying, interesting ending. It just kind of feels more like an ending. Like, oh no, there's the villain. Bang, bang. Oh, we got him. We got him.
Easy.
And that's it. And it's not very satisfying. I think you can, it's like what I said with the torture stuff. You shouldn't have to think this much with a Bond film for it to make sense in that moment. Maybe there is thematic stuff that you think about afterwards and can discuss, but in the moment you should get the core ideas of what they're trying to do. And fundamentally, you just don't. Whatever the reason is that Bond can just shoot the helicopter and have that crash, it just doesn't work, especially the first time you're seeing it. It doesn't make sense.
It's just boring. It's
Well,
just boring. It's just a boring way to end it. It is just a mess. Like, it really is. There's just so many things I don't like about it. But I guess on a more positive note, I'm pleased that they obviously didn't want to kill Blofeld off, being that the villain that he is and the history of it. They wanted to keep that door open, which obviously did pay off a little bit. So I'm glad they didn't kill Blofeld off, and I guess they tried to link that into partially Bond having grown, from the Casino Royale days of, I mean, he couldn't kill because he didn't have any bullets, but there is also that idea of, would he do it? He's leaving it for M. He's not just a killing machine as he was, sort of thing. And that's okay. I like that stuff. But then it wraps in the whole idea of like his choosing between MI6 and Swan, and it's that thing again of like, it's just I don't want this anymore. I don't want Bond. Oh, I'm time to retire. I've been here too long. I'm out of this. It's not my life anymore. It's just outstayed its welcome. And that's why I think this is just such an unsatisfying ending for me, as well as like it just not being a good stunt like action end. Helicopter crashes, not really that interesting. But they were trying to do more with this. The whole setup of it. M on one side, Swan on the other, Bond in the middle. Which way is he gonna duck? Which way is he gonna go? Who is he gonna pick? And he goes to Swan, and it's meant to be he's not going back to MI6. He's gonna go with her. But we've seen this sort of stuff before. It's not new.
Name one time. One time.
We've seen it before, and I mentioned that I did like the setup to Swan, and I think the way they started to craft that character, being the daughter of Mr. White, and having that connection to Bond of assassins, and she knows that life, that all worked for me. Like, if there was someone that Bond maybe, I mean, I think she's a bit young, really, but if there's someone that Bond is going to go with, sure, that lines up. I can buy that totally. But then they sort of fumble that character and they rush it, and suddenly she loves him, and then no, actually she doesn't want that love. So they fumble that. So yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like the ending. There you go.
That's fair enough. Yeah, because this is supposed to be the payoff to all this stuff. But I don't think they did a good enough stuff. Like, with Vesper, it was about Bond actually had chemistry for her, and there was in love with her, and decided I care more about this than killing. So you bought that idea, you bought that concept. Why he chooses this, I don't think it's just him choosing Swan, or maybe it is, or maybe it's not. I think it's supposed to be more like he is just choosing to be done with this life. Now that he understands what it was with Blofeld being that connection between it all, now that he understands what he is, he's choosing to break the cycle almost. But like the ideas and this kind of, the whole film should have been setting up this decision, Bond questioning things, Bond thinking about stuff. And, Swan does somewhat represent about, asking about what happens if you stop. Like that, they're trying to plant those seeds there, but like that just doesn't come together. Like this needed to be more a consistent thing, so you kind of understand why Bond in that moment would make that choice. If you're going to have a finale which is so blatantly and unsubtly about, well, we'll put him on a bridge, we'll have two people standing beside, and let's see, like a dog where two people are like, come here, boy, come on, come to me, yeah. Like, it's supposed to be that, because I don't think M represents that anyway. He wasn't in the film enough to really represent that. There's no connection with Bond in this film. So it's just like, they probably, if they were going to have this type of ending with the choice thing, that's fine, but you needed to set up a lot more to make that choice work and be interesting, and for you to kind of be invested in Bond making this choice. Like, it almost should be like a relief or something, right? Like, finally Bond is kind of making the right choice. But like, no, not really. Bond has been having a hell of a time, waving, being cheeky, making jokes, kicking ass. Like, he's had a blast. Like, obviously the drilling stuff not so much, but generally this has not been a worn out Bond. This isn't the Casino Royale Bond where he's so beaten and bruised through this all and how rough it's been, he then decides to step away to choose a life with somebody he cares about. Like, that's also part of Casino Royale and why the Vesper stuff works. You understand why he would step away. This is just Bond like, oh, I'll throw that drink down the toilet, and just having a ton of time, and with the parachute and Rome and stuff. Like, so many times where he's having a good time that thematically it then doesn't tie into this idea of actually he dislikes this stuff. He doesn't. He loves it. Loves it.
Yep.
So it's like, like they probably shouldn't have framed it as this choice. Or if they were going to frame it as a choice, you got to build that more into your film for it to work in this moment and to have it be satisfying. Because this is it. Like, this is the end. Like, we're like done, pretty much.
Yeah, and not only that, but if you're watching this for the first time, this could have been the end of Craig's tenure as well. There was a question about whether he would come back. So this was it. This was all you were going to get, potentially, which I know when No Time to Die was announced and Craig was going to come back, that was like a big relief that he would at least have one final chance to end off in a better term. But that's part of the reason why I think coming out the cinema, I was like, right, is that it then? Okay, bye, Daniel. Like,
yeah, like it all built to this. It's like, what? No, it didn't. Stop it.
Yeah,
Come back. No.
Very unwarranted. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why I think there's also the hatred towards the Spectre stuff, because again, it was almost like the reveal of Blofeld and Spectre is like all this led to this, and here's your big payoff, and now you have your conclusion. The end. Close the book. And yeah, I think I've already said this, but yeah, this film does get a lot of assistance from the fact that No Time to Die exists, and it means that this ending is not good, but it doesn't have to have the same weight behind it that it once did when it came out.
Yeah, totally. I guess I should end the film, shouldn't I?
Yeah, if you want.
There is a little bit, tiny little ending to it. So after that, it fades to black on the bridge, and we see just some very quiet shots of London, empty, kind of very early morning shots of London, and then finally we see Q in his bunker at his desk, a nice hot cup of coffee you can see, and the lift, as we saw that the lift earlier on, it starts to come down at the end of the room, and the Bond theme finally starts to come into play a little bit, and the doors open, and it's Bond, of course. Q is asking, why are you here? I thought you had gone. And by this point, Bond has walked up to him and he says, I have. There's just one thing I need. And we then cut to some close-ups of a car starting, like he's in the car, revving, and it's Bond and Swan in the Aston Martin DB5, and you see the car drive off down the London street, and the Bond theme finally plays.
Boo!
The
Boo!
end.
Boo this scene. Boo!
You don't like this scene?
No. Bad. It's almost like trying to have that moment at the end of Skyfall, where it's like, we'll bring back the old stuff, but where that was building all the way up to this is just like, we'll just put him in the DB5.
It's tacked on.
It doesn't matter thematically, it makes no sense, because he's supposed to be leaving that life behind. Why would he come back and get a car that got destroyed when, like, something that's so clearly tied to MI6, the one that he drove M with, the one that's like has all the gadgets? Why would he want this car if he just chose to leave with Swan? Stupid. But I think they just needed their last big exciting Bond moment at the end, so they just crammed this in. It doesn't make any sense. It's nonsense. I'm so sick of this bloody DB5. Just get rid. I know we have it in the next film as well because of this ending, which is so annoying, but it's like, I don't care. I don't get excited when I see this car. You've done it too many times. Stop it. Bad.
Yeah, that's pretty much my opinion as well. It was such an easy way out for them. They clearly got to the right, fade to black on the bridge. Oh, that's a bit of a downer though. Get the Aston Martin back.
Yeah.
Bring it back quickly. Wheel it out.
Whatever we can shove in that feels like Bond, play the Bond theme and get us out of here.
And out of here we got. After so much time. Yeah. We made it.
Well, it does. I do just also want to say at the end of the credits, it does still say James Bond will return. That is still on there, so that's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that even if Craig didn't come back, that was not going to stop him.
No. So that was Spectre. So it's me to start, because that's the short straw I've taken for the Craig films.
Yep. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, obviously the last 2 hours or so, when we talk about the third act, it's been quite negative. But overall, I actually had a pretty decent time with this one. I do think there are some really great standout scenes with here. A lot of them in the first half, of course. And I think some of the more over-the-top elements with time I've kind of learned to accept. I still think the approach to some of these story elements are a little bit weak, are a little bit confusing. Like, you can come up with explanation for some of this stuff, but I'm not super into that. But I still think this, we still get the Sam Mendes special, which is classic Bond, but done in a very stylish, over-the-top way. And it doesn't always work, but I think the stuff that does work is great. The funeral stuff at the beginning is good. I do overall like the opening credits as well. That scene, or the single shot, I still think that stuff's pretty good. And the Spectre meeting scene in Rome, I love. I think that's a great scene. And I think outside of the Rome stuff, I do think the action is still pretty decent. Not great, but still kind of decent across the board. And I also do kind of like the look of this film as well. It does feel a little bit like Skyfall light, unfortunately, and sometimes it doesn't always work, but I do think that does work. And I think Swan's a little bit wasted, but I think the actress holds her quite well, so that's nice. And I do like Christoph Waltz as Blofeld. I think he does a pretty solid job, and he does bring something to the film. And I think Blofeld needed a reinvention, and whether it was successful is up for debate. But I think they do a decent enough job to make this work. And I will also say that the pacing of this film is pretty good. It is long, but as we said, like there was a clear effort to keep things moving. So even though it is 148 minutes, I think it might be the longest up to this point, I would still say I got more bored and felt more drawn out with some of the shorter films. Like I think there have been way worse paced Bond films. There was clearly an effort there. So obviously the stuff that doesn't work, some of the logic is a little bit funky, but I've come to peace with that to a certain extent. And the sea stuff is just absolutely dreadful, but it is kind of like a small part of the film. Ultimately, it's bad. It is bad. And it definitely brings down the film, but, you know, it almost feels separate to the Bond and Blofeld stuff, and I can somewhat kind of have a decent time going through those motions. I think that works quite well, but yeah, I guess also in the negatives, of course, the music, I've already ranted about that, I won't go into that again, just dreadful. If not the worst, one of the worst Bond soundtracks, because there was just such a lack of care in terms of what music should play when and how it should be used. Just such a lack of care, and it just sucks so much out of it. And I think this film could have been massively enhanced by rearranging that stuff. But I appreciate the effort to have the old Bond stuff. I think they do an okay job bringing that back. I wouldn't say this feels like an old Bond film at all, but that's probably a good thing, because this is the fourth film in the Craig era, so they had to balance that stuff out, and I still think they did a decent job with that. So despite a bad third act, I had a decent time with this one. I can enjoy the stuff that I think works, and I think it's decent, I guess is how I would describe it. So I guess I gotta rank it. So my opinion before watching this film again is that it's not the worst Craig film. Quantum of Solace is worse, and I'm going to stick to that opinion. I think this is definitely better. I think the highs are much higher, and I think it's just a bit more of an interesting film than Quantum. And Quantum just wound me up because of how much of a mess it was. It was just this concentrated, frustrating mess. And in some ways, this is also a frustrating mess, but I don't get as frustrated with it. So I'm going to put it above that. I'm also going to put it above The Living Daylights, because that just makes me sad, that film.
Oh.
Yeah, don't like it. But maybe that's, yeah. So in terms of where I'm thinking about putting it, you know, obviously I think it's not as good as A View to a Kill and License to Kill. I think those are overall better films. So it's going to settle somewhere between Tomorrow Never Dies and Die Another Day. So I guess I'll start from the bottom again. I think it's better than Die Another Day. I think it's better than Moonraker. Those films are the city Bond films that I enjoy, but I think I get more out of this than that more campy, over-the-top style. And I think I like it more than Live and Let Die as well. I think it's just a little bit more interesting. And again, it does have those highs. And also, I will say, I think I am just a little bit biased towards the Craig era a little bit as well. Everyone has their eras they enjoy more of. I enjoy Sean Connery and Craig more than Roger Moore, and Timothy Dalton. So for me, it's somewhat by default gets to go up a little bit higher because of that. So now it's like, do I like it more than Tomorrow Never Dies? No. I think Tomorrow Never Dies is a more tight film, knows what it wants to be a little bit more, and is kind of just more enjoyable throughout because of it. So I'm going to put it there at number 15. So Tomorrow Never Dies at number 14, Spectre at number 15, and Live and Let Die at number 16.
So quite fairly middling.
Very middle,
overall.
Yeah, like a little bit below the middle in a list of 25, which makes sense to me. I had a decent time overall. I don't hate this film. There's stuff I don't like, but that's just where I'm at. I can have a decent time with this one.
Okay. That's higher than I thought you'd go, actually. But I think, as you were saying, like if you have a soft spot for Craig's films, then it can't really go that low to begin with. For me, I, as I said at the very beginning of this podcast, I was pleasantly surprised that there was more in this film that I liked than I remembered. I remember just kind of detesting this whole thing, but I think that was a very kind of foolish standpoint to have. That's just kind of cloudy judgment and cloudy memory. Watching it, there was a lot of the earlier parts of this film that worked. The Mexico Day of the Dead stuff, I liked it for the most part. I liked Mr. White and the stuff in Austria. Not so much the chase, but I liked the scene between Bond and Mr. White a lot. The funeral stuff we already spoke about. The Spectre meeting. Some issues with it, but I think it is overall very strong, very memorable part of the film. But it's kind of follows a similar pattern with a few films that we've obviously spoke about. Whereas it starts quite strong. Maybe strong is maybe not strong for me, but it starts quite good, and it just falls apart in the third act. And I think from the whole like after the train fight onwards, just takes a real big nosedive for me. And it's not even like just because of the Bond and Blofeld brother stuff. To me, that's unnecessary, but it doesn't ruin it. I'd rather it wasn't there, but so be it. It's really just an amalgamation of just all the little annoying parts coming together. The sea stuff, awful. in the film, far too much for my liking, for being ultimately a very boring thing and a boring villain. Where they took Swan, I think they kind of, as I say, fumbled her character towards the end. Music, bad. Action scenes, I think, really quite lacking for being anything too interesting, or at least not having the Bond theme there makes it feel that way, even if it perhaps technically wasn't that bad. And I guess the thing to really wrap it up for me, and this is why I'm ultimately placing it quite low down, is I take a step back from this, and ironically, Blofeld in his little speech about the man having his eyes gouged out and there was nothing in his head, there was no soul. That is this film to me. This film to me has no soul. It is very hollow to me. I guess there's an element of it kind of having those Skyfall qualities, but just not hitting that same height. So it doesn't feel like its own thing, and it doesn't feel as good. So it just feels empty. And it literally feels empty on screen as well, when there's just so many scenes where it's just like, where is everyone? What's going on? So that's why I would not want to watch this. I have no inclination to watch this film again. Surprisingly, not because of the Blofeld and the Spectre stuff. More just that it altogether feels soulless, which is quite damning for me. But yeah. And so for that reason, I put it... Well, I was looking down the list and I start at the bottom, I suppose is a good place to start.
Fair.
And Live and Let Die. I really don't like Live and Let Die. It's a similar film where I just don't want to watch that again. And I think there's more in Spectre that I do like from like early on in the film. So it goes above that. Octopussy is next, and Octopussy is just like, I don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to that egg. So it goes above Octopussy. And then next on my list is The World Is Not Enough. And I think actually, The World Is Not Enough had quite a few fun moments still, had better humour. I liked Elektra. There's a lot more that I ultimately liked in The World Is Not Enough. So it's going to squeeze in quite nicely there at 22 for me. So below The World Is Not Enough and above Octopussy.
I'll be honest, that's exactly where I thought you would put it.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
When you're talking about the Act 3 stuff, it's like that's what you described Die Another Day, where it's like pretty solid stuff until the Iceland stuff.
Yep.
And obviously Spectre has that similar sort of structure, but yeah, that was always going to be more fun. And yeah, that makes sense to me, but that does mean that it's gone up by 2.
Yeah, how about that?
You loved it.
Way to go, Spectre.
Crazy for the Spectre.
I'm mad about it. I'm mad in other ways too.
Yes. But no, that makes sense to me. I don't think it was ever going to come out of your bottom 5. Like,
no.
When you got a history with a film like this, you alone on a train, going home.
It hurt me, Tom.
Yeah. It is the author of all your pain, if you will.
It got into my head just like the drill. So
and
I
you
can't
felt
forgive
nothing.
it.
You didn't recognize people anymore.
Oh.
But yeah,
so
you can't overcome that. If you saw a film, like, again, I had a pretty bad time at the time, but I then did see it again in the cinema, and I think that somewhat has helped me kind of come to this middle ground. It's not the one I'm desperate to watch, but I can at least see the stuff I do like, at the very least.
Yeah.
Oh, so we did it.
We did it.
Just about.
Just about.
It's always one of these, and it's quite interesting because this is going to be our longest episode ever. We do keep topping ourselves, but there is almost a part of me when we get to the end of these being like, did I fully explain myself properly? Did we actually properly tackle into this? But it's like, we talked about this film so much that I have to say yes. But even then, I feel like you could definitely write like essays about this stuff, really getting into your thoughts, you know? Like, there is so much to think about and go into a Spectre that I think we got all our points out there. But yeah, it does. This is definitely one. And it's been the same with some of the other episodes. It was like, was there more we could have gone into? But it's like, at a certain point, it's done. The job's done.
Job's done. I think there is more we could get into. But I think by that point, it's just not worthy of a podcast. As you say, you could write essays about this, and you could write about the characterization of Craig and his tenure and all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to be doing that for a podcast. I don't think you want to listen to that either. So instead, it is just more of a scene-by-scene review. And I think we do all right. We do all right, Tom.
I hope so. Yeah. But that does mean there's only one more film left.
It does.
We're almost done.
Blimey.
That's exciting.
Feels like a lifetime ago since we watched Dr. No.
Yeah, I know. God, wow. Yeah. But the list is almost there, which is quite exciting. So we've only got one more film to put in the list, being No Time to Die, which I have no idea where it's going to go. In my head, it's, as it currently stands, it's better than Spectre, but not as good as like Casino Royale. So maybe I change my mind on that, but it could go quite high because I put Spectre at number 15.
Yeah, perhaps. It's one of those films that I quite liked watching at the cinema, and ever since then, it's in my head slid down in quality. So I'll be interested to see what I actually think of it this time around.
Yeah, this is definitely for me the huge unknown. Like, yes, there's other films that I wasn't too sure about, like Live and Let Die. I wasn't sure if I had ever even seen that film, but I've only seen this once, and I'm actually very keen to get back to it, even though it's the bloody longest one. So,
That's good. I don't know what that means for this podcast, but stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll get that tackled. So, any last thoughts before we go, Joe?
Can't believe I spoke about Spectre for so long.
Well, you had to. You had to.
I had to. Is this how you felt with Diamonds Are Forever?
A little bit.
It's done. It's out of the way now.
Yeah. I was charging by the hour, though, so...
Oh.
That's awkward.
Okay, well, we'll sort that out afterwards.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted, yeah.
Okay, great.
We can do something there. So.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much for listening. You've been listening to episode 24 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week for No Time to Die.